hold truths on a day-to-day basis at all. Like, if you go into a job interview, are you going to be like totally truthful? If you go and try to sell something,
I mean, that wouldn't matter. You'd be introducing
do you have
truth
children?
into an unjust system. A system that shuns truth, a system that wants to detour your pursuance of truth. So it would be like an analogous.
Well, let me hypothetically throw this past you. Perhaps the whole idea of truth is a top-down idea. You
think truth is a concept of only in a perfect world?
Yeah, I mean, for example, like I tell my kid, and I don't know if you have children, but you always tell them you always got to tell the truth. But not always.
Well, that would be you associating like human interaction. I mean, that's not ultimately at the same level of these are just the ultimate truth is what you find is you're relating it to something personal.
Yes, and there's a very important distinction that you're making, because I've gotten into this with some other folks. There are truths in this universe that are unequivocal, and they are truths, but we as human beings don't know that they're true. We just simply don't have that. We're not God. We don't have the capacity, the knowledge to go, that is an unequivocal truth. So we only can live by the truths in our waking life, really. And the fact of the matter is if you look at our waking life, we all lie every day. Some to some degree. Some of us are worse than others, of course. But like, basically, if you by the way, if you held yourself to that standard, you would find yourself in a not very good place. Like, essentially what I'm saying is sometimes it's okay to lie. Sometimes it's good to lie. And that goes back to the means justify the end. What if they're lying to us for a good reason? It's possible. Like, what if they knew that we were all going to die?
Right? I mean, but that's kind of the story that's been laid out for us. Is like, so Lucifer was freeing mankind by giving Eve and Adam the knowledge of the forbidden fruit. He said, "You eaten it," and that day they didn't die, right?
Yeah, and that almost
so the story would be, if you're a Luciferian, you'd say then it proved God wrong, and this is what is just for for world government to carry out and try to create a better world than what God created.
Well, let me
classic Protestant, classic Luciferian. What is it? The Freemasons Bible.
What if perhaps not knowing the truth?
And don't forget, the moon does that as well. So, change its angular size too. But you got to look all this stuff. It's globe rhetoric, but it's the same. We're the new people at, man. We've been talking to Callie and the other guy.
You Glober's going to
round up a Glober somewhere. I don't know where he's going to get him.
You Glober's going to tell me why when I do a distance marker on Google Earth Pro and I do the elevation. It's just a straight line, and then the elevation is taken off the straight line and not off a curve, and then they put the elevation so we can see how much larger the radius would be in higher places. You guys explain that? Why they just use a flat line?
Because that's how they graph things. You really don't understand that?
Yeah, so what's the radius at the points above it?
It's irrelevant.
What? Takes longer to fly a plane higher because the radius would be bigger. It requires more fuel. It require less fuel if you flew 100 feet above the ground.
How much further?
Doesn't matter.
No, it does matter.
Mechanics. Larger radius, dummy.
Yeah, how much further do you think it would be?
You tell me. It's your radius.
If 100 feet between 1,000 feet, it's take the 1,000 feet, multiply it by 3. Probably that much further. So it's probably about 3,000 feet further.
So Google Earth, draw a bent line on a globe, and when you ask for the elevation, it gives you a straight line. Shouldn't it also give me that radius and then show me the elevations off of that radius?
No. Why would it?
Why? Why wouldn't it?
Because nobody cares.
You map onto a ball, you said. All of your things are done on a ball. Why not this?
It is. But they're graphing elevation.
If I were to go into work and grab a baseball and put it on a surface analyzer, it would give me this spherical shape with these bumps over the top and the other side of it going down. I'd probably get about I'd get about 1/3 of that sphere shape with a surface surface analyzer, whatever I want to use. I could use a CMM. It'll still give me the radius and the things above that radius. But Google Earth doesn't do that.
Yeah, why not? Why do you think?
Why not? Right.
Well, because nobody wants that. People just want to know the elevation changes. And that's best demonstrated by making a straight baseline at 0 degrees sea level, at 0 feet sea level, right? All people want to know is the altitude above sea level.
How come in reality I can measure that, but in not reality, Google Earth, it's just a straight line? It should be a curved line. It should match your reality. They shouldn't be lying to you.
And so they should draw the x-axis as a circle?
3959 ball, and then all the elevations above that 3959 ball radius.
Who would want that?
Pilots, people that need to know what they can see coming over a mountain, shit like that, because it's hidden behind a curve.
Why do pilots need to know what they can see behind a mountain?
I don't know, just so they can see over things. They know how high they can go. Do you know how high now you're going to have to go on a ball to see farther if you use that? But since we're using a flat line, that actually matches reality. The flat line matches reality.
This really confuses you, huh? Interesting.
It confuses you.
No, I'm not confused, though.
I'm just exposing you paid agents.
Paid agents, huh? Dude. Probably don't want to go there.
Yeah, Scott, you do this for free, right?
Nobody's getting paid to talk to you guys. I'm sorry, you're just not that important.
There are certain interlocutors who probably like.
Okay, well, he goes on ski trips. He goes on ski trips and makes an emergency call in to stop another Glober from saying too much dumb shit.
And I'm not trying to say you're paid or that like a lot of people
paid.
Are, but there are people
paid.
who do get paid, literally.
No.
Yes.
You're imagining things, man. Your paranoia's getting the best of you.
It is the job of the military to fight what they call disinformation or misinformation online, which isn't necessarily untruthful. It's just that it's not the truth that they want to be known. Like, and this is stuff that's been talked about in Congress and in the military. It's in documents. Like, they literally have armies of people who, in today's day and age, like, their job is not to go out there and hold a gun, wield a weapon. It's there to steer and inform people or misinform people or of whatever it is that they find to be threatening. They want to try to fight the anything that resists them, essentially.
I really hate to break this to you, but you're just not anybody. You're not on anybody's radar.
You don't think flat earthers are on anybody's radar?
No. You guys are the punchline of jokes.
What about all the YouTube things that come up?
You guys got to know that, right?
Dude, you have to know that they literally have advertisements.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work saying you're the punchline of jokes. It doesn't work in here.
They literally have
none of you guys can do anything with a globe. You always revert to it's got to be flat here because that's the way people want to see it.
No, in either way, look, Scott. Even if you're doing this shit for free, then you're a sucker because you could probably get paid for it.
No, you couldn't. Nobody's going to pay anybody to talk to you guys.
Did you look into
it? There's no money to be made from it, right?
Right, but that's what somebody would say when they're getting paid.
Of course.
So we can't really believe you.
That's what somebody would say that doesn't want another person to go and get that job also. There's no money in it. Don't go do that.
You guys cannot believe this, really. There's no. Tell me no. You're not this far gone.
Dude,
I believe that you couldn't answer my question. Your answer to my question was, that's how people want to see it.
Are you guys really this far gone? You believe this?
Dude, the only reason the government would spy on you guys is if you were terrorists. Keep it real. Is flat Earth terrorism or something?
Who said we're not?
Yeah. No, the truth is, the government spies on every single person in the world. Okay, like they have a little dossier on every single one of us.
That's just not true.
Yes, it is.
How do you know?
There's got to be an interest. What's the interest?
Do you know how much computing power that would require and how much manpower that would require? Half the people in this world would be working for the government, spying on the other half. And then who would be spying on them?
You don't think there's like islands where people can't leave and they're just like working under their own, like not their own free will for the government?
Oh, that is correct. I do not think that.
Have you seen the movie The Island?
Hey, Scott.
Oh, that movie's sick.
Oh, yeah.
I guess if it's in a movie, it must be true. Yeah.
Hey, Scott, can you answer me? So if no one cares about what shape the Earth is, why are there thousands of flat Earth debunking videos that get millions of views? I mean, it seems like somebody cares.
Yeah, it's entertainment to some people. Like I said, you're the punchline of jokes. All those debunking videos are seen by everybody else as portraying you guys as jokes, as clowns, right?
Tell me what the joke is.
Yeah, I mean
that in the year 2024, some grown-ass man is so stupid he can't know the world's a globe.
Who's funnier, the guy who thinks that the Earth measures flat, or the guy who, without evidence, argues for the globe?
But this is the joke, right?
That's your best joke?
No, that's not my best joke. I don't make the videos.
Well, if it's so stupid, why do you have to debunk it? I mean, it should be obvious. You don't need to debunk something that's obvious. So
you don't need to
the fact that they're having to debunk it, right?
During ski trips, and stop somebody from saying something that's going to make you look bad. Normal people don't do that.
You know what?
tempted to ask how you know what normal people do.
That's what's funny is it is normal for a certain segment of society to do that, like to be so indoctrinated that they feel that they're gaining something, that they feel above the others. Like that, Scott here has proven time and time again, said things like he's not never wrong. Said things that like he thinks he's somehow above us, and that's what gives him his cockiness and so on and so forth. So all they have to do is play in on those egotistical sociopaths and shit like that, and they will voluntarily play the job of something that could be paid against us.
Who's going to pay anybody to argue with you guys? You guys are powerless.
Sociopaths who will do it for free. I agree with you.
No, but what would be in it?
What for free?
What would be in it?
Anybody?
Why would anybody pay anybody to fight you guys? You guys don't have any power at all.
You don't need to because there's sociopaths like you who do it for free.
But there's no need to fight against you.
To go to space. Why would people pretend to go to space and make fake space videos that we can see it's just CGI?
Well, you think you can see it. The rest of us see it's perfectly reasonable.
Can't see it. You're right. You see it and go, that's explained by camera anomalies and digital artifacts and blah blah blah. Doesn't happen when I take pictures though. Only on NASA equipment.
But
Scott, literally, you said you've never been wrong before. I heard you say it.
I haven't. No, you're not listening.
I've heard
this
you
is why. This is why you're a flat earther, because you can't listen. You can't hear people.
No. I've heard you say it. Okay, you said it. Now whether you meant it or not is a different thing. But I've heard you say it.
No, you haven't. There's no possible way you could have heard me say it, because I would never say anything like that. I might have said I'd never been wrong about the shape of the Earth.
I don't know which recording it was, but
So what's the goal? What's the goal of the government? Like, they're sending these Glober agents to come argue with flat earthers. What's their expected outcome? Like, why are they invested?
Yeah.
So I'm telling you,
turn away people from stop, Lou.
To distract.
To turn away people from listening to these conversations so that it actually sinks in that they're not on a ball. So they come in here and try to derail stuff and just say, nuh-uh, and it just is a ball, and that's how it is. And all the scientists in the world can't be wrong. I say, name one. I cannot name one. Right? That's what you all say. I can't name one, but that's how it works.
And then what?
And there's a ball.
Because when people know that it's just not a ball, they're not going to trust their God anymore. The one that you believe in, that you swore to. United States government.
I swore to something? When
the
did I do
United
that?
States of Satan. You guys don't realize that you're Satan worshipers.
So the government's invested in sending agents to these flat Earth communities, but the flat Earth communities have been growing and gaining traction on social media. You know, you got these Twitter spaces popping up. You got hundreds of these stream.
You know why? Because we're making a difference. That's why, because we're making a difference. They're not listening to the bullshit blowers like Scott Mackey. They know he's bullshit now because they've heard him 100 times on YouTube. They're like, that dude is full of shit. And then they go, if he's full of shit and he tries to make it sound good, this just got to be full of shit because everything I look at is flat. So maybe those guys are right. That's what happens. That's why there's more popping up.
Unfortunately for you, normal people use critical thinking, and they don't just hear you say, "Oh, it's bullshit."
Pause for a second. We're getting so emotional and so intertwined into just the flat Earth thing. When it comes to what they call mis and disinformation, or what, like literally, there is an entire task force with the government. And in every form of the government, in the Army, in the Navy, in the whatever. Like there's multiple branches of government that have these task forces that are sent to intercept and to also steer like the conversation in what they call cyber cyber something. I can't think of the name of it, but it's the war of information. Like what you have to tell people. Now I'm just stuttering.
Anyway, yeah,
But essentially,
go do a shot. Go do a shot. Anyway, it's called Space Force.
well, that's one of
the
them.
government,
Yeah, that's one of them. But look,
dude, oh my god, what the fuck?
it's a war. It's a war on information. So like the
Heard you the first time.
everything that instead of being fighting in the battlefield, we're fighting about information. Information is, like literally just like what you believe. It's subjective. And they want to make sure that they win that war on information. They want to make sure that you start to believe the authority, that you start to believe the so-called experts, that you believe the government. Okay? And no matter what angle it is, they want to make sure that you believe them and not the people who freaking doubt them.
If you think about it, you got channels like McToon, FTFE, Simon, Dan, Professor Dave. These guys get millions of views when they're talking about Flat Earth. If the government didn't want people to know about Flat Earth, they wouldn't allow people to decide. You think that they're completely controlling the narrative. Oh, they're debunking. Listen for a second. Stop freaking out.
Stop freaking
out.
Are you
oh my
dumb?
God, you're freaking out. Why are you freaking out? Let a sentence finish. Yeah, if they really wanted to control the narrative around Flat Earth, they wouldn't talk about it at all, right? They're not going to let you choose a side. They're not going to present to you the argument like, oh, look, there's two things to pick between. Go ahead and pick your poison. No, they wouldn't talk about it at all.
They all straw man their own Flat Earth. That's it. Because when they get actual Flat Earthers, they freak out and answer questions.
Well, I mean, Flat Earth is obviously grown and gone into the minds of the general populace more than they're comfortable with. And so they have to address it. They have to try to talk about, do those debunks and push the algorithms and all of that stuff.
If they were really afraid of people knowing a truth that the Earth isn't a globe and that it's actually flat, they wouldn't allow it to be plastered in anybody's rankings with millions of views. They wouldn't allow Flat Earth to be a topic at all.
They don't. They suppress it, and yet it's still growing.
There's
the
not
topic
TV
is all
shows
over the
with
place.
Flat Earth on it, and people just Flat Earth channels and all that shit.
People
There is
freely browse and
nothing
surf
like
the internet.
that.
People freely browse and surf and find Flat Earth communities on the internet right now at rapid rates. Government isn't doing shit about it.
Right.
You guys have freedom of speech. Matter of fact, you're the ones who censor Globers.
Right, you do.
We censor Globers. We're the ones who are the censors. Flat Earthers are the censors of the internet.
That sounds like something some shill from the government would say.
Exactly.
Meanwhile,
but do you seriously think that if the government was really concerned about you, they would let you live?
nobody expects it to curve. That's Scott's answer to why is the elevation side view profile?
Like, I'm still alive. I'm still breathing. Therefore, the globe Earth is true.
That's cool, though.
No, but I'm not talking about the globe Earth. I'm talking about the government conspiracy part. Do you think the government, in your own worldview, do you think the government couldn't just make you disappear if they wanted to?
If they really wanted to, and who says that it's not down the road for somebody? Maybe not me, maybe not anybody in this room, but let's say somebody, I mean, dude, the government's offed plenty of people, and I don't think you doubt that. Has the government offed people before?
Have they ever offed flat earthers?
I'm not going down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, you guys are going to actually just stop talking about dumb shit like that now anyway, because I'm just going to hit the mute button on you too, Lou, so watch out.
There goes your censoring. So why are you complaining about getting censored while censoring people?
Yes, so there you go. So you're going to keep it up. You're going to tell me why the elevation angle on Google Earth is a flat baseline with the elevations off of it and not a curve? The elevations
that's
off
the most
of it.
useful. That's the most useful way to present that data.
It's a lie. You said it's not flat.
It's the most useful way to present the data. Do you not like that explanation?
No, because point to point on the curve should be different in a straight line than if a flat baseline. Point to point will be different.
But all we want to know is the elevation at a given point. That's it.
You should have curved triangles and all that kind of shit. That's all should be working.
Why?
You guys.
Nobody wants that.
Now there's no such thing as curved triangles, are there? See how you got away from me by my one little statement? I exposed agents like you.
I answered your question directly.
Nobody wants that. Nobody wants to know how far on the radius they live apart from somebody else. They just think it's a flat line.
Correct. Nobody wants that. Yes.
Nobody wants to know that. Okay.
No.
I want to know.
How did Scott become a spokesman for everyone on Earth?
He asked why the people at Google Maps decided to show the elevation in the way they did.
You constantly speak for everyone on Earth. You're just like, no. You're always like, no, nobody's ever seen that. Like, how could you know if nobody's ever seen that? No, nobody's ever thought that. Oh, how could you know no one's ever thought that? Nobody's ever said that. How could you know nobody's ever said that?
When the government is afraid of like sensitive information getting out to the public, they just kill people, right? Like they killed the guy that made oh man, I don't know the dude's name. They kill people all the time. Why don't they kill any flat earthers if you guys got such sensitive information?
One down. Who's next?
I'm always one step ahead of them.
That's what I like about you, Heretic. You always got the good comeback.
Does he's ready? Well, he has. He has a good comeback. You know why he's got a good comeback? Heretic does is because when you hear the same shit over and over again, it becomes pretty easy to roll off the tongue.
I know. Yeah.
So
I got to practice in here.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, when I say gravity, you say refraction. That's just how do you have to say it? Just say little g, and you already know how to respond.
Refraction.
I thought gravity was followed up by relative density.
You don't have anything for gravity. I ruined your gravity when I removed the air above water and the water went away.
I thought refraction. I thought refraction was how photons magically bend around a curved Earth equal.
But it's not. But it's not magic. It's just science.
It is magic because it happens. It happens just perfectly, no matter what altitude, right?
You know, it also happens just perfectly. Water fills a hole, and it takes the form of the hole that it fills. Isn't that kind of magic?
It's magic that something that appears flat, no matter what the altitude around a curved surface, like that the gravity would be refracting and bending light. Especially
gravity. Nobody says gravity bends the light.
Oh, so there is no gravity involved. I'm glad you said that.
Not in refraction.
So it's just weather conditions that make it happen.
The only effect gravity will play is the density gradient.
And the density gradient makes light appear flat.
What?
No, the light never appears flat. The light just hits your eye at a particular angle, and your brain interprets stuff from that.
So it's a psychology.
But all you ever see is the light that hits from a particular point on a particular part in your eye. And from that you infer...
It's just human psychology that makes you think that it's flat?
No, that's part of it. Just like what Radwin was saying earlier, you remove the atmospheric pressure, the water will vaporize and it won't hang anymore, but you need both the gravity and the atmospheric pressure in order to make the water not...
I just removed the air, dude. I just removed the air. I didn't do anything with your magic gravity. I just removed the air.
Yes, I know, but which part of you need them both, don't you get?
How is the psychology aspect of it explainable when the light has received to your eye from beyond a distance that the geography should not allow?
Oh, dude.
Well, because you misunderstand what the should is. How do you know what it should allow? Whose math are you using?
It should not allow things that are physically obstructed by a geometrical curve Earth.
Why not?
Why? Not why not.
Refraction. Why? Refraction is part of that should. And if you ignore the refraction, you're going to get the wrong should.
Does refraction explain things reappearing over an already obstructed surface?
Yes.
Show it.
I got a video about it.
Yes. Simple answer to your question. Yes, it does.
No,
if you understood that,
is not it. Show us an example of it.
Yeah, just
look at your black swan. Callie's got something. What do you got, Callie?
Mr. Sensible brought up a video in a debate against Whitsitt where he showed something obstructed becoming unobstructed with a refracting lens. I got the debate. I'll pull it up.
But this whole refraction thing is just another example of two things interacting with each other. Yeah, I know. But you take refraction with the Earth curve, and you put those both into an equation, and you can figure out where the horizon should be. But if you remove either the Earth curve or the refraction from the equation, you no longer get the right should. You get the wrong answer. You need them both to find the right should.
So you're claiming that light bends like around the globe equally, equally. So you say that in a condescending way, like duh, but no, that's not what.
This is correct.
Like photons have no mass; they shouldn't be affected by any gravity.
Once again, gravity is not what's bending them.
Then dude,
moving through different.
Then why? How
moving through different optical density layers.
Consistent with the curvature of a mass.
Moving through different optical density layers, or optical density gradients.
It wouldn't be consistent.
It doesn't have to be. If you understand that light from any given point is emitted at 360 degrees, it's emitted in all directions, and as long as one of those follows the path to hit your eye, you will see it. The vast majority of them don't follow the path that hits your eye. The vast majority go elsewhere other than your eye.
I have to
from any single point.
I have to just hope and pray that one actually hits my eye.
Why would you need to hope and pray?
Well, you're saying I'd have to have one hit my eye.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. Yeah.
Yeah, a photon hits your eye, and now the Earth is curving, right?
No, but it explains why you see things over the curve.
No, it wouldn't explain anything.
Why not?
All of the photons would have to be doing the same thing consistently in order for you to see that.
No, that's just not true. Most of the photons emitted from any given point in any object don't hit any receptor. They just go off into the wherever.
All of the photons that reach your eye would have to be doing the same thing.
Yeah, and?
It would have to be curving around a globe Earth.
Yes. And?
Prove that can happen. Because photons don't bend like consistently like that. Not through refraction anyway.
Well, but they do. And if you think they don't, you don't understand refraction. That's exactly what they do in refraction. They bend consistently.
Electromagnetic physics 101, yes.
The only time that we see can demonstrate photons changing angle is when they meet another medium. Like, we don't see them just bending subtly around a curve ever.
We do every day.
Only because you're begging the question. Can you demonstrate it?
So you want me to demonstrate a non-laboratory phenomenon in a laboratory?
I don't care where you do it. Can you? Is it demonstratable?
Yeah. Look at your black swan image. That is light bending around a curve. You want the example? I just told you the example.
You're killing
it. Fuck, you're literally killing me, Smalls. Oh my god, dude. No, the black swan is not an example of bending around a fucking globe. Okay,
but it is.
You cannot use that as your example.
Why not? It fits our model perfectly. It's exactly what we would expect given the conditions at the time.
Okay, so you expected to see 30 miles instead of 1.225?
Given the right conditions, yes.
What conditions?
Sufficient optical density gradient to cause those light rays to curve a couple of arc minutes. Actually 7 around there from my calculation. I could be a little bit off, but... And that 7 arc minutes, you can't even see as a curve. That's how little 7 arc minutes of a curve is. You can't tell it's curving.
All right, so 1.225 miles is as far as you should see before being obstructed by a physical horizon.
If there were no refraction, yes.
You're seeing a minimum of a 10-mile horizon and closer to a 30-mile horizon, given the video and the islands in the background. So,
well, I don't think you're anywhere near a 30-mile horizon in that picture, but yeah, 10 is no problem.
No, not the picture. Have you watched the video?
Yes, I've seen the video too. Everybody has.
You seen the islands in the background?
Yes, but you can't see the bottom of them.
How do you know that? Those aren't tall islands. You see pretty much everything there.
How do you know?
Because I've done research on it.
No, I don't think you have.
I have.
What research did you do?
You know that GIF that always.
What islands are they?
the names of them. It's been like 5 years since I freaking did this, but I don't live out there. But listen, you know that GIF that always pops up that says like it shows the demarcation points of the rigs, and then it shows the 29-mile freaking thing. I'm the one who made that because I'm the one who freaking researched that and showed that and pointed that out. That what we're able to see without any zoom in the video is these two islands, and we're able to see almost all of them, if not all of them, from at least 29 miles away with zero zoom. Okay, the
so
horizon.
How tall are those islands? What's the elevation of those islands?
They go up to like 80 feet or something like that. They're
80 feet.
Dude,
I think you're making stuff up, man.
Look, I don't really know right now. Like I said, it's been 5 years
lunatic.
since I looked into this shit.
Hey, lunatic! I'm just telling you, I posted the video of something obstructed becoming unobstructed due to a lens. Just showing you it's possible.
I'll have to check it out, but I don't know if it's really poignant.
Yeah, it's possible.
Well, it is nice to see that it's impossible to tell a flat Earth from a globe due to refraction.
Did you just say that you have a lens that sees around corners?
Watch the video I posted.
That's a yes or no before I go watching that.
So you're not a willing participant in a genuine conversation. Good for you.
Wait, is
I don't want you to waste my time.
Is your video a debate between Witsit and Mr. What's his name?
In the video, he shows a nail behind a basketball. You can't see it. He adjusts a lens, and then you can see it. It's very simple.
All right. Tell me what timestamp I should go to.
1:33:17. It should bring you right to the timestamp when you click it.
In Lunatic, while you're at the highest point of Channel Island is 2,450 feet. A little bit higher than 80.
You know, it's how high?
2,450 feet. Diablo Peak on Channel Island.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Like I said, I said I don't know. But either way, the amount that's missing, like you can, when you look at the video, you can like literally watch the grade of the island slowly decline right towards the shore, and then when you compare it towards like point of view from Santa Barbara, and I don't know. I guarantee you there's a certain portion missing from the bottom, because that's just something that we see all the time when we're looking at things in the distance, where that angler view, angler, perspective, whatever it is that we call it, like it diminishes and becomes kind of muddied and grayed into the surroundings. Like, yeah, I guarantee you there's something missing there, but the vast majority of that island is visible from 30 fucking miles. We're seeing.
See, but I grew up around that area, right? And there's an island called Santa Catalina, which is down right off Huntington Beach, 27 miles away. I've seen that island hundreds of times while I was out there surfing.
Yeah, good. It's flat.
What's the point?
Told you, it's flat.
Well, but I've never seen them. But I've never seen the marina.
Why should you see everything that's right down at the surface?
I never saw the sailboats or the ferries that go out there. The ferries aren't exactly small. And the sailboats got some pretty tall sails. I've never seen them.
Is there not a possible second explanation other than Earth curving away from you?
But why not just go with the easy one? Why do you resist? Why do you resist the easy one?
It's not the easy one. That's the given one.
It's the easy one.
That's the given one.
But that's my question. Why do you resist that one?
Because it's not. Because we have too many examples that refute that. That's not just because it's a given explanation doesn't make it a correct explanation.
What examples do you have that refute it?
Being too far in every single attempt.
As long as you know refraction, right?
Why is refraction a get out of jail card?
It's not a get out of jail card. It's just part of reality. That if you want to understand this reality, the one in which, if you want to understand
anytime you see too far, it's because of refraction. It doesn't matter what kind of refraction. It doesn't matter what you know about refraction. It's just got to be refraction because you're going to assume that you live on a globe.
Because everything that others seen indicates we're on a globe.
You can't just use refraction as a get out of jail card. It's just a one-word answer. Oh, why do I see too far here? Well, refraction.
Okay, so what do you use as your get out of jail card for both Gone Over the Horizon? What do you use?
It's not a get out of jail card.
What do you use?
It's an alternative answer.
Okay. You say you can see something too far. I say I've seen boats go over the horizon, disappearing from the bottom up. How do you explain that one? I use refraction. What do you use to explain the boats go over the horizon?
Physics.
Angular perspective.
And how does that work? Can you give me some details and some specifics on how that works?
Yeah, we've done this like 100 times before.
No, you haven't. I've been here 100 times when you guys have mentioned this, and you never get into specifics.
When
you just say things.
When the surface of the water, is the surface of the water is a plane, and when your view to that water reaches an angle of 0.02 degrees, so that angle comes from the object, right? The object that you're trying to view, when that angle reaches 0.02 degrees, your eyes can no longer differentiate the difference between the water or the object itself. They become grayed and muddied together. They become lost in the image.
Do you realize your black swan refutes that? You're seeing 10 miles in the black swan, right? How does the angle of 0.2 degree or 0.02 degrees work with the black swan?
Well, it works perfectly. So you know how you guys say that the farther rig looks like some of the bottom has disappeared? That's because it's already reached that 0.02 degrees limit.
And so the black swan somehow proves the Earth is flat, but it doesn't prove that your 0.02 degrees thing is nonsense. Because you guys have said
we didn't make this shit up.
But you guys have agreed that sometimes you can see further and sometimes you can't see as far, right? We have two different pictures of those.
We're not saying that we see farther without any loss. We're saying that we can see too far for the globe.
But your 0.02 thing does not work. Ever. And so it's a really bad explanation, if that's your explanation.
What do you mean it doesn't work ever? Dude, if your argument is about that, it's not with us. It's about those who studied optics of and the human eye. It's about angular resolution having to do with literally what we're able to fucking see. It's about human anatomy. Those people are the ones that you want to fucking argue with.
No. They don't disagree with me. You do.
No, they don't give a shit about whether the Earth is flat or curving. They just tell you that you can't differentiate anything below 0.02 degrees.
Yes, but they understand what differentiation means. You don't.
What's the new definition of differentiate?
There's no new different. There's only the one that's always existed.
What does it mean?
It means we can no longer distinguish 2 points from each other. The 2 points become 1 point. But there is nothing in the differentiation which would cause something to obstruct something else.
We're not talking about obstruction here. We're talking about things being lost.
Yes, when boats go over the horizon, the water's obstructing the boat. The water looks like it's blocking half the boat. There's nothing in angular resolution that can account.
You just said it on your own. It looks like it is, but
exactly.
Is it actually happening?
Yes.
You quickly say yes, but you don't know that.
No, I do know that. That's why I quickly said yes.
How do you know that?
Because we are grown-ass men, and we can understand the reality in which we live.
Well, some of us
that's not an answer.
That is the answer.
No, that's the kind of answer that like a sixth grader would give.
Sixth grader would not say they're grown-ass men.
No, they would say some stupid shit that is unrelatable to the actual conversation.
So when you and I both look at the same boat going over the same, it looks like the half the boat is missing. We can clearly see the top half, no problem. But the bottom half looks like it's behind a wall of water. It's not a wall of water, it's just a curve, but it looks like it's behind a wall of water. What's the best explanation for that phenomenon that we both observed? What do you think is the best explanation for that?
There's a best explanation. If there's more than one explanation, then the two need to be tested.
Yes, I agree. And so, what other explanation do we consider?
You have one explanation. Well, we're pointing out the fact that your explanation doesn't work in many circumstances. It might be an explanation. It might be an explanation, but it is not consistent with reality.
It is consistent. It's absolutely consistent because we know refraction is a thing.
Okay, so then things would disappear at 1.225 miles from 1 foot observation height.
With no refraction, yes, they would.
So instead we can see not 2.225 or 3.225, but 10.225 and even upwards of that.
Correct. Why is this so hard for you to accept as a reality?
No, it's hard for me to accept that you can say one word.
It makes sure it's absolutely rigid in space. That's the point of them. So in a fighter jet or something, when they're banking, you know what I mean, hard, so it doesn't lose, the gyro doesn't lose its orientation.
Right. That's exactly what I said when they're in, I use the reference of when they're in a holding pattern, because I'm thinking about commercial jets, but that's a much better example, right, with a fighter, which you can obviously achieve a much tighter turn.
I mean, they have them in commercial jets, right? But they don't need them like they need them in a fighter jet, because a fighter jet.
There are tight holding patterns that do require them. That's why they have them. They wouldn't put them on if they didn't need them. Believe me.
I'm not saying there isn't, but I mean, most commercial jets, they go up to altitude and just fly straight. Whereas a fighter jet, I mean...
Just acknowledge it once, because otherwise I'll keep saying it out of frustration. When in a tight holding pattern, specifically, that's when it can be thrown off, because they're in a tight holding pattern. Beyond that, no, they're just flying. They don't need it generally, because they're just flying straight and level. What do they need it for? Nothing. What's going to throw it out? Nothing. nothing to throw it out.
Well, no, I couldn't say it couldn't be thrown out by what a commercial jet is doing. But my point being is that the whole purpose of them was so a fighter pilot can have an attitude indicator that they can rely upon. The pendulous vanes makes it possible for that fighter pilot to spin that jet to go straight up, straight down, bank in any direction, and then when they turn back to just basically what they're hoping to be normal horizontal, they can use the indicator. They can. That's the whole purpose of the pendulous vane. So the pendulous vanes, it's just a vacuum system, and it makes sure that the gyro continually holds horizontal. That's what it does. It can't be knocked out. There's no earth curve or globe or gravity or any other complete other nonsense getting involved. It's just the point of this. So when they make the argument pendulous vanes, they're actually, it's actually, I'm just going to take my globe here and I'm going to set it on fire, and now I'm going to blow it up at the same time. Do you know what I mean? They may as well be doing that when they say pendulous vanes. They may as well be putting a stick of dynamite underneath the globe they've already set on fire. Because once you mention attitude indicator, it's over. And when you bring up pendulous vanes, there's just no way. Pendulous vanes make sure that the argument they're trying to make concerning their globe with the attitude indicator, the pendulous vanes make that. Not that was possible anyway. But the point I'm making is, then bringing up pendulous vanes. Pendulous vanes is the very thing that makes sure the gyro can't do what they're trying to claim the gyro is doing. You know what I mean? So it's them taking what is like pendulous vanes. My point is, pendulous vanes is our argument, not theirs. They're robbing an argument again. As you just said, they're constantly at it. They won't stop.
That's because they have to. They're compelled to.
Yeah, they are compelled to do it. I'm sorry I wasn't here, but I knew you didn't need me. Like I knew you didn't know hassle. I knew the first thing I knew you would spot immediately looking at the screen within 19 seconds. Bob saying, "Flat Earthers say the globe and the planes need to do this to go around the globe." And he does it. No, they don't. It's like you just showed what a plane needs to do. You know what I mean? The whole video was over in 19 seconds.
They loved telling us we say the globe should do something. Those days are now over, right? I'm sick of it telling us that we have to move forward making their claim for them. I'm sick of it. No, you say it does X.
Actually, there was a guy who joined the other night, and he was a baller. He didn't say it. He was just joined for a second. He was a baller, but he didn't say it. I just knew from his attitude. His attitude was really Australian guy. He was. His attitude was real. He was a real arrogant. I mean, it's just like, yeah, he's a baller, right? QE was like in the middle of doing the video. He wasn't really so enthralled by the guy. But the guy said to QE, and QE didn't really pick up on it because he was in the middle of what he was doing. He said, "There was something in the video." He's saying, "He said, so are you saying, or is Whitsitt saying, or something that you can't have an atmosphere or something next to a vacuum, adjacent to a vacuum?" It's like basically, are you claiming that we can't have an atmosphere adjacent to a vacuum? No, it's not we're claiming it. That is just, you can't have an atmosphere, you can't have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a solid barrier between them. It's not us saying it, that's just the way it is. It's just a fact, facts of life. These are just facts of life. But they want to reposition them into, are you making the argument? It's not an argument. It's a fact. You cannot have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a solid barrier between them. Can't have that. It's impossible. I mean, but they want to reposition it as if it's some kind of a flat Earth claim. It's like, it's not a flat Earth claim. It's just a fact of life. You know what I mean? As if we have some crazy claim that we need to defend. There's nothing to defend. They can't do a demonstration of their claim because their claim is sits outside of reality. That's that. No, but flat earthers are always wanting to argue. Well, I am claiming that you can't have gas pressure. Why are you claiming you can't have gas pressure? Why are you claiming you can't have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum with a solid barrier between them? Why are you claiming that? That's not a claim you need to make.
Yeah, it's a fact.
Just a fact.
Exactly.
Pick up, flat earthers.
There seems to be a trend where any flat Earth arguments that we have, it ends up that they will adopt our arguments as their own against us, and then act like it wasn't our argument to begin with. It's crazy gaslighting.
Well, that's exactly what it is, Flatsy. Gaslighting. An attempt to fool you in some way. I was even asked by Trevor Austin, a lad who's another commercial pilot. I was even asked on YouTube a while back. He tried it, and I was waiting for someone to try it. But he tried it. He said, "What would the pitch data look like on a flat Earth?" Right?
Like this.
You know what I mean?
Bosh!
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, bosh, exactly like it looks here, right? It's like he was attempting to. I laughed when I just get the laugh emoji. Said, "You can't be serious." You know what I mean? Like, he was attempting to hijack the pitch data as if it fitted low. I mean, are you serious? You know what I
When
mean?
they say that, you just say, okay, well, show me where it's globe shaped on it.
Show me the globe on it, yeah. But that's it, though. But just what Flatsy said, they're constantly trying to gaslight you, constantly trying to steal our arguments themselves, because all they can do is hijack reality. You know what I mean? That's all they can do. That is all they've got. A hijack of reality. Try and hijack something that happens in reality and claim that has somehow something to do with it low, or some story they'll make up. That's all they've got. That's all they've ever had. In a minute.
I'm so pleased that generated a healthy discussion.
Nathan, I think you need to give the people in the Discord permission to speak. They don't seem to understand it.
I just got my permission, so.
Jolly good. Hopefully there's a few newbies from the live stream.
Oh, by the way, the globe data, the globe data required to prove the globe is on vacation in Narnia.
Yeah, I'm sure the logistics of being in 24/7 so quickly, it'll have to work itself out. But I guess AI's on it right now.
But the arena has a lot of highly restricted perms and flow because it's designed for debate participants to not be overran by spectators.
Oh,
so like really almost
nowhere to go.
That's
room.
Well, to be fair,
try to move into live stream too. Make it easier if I move into live stream too.
Probably. Because we already did so check this out. So actually going to the arena, then basically doing a mock debate, but it's kind of like a really good cross promo, impromptu kind of breathe life into it. Because you're kind of this like setting the stage. Okay, you can debate, you can do this. So I give you props for thinking of that. I don't know whether you'd thought of that intentionally, but regardless, it was a good idea.
I just went in the first room that I thought was an appropriate room. The arena sounded good. Like the arena sounds great.
It was bloody hard to get into.
Next time I'll go live stream too.
Yeah, we used to have. So what we used to have our live stream running. That was like general comp, but every now and then someone calls someone out. We just have a clear the room debate for them. And so the arena was structured to have a referee. When everyone came down in, the debate participants would be assigned, and they would be the ones who'd really be able to speak back and forth or use the chat rooms for showing their information. And then the referee would be, muting people if they had to, enforcing the arena rules if they had to. And spectators generally weren't able to interfere. So it was kind of more structured in that way. That's the reason why it has restricted terms.
I see.
Sadly, even though there was many, many good arena debates, a lot of big names back in the day, they came after Miggy's channel where they were all backed up. I can't remember why they wanted to take Miggy down, but they took his channel down, and he had really not had a robust backup system. He was basically relying on YouTube to store them, and so we kind of lost pretty much all of them, except if anybody had already recorded them to another media.
You don't do that. To my knowledge, do flat earthers go around trying to take down globe servers? Hang on.
I don't remember any times of that happening, no. Don't try to get people fired from their jobs either, as far as I know. Kind of like Brian Mullen, if anyone remembers him.
It's really sad. And also, there's shots fired on behind enemy or behind friendly fire. Where we've had someone, I want to name names, Witsit, who's coming here 24/7 that we're in, and said that he was going to bury the server. So we have our own coming after our own, if you consider them our own. Since they.
Why? Why would Witsit say that? That makes no sense.
He doesn't like to be critiqued, I guess.
Someone was critical of him in the server, and he was like, "I'm going to get this server shut down."
No, it wasn't that. It wasn't in that context. No. It was in the it wasn't like I'm going to actively campaign to get the server shut down like a global do. It's like I'm going to do what I'm doing, make my arguments that I'm making, and basically
picking up a little bit. I can't quite make out half of what you're saying.
Yeah, you need a new mic, dude. Like mine.
He didn't say that he's going to shut down the server. He said, this is what he said. He said, I'll bury this server. That's what he said.
That can mean anything, though. As in, I'll expose you with truth, or it could mean a multitude of different things.
Yeah, well, and in the context, he was in the live stream just Like it was when him and QE were having their spat. Maybe it was after, because I don't know. Maybe QE left or something, or because while they were both in the live stream together, they were muting each other like crazy. It was almost painful to listen to. But yeah, he said something about burying the server. Just like, why do you have to say anything like that? You could just present arguments and take your critique on the chin, like, I don't understand why anybody wants to, like, appeal to the room when they're talking to a certain person or people, appeal to the entire room, and then talk about burying the home server that has a bunch of information for anyone new looking into the topic, and they want to have some sort of guide where it's censored on the internet, so it's just messed up.
Well, that's a mental thing when they appeal to. Sorry.
Ahead from Discord, whoever that was.
Sorry, John. I was saying obvious grifter tactic.
I mean, to be fair, it's also the tactics of people who are being attacked, right? So if you're in a room, regardless of your otherwise motives, if you're presently in a point of contention between two parties where one is essentially attacking you and you're essentially attacking them, and transversely both parties are defending themselves, and it's heated, a lot of times insults get slang. A lot of times, if you were in person, I'd slap you like a sissy, or I'd, if I'm 6'5", blah blah blah, all this kind of stuff comes out, doesn't it?
It's weird. I don't know why people do that.
Betsy, they used to tell me, they used to argue that with me all the time. They said, "Oh, you wouldn't meet me in real life." I'd be like, "Dude, you name the place, name the time. I'll show up, but I'll show up the day before to set up all the logistics to take you out." I was like, why would I show up to a fight? If you just told me that if I showed up, you would totally destroy my life, why would I show up? Doesn't make any sense. I'll just take your word for it. All right, so listen, this is how it's gonna go. Hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm gonna joink move you guys all to a more palatable channel. Just chill for 1 second.
Worries. Know where we'll go?
A live stream too also has the YouTube activity open, but because Nathan has his own way to do that on his side, we don't need to use that. So
doesn't matter if we're both broadcasting the same thing.
No, I mean internally.
I got cut off.
All right, everybody's over now.
Sorry.
Try again, John. We're just doing logistical things, moving rooms and stuff. Go ahead.
I think part of the point of appealing to the room is because of their own insecurities about their argument. They want to give the appearance that everyone's behind them and they're in agreement, and you just don't understand. In all fairness, that's how we learned in school, right?
Yeah, that's true. But if you adopt that behavior, you learn, and when you're in your adulthood, to not have that kind of behavior. If you're maturing correctly, I guess some people don't. But you learn to not have that kind of behavior and mentality where you appeal to those around you to like go against some other idea or someone else. It's crazy. Well,
when you start
appeal to
challenging,
witnesses, maybe, like in real life, like you would appeal to a witness. That's different,
yeah,
you know?
it is. Yeah, but you're taking them. It was early in their childhood when they accepted this. When the belief formed, it's like they're regressing to that moment, whenever it was that they accepted they were on a globe. It's going to be hard.
So how about those Globers who like to steal flat Earth arguments and then act like it was their argument all along? Like how they would argue for a geometric horizon for the black swan, and it was an apparent horizon all the time.
And that's a good example, Fatty, because they are trying to claim what they did try to do when it was pointed out that it wasn't geometric. They then tried to claim that the non-geometric horizon was their argument. Like, no, that's our argument.
Really weird. You're only going to get that kind of thing from like anti-flat earthers and those just your run-of-the-mill Glober who listen to these anti-flat earthers as sort of like a counterbalance to looking into flat earth, you know?
Well, I honestly thought Wolfie was going to come up with something. Some kind of something. Some software buried in the middle of the plane. Something. Against the pitch data. He never did. He never come up with nothing.
He never has.
No,
I mean,
he never actually has. No. Sorry, John.
Yeah, I heard him claim at one point in time that pendulous veins were what corrected gyros to the curvature of Earth. Remember that?
That was their only argument for, even though it wasn't their argument. That was another argument they were trying to hijack. Fun. I do remember it. And
yeah, it's nonsense though. Like, they'll even tell you that pendulous veins are correct with respect to down. There's no down in your belief. Why are you appealing to down?
Yeah, but he knows he only has to come out with a video like that to ease a lot of people's pain.
Well, see, down is something else they've hijacked. It's like down is not. There is no down on your globe. There's an in from into the center or out from the surface. There's no down. There's no up. Down doesn't exist in your paradigm. The pendulous veins was always our argument. Because the Boers came out with it and started throwing it at flat earthers got fooled into thinking it must be a Boer argument. No, just look at the pendulous veins. I don't think they ever brought up pendulous veins to me just as an argument just on pendulous veins. Or maybe they did it some years ago, but because I researched pendulous veins and I learned about them, it was totally a flat earth argument because it makes sure the gyroscope is stable. It stops even precession. It makes sure that the gyro can move.
Yeah, I was thinking about this. I think the idea that there is a debate to be had, that uncertainty exists, that's what they're that's what they want to achieve.
Yeah.
When they
we used to call neutral outcome. Isn't actually neutral outcome. That they need there to be some form of debate so that there's the idea that it's debatable. Not neutral outcome, it's just the fact that there's a debate at all. You're right.
Yeah, and that's they need that because
go ahead.
Oh no, I didn't mean to interrupt. You were speaking before I.
Okay, so there are when it comes to arguments, there is persuasive rebuttals, which are intended to persuade. Right. And then there's accurate rebuttals, which are intended to defeat. But you can defeat someone else's argument without actually proving it wrong in the minds of other people if you persuade those people that your position is correct, regardless if you've provided the necessary logical sequence, regardless if you've presented the actual evidence or data. You can still convince people to your side. So in every argument, you have to decide, am I trying to persuade someone? Am I trying to prove someone? Because you could prove something to someone, and they'll walk away and still won't accept it because they're not persuaded. Right? So, for example, in this scenario, the only appropriate way to debunk this is to provide evidence that the plane has a momentaneously rotating horizontal reference. It's the only way. And since they can't do that, the only thing they can use is persuasion.
Say that again.
Say that again there. Say that again. Momentarily what?
Momentaneously rotating horizontal reference.
How can you have a changing horizontal? How can a horizontal change its orientation in relation to itself?
You have to parse out the definition of what both sides mean by it. Okay, well, think about it this way. Well, I mean, that's fine, but it doesn't mean only one thing to all people, right? That's the problem. So you have to convince them that your understanding of what it means is the correct position, right? If you can't convince them of that, they're not going to be persuaded by your argument.
But horizontal and vertical are kind of.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Brian.
You just said there is ridiculous. I don't need to convince some baller that horizontal is a constant orientation. Like, and at that point, if I really did want to convince them, all I had to do was pitch that. No, the thing they're trying to argue.
Yeah, but you messed up though, because you can't say the only thing I have to do to convince them is just tell them the correct information. That's not what convinces people all the time.
Yeah, but
giving someone correct information isn't the same as convincing them. So it's a matter of goals. Like if your goal is to persuade them to your position, you have to take them on a path from the known to the unknown. Right? A lot of people aren't persuaded by the facts, and we all know that that's true.
But
we actually have to do the reverse.
Just 1 second, John.
I'm not trying to persuade anyone.
Yeah, I'm not trying to persuade him. That's the point. I don't care if some bozo thinks that horizontal can change orientation. Like, how many out of 1,000 people, how many of those people would think that's correct? You know what I mean?
So you don't care if humanity perishes in a big lie?
No, I don't care. I'm not there to convince a baller that he doesn't understand what horizontal is. I'm there to debunk his claim, not to convince him of anything.
That's a fair point. So let's say this. Let's say this though. Let's just use the word debate first, because a lot of debates aren't debates. But let's use that word. You're not always trying to persuade the baller, right? And you might not even try to persuade the audience, but a lot of times you're presenting your case against someone who's against you, and they're not going to be persuaded no matter what facts you provide. But someone else is going to listen to you provide the facts, and then they're going to either acquiesce to those facts or be persuaded by those facts, and then say, "Okay, I've got to address this myself." So you don't have to necessarily defeat or persuade or convince your opponent when you have other people that are going to be benefited by it.
I mean, if the audience understands reality and they understand what the pitch data is showing, there's nothing else, because the audience is all I'm worried about. The only argument they have is pendulous veins. Pendulous veins make sure that the argument they're trying to make can't happen, even hypothetically. It's like, there is nothing. The pendulous veins, that's 2016. I remember looking at them back then. It's like, you don't have anything. If they had anything, Wolfie and Bob would have it in the video. You know what I mean? There isn't anything.
Yeah, well, keep in mind for the people that don't know the history of that, they went on their round saying, we're pilots. We have this secret data that proves that the plane is following an arced path to maintain altitude. That's what they claimed. We have proof the plane is following an arced path to maintain altitude. And we all pressed them and said, okay, can you show us that, please?
Yeah, Bob showed us. It's flat, therefore it's curving.
Yeah, this plane won't have to. Right, the plane won't have to pitch down when it's going around the globe. When it goes around the globe, what he shows a toy plane and a toy globe, and a toy plane having to
Brian,
pitch down.
It's only flat earthers that say it should pitch down, according to Bob.
Yeah, and then he goes and shows how it pitches down.
Bob the pseudoscience, Mr. Refrigerator.
His argument came down.
Is that what we're talking about?
Yes. Yes. Today he said that level is deviating from level as you move across the surface of Earth.
Does that surprise anyone?
No. I said it in the pre-show. Brian and I discussed this literally before we released the pitch data. Brian and I were on a call while I was in a POMED class and just having a good old laugh about what they could possibly do.
Yeah,
we saw this coming.
Well, that's all they can do. That's the only thing they can do is try and hijack the pendulous veins. That's all they can do, and it's not, and that debunks them. Not that they had an argument to debunk to begin with, like, but what Bob did in the video, what they do, this is something that they do in this scenario. They treat horizontal and level as the same thing, yet they want to argue that they're different at other times. Bob because the attitude indicator can't be in reference to level unless level is horizontal. Because 0 has to be horizontal. So if you're saying it's in reference to level, then you're claiming that level is horizontal. So that's what actually he did in the video, because that's what these people do. Yeah. In a different scenario, he'll try and claim that horizontal and level are two different things. You know, it's a big screwed up mess of globe theory.
Right, so if you rewind their claim back to when it first started coming out, it was called the black box data, right? That's what they called it. They were saying, when we get the black box data and show you, we're going to prove that the black box data shows that the plane is momentaneously rotating to maintain altitude around an arced path. They thought that was there because they were so in love with the globe that they're like, everywhere I go, the globe proof is just going to fall out of the sky and land in my hand. Right? So then the black box was just that, black. Nobody knew or really had it accessible. So they're like, of course it's going to show that the plane is doing what we say. They never provided it. You know what? What if they seen it and they never provided it because they seen it, and then they just kept pretending like they couldn't find it? Because once you found it, right? Was any of their claims come to fruition?
No, none of them. That's why I was asking Wolfie for that data for years. I don't know when I first started asking, but I was asking him for that data. It's a good few years ago, and several other commercial pilots. One of them is definitely a commercial. Two of them are definitely commercial pilots that were in on my chat, and just no, there was no providing of it. Oh, that's cost loads of money, can't get it, blah blah blah. But I have no look. If there was anything in that was anyway an argument for a globe, Wolfie would have got it. It's that simple. Huey, you should have a look at that video. I posted it to you last night. Up the Science Guys attitude indicator on a globe video. It'll crack you up.
He's only going to be able to see that guy's mug and hear him say refrigerators. I thought that would get a reaction out of him. He must not be present.
But I just got back. I was looking at backyard because my 2 huge maples are gone. It's so weird. You talking about me?
Yeah, Brian said that you should go check out that video where Bob the science guy or Bob the pseudoscience guy is talking about pendulous veins or something. It's like you're only going to be able to look at his mug and see him say refrigerators.
Yeah, that's all I could see when I look at, and the official name is Bob the pseudoscience fallacy guy. That's the official name. You got to get that down. Okay.
Aye, Captain.
Your heels together?
And
it ain't no hut.
I just want to know how someone made off with your maples and you didn't notice.
Again? Somebody made off with them.
Yeah, you said they're gone. It was a joke, man. No dick. Don't take it so hard.
Taking it hard. I'm just trying to get the facts in order. No one made off with any maples. You lie.
You said they're gone. I was just messing with you, man.
They're gone because I had people cut them down.
And why were you surprised that they weren't there?
I wasn't surprised that they weren't there. I went to look in the backyard. OMG. I went to look in the backyard because every day of my life since 2008, I'd get up, walk out to the kitchen, and look outside to see my tree. They were just there. Well, I only seen one because the other one's on the other side. You see that out my own bedroom window. I go out, they'd be just there. And it's weird when something is set in stone, essentially, and it's not there. Hello. Jeez.
So, did you let them take the wood, or did you keep the wood?
I didn't keep the wood. I don't got a fireplace, so they took the wood. Good thing my sister wasn't here. She took the wood.
I used to get that with the World Trade Center. Every time I drive over the bridge, I didn't see it anymore.
I love cooking with maple. I mean, you gave away a bunch of good cooking wood.
Yeah. They also brought some stump grinders. They ground down the stumps, and with maples you get huge roots that come up higher ground. So they ground those all down. My backyard probably isn't looking really good. Grass situation has to be worked on.
Eli, I need to get Vinny's email from you. You send it me on Skype.
The science. Wait a second.
You send me his email on Skype.
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you.
Right, yeah, I heard him say yes the first time. That's why I continued. Oh, you did a Bob the pseudoscience fallacy guy video right today?
Yes.
Yeah. It was.
It's a closed-ended question. It's a yes or no. Brian. I already got a yes. So here's my follow-up request. Can you do it again? I missed it. I was sleeping.
No.
All right.
It was terribly boring.
The first minute was him making his actual double-speak contradictory aims that were in contravention of the pitch data, which was interesting. But then he just slapped in a Wolfie video with him looking at a gyro on his desk, which was incredibly boring.
Yeah, the argument they were making with when they caged the gyro and sent it, when they caged the attitude indicator and they set it off by 20 degrees, the argument he was trying to make concerning latitude. It's like, sorry, Bob, latitude, that doesn't exist on your globe. Where'd you get that from? I mean, at this altitude, that would be an air pressure. Where'd you get that from? Do you know what I mean? No matter what way they go, it's a room of swords, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Or flamethrowers. I can use swords. That's fine. Yeah.
I got a mental image of if you've seen the movie Matilda, that box thing with the nails sticking in it that she gets put in. It's like a coffin looking
Chokey.
type thing.
The chokey.
The chokey, yes, the chokey. That's it. That's the mental image that I got.
Didn't Bob stick over on TikTok or wherever he went?
Well, what's funny is he's talking about force of gravity in it. If he's there doing a PhD in astrophysics, which won't have a force of gravity. I mean, you know what? That video that Bob brought out with Wolfie in it, right? As some kind of a response to, like, he didn't even mention, he did make some mention to data, but he didn't mention directly us and pitch data from the bit I watched. But what that really is just, it's like a soothing, something soothing for the ballers to help them go to sleep at night. That's what that was.
Their soul.
Yeah, it's not like, it's not a video. It's not in any way an argument against pitch data. It's, you know what I mean? It's just what he brings up is so weak, and it's so 2016. And it's just they just don't. It's just
Let me summarise his argument. His argument is flat earthers say plane would nose down around a globe. The data shows it doesn't. Silly flat earthers. That's his argument.
Glue sniffer. He's a moron, boy. I kind of miss Bob because the level of moron is so high with him. So it comes out of his pores, right? It's so easy. You just look at him.
yeah, but that is a kind of half-handed, is it, Nathan, as you would say, attempt to hijack the pitch data. Pitch data shows us exactly what we would see on the globe. Is that what you're trying to say?
He's making a feeble attempt to turn matter-of-fact data into an argument that flat earthers make for planes needing to go round a curve. That's what he's trying to turn it into. I'll just play it. Listen, I'll play you the first. If you just
go ahead.
3 minutes
Watch
tops.
it
That's all we need.
Watch it too, QE.
It's a 25-minute video, but literally you only need the first 3 minutes to mirror his claims.
This is Bob the Science Guy, and today we're going to talk about one of my favorite subjects, flight instruments, specifically the attitude indicator. Now, a very common argument that you will hear in the flat Earth is that in order to fly around the Earth, planes would have...
I'm going to have to pause it because I want to share this with you. I want you to see what he's showing. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Got that?
Yes.
Rewind it a little bit as well so you can hear the last statement before he does this, because this is Brian's main point.
Specifically, the attitude indicator. Now, a very common argument that you will hear in the flat Earth is that in order...
So just so we're clear, this is an argument you will hear on the flat Earth, implying it's us that make this argument. We all clear?
Okay.
To fly around the Earth, planes would have to dip their nose to fly around the globe. But
like he's just shown. We make that argument, QE. We make that argument because we like referencing globes and what things should do on them, with us being flat earthers and all.
When you look up goober in the dictionary, there's a smiling, waving Bob.
That can't be done because if you look at the data from the flight instruments, specifically the gyroscopic attitude indicator, which is rigid in space, it shows that the plane does not dip its nose at all.
Welcome to Flat Earth, you stupid bonehead. Yeah, so according to Bob, flat earthers say it should nose down around the globe. Of course, the data doesn't show what the silly flat earthers think the nose of the plane should be doing with respect to a curved surface, like I show here. What an idiot.
It's hilarious. Don't do anymore. Come on. That's good. Thanks. Made my day.
Yeah, that is all you need. I mean, I said you'd need 3 minutes. 33 seconds was all it took, right?
Yeah. That's it. There he is. Look, come over there and slap you around a bit.
You should listen to the rest of that video.
Why would I want to do that?
Privately. Do it
Privately?
With a few drinks in you or something.
Jesus, I can't. Nah, that's all I need right there. Bradley books me up for the rest of the day. I could just think of that.
That would be a form of self-flagellation auditorially.
Yeah. I can't do that. I can't do that anymore with Bob. I'm sorry. I got to have other people around me.
The fact I knew his double speak was so concise within the first section of the video, I wouldn't have played it again myself because, as you rightly point out, self-flagellation is not really my thing. But for the fact that it is enormously funny, hear him try and work his way around making us the claimant. You're like, what?
Were you in there, AI, when I challenged Bob? I said, what's the second law of thermodynamics right now? No delay. Hey, just tell us what it is. Provide the equation. And for the next 25 minutes, this went on for 25 minutes, people. Just a simple question. Bob, what is the second law of thermodynamics? After the 25 minutes was over, everything went silent. I asked him again. I said, Bob, can you just, for the love of everything sacred and holy, just tell us what the second law of thermodynamics is? And all you hear is refrigerator. You there?
I can't remember, but
Oh God! Now you to remember that.
see, the thing is, I know I've heard this story before so many times, and I can't place whether I was actually there for the original event.
I think somebody else was in your place. What's his name? Was in there. He was what's his name? You know, the old guy they got rid of from used to work on cars all the time. What was his name?
Tony, Ian,
Adelmod.
Fred, John, Nigel.
Adelmod.
Who was it? I couldn't hear you because friggin' numpty.
Adelmod.
Adelmod. Thank you. Yes, he was there. He was in charge.
You're talking about second law, and Bob reminds me of a Red Dwarf skit. There's the two technicians, second and third technician, Lister and Rimmer. And Rimmer outranks Lister. So, Lister explains that he's going to take an exam to outrank him. He goes, oh yeah? Spoils law. And Lister responds, don't eat greasy food.
You have to be English to get that?
Boyle's law? You don't have to be any language. As long as you speak English, you know what boiling is.
Yeah, maybe it's too early in the morning. Why does it have to be food?
Isn't that your favorite topic?
You're not getting this. You're just a youngster.
Bob and Brenda are talking to each other. And I say talking to each other loosely. So they're talking completely past each other and not listening to what each other says. Bob lays down a premise, and in a complete non sequitur, Brenda asks him, why does it have to be food? And Bob answers yes, or something like that.
And he admitted that Brenda was smarter than he was. Yeah, it's classic numpty clip.
Gosh.
Yeah, you need to catch it. You need to catch that one. Yeah. I don't think I have it at hand. You wouldn't play it anyway, would you?
Man,
I don't have it at hand.
I found a gem from Brenda back when Arwen used to have people on his show. In my old Skype, and it said, Brenda is tedious. When a stunt airplane does a loop-de-loop, is it creating a physical cylinder? This is an adequate display of Brenda's silly physicalist. Everything's physical. Every single thing. Brenda agreed live that your imaginary, and your imaginary girlfriend is a physical object.
No, it's the hole in the donut is space-time, isn't it?
Correct.
Right, 10 more minutes and I'm going to round out. Doing the book later on.
Ain't doing the book. Haven't you heard?
No, what?
There's a little delay on that.
Why? No, I haven't heard. Fill me in.
No one's told you.
No.
What the hell? Well, it appears Adam has an issue.
Mental issue?
Oh, we've known that for years, but other than that.
Okay, fair enough.
We'll talk later. Oh, you don't have to go anywhere. We're good. Just stay right here.
I don't have to come back for the book later. Really good.
What do you just want to stop right here and then go spend time with the family or something? No. You're Nathan Oakley. You got to focus. Flat Earth is your life.
A tiny little train under a Christmas tree that needs playing with.
You don't play with them. You just say, art.
Yeah.
And if we see you with a can of cherry Coke, we'll be telling your dentist.
Indeed.
I used to just be able to go to my channel and type in, Brenda, and it would pop up. Not anymore, YouTube. They're clowns, man. You know why? I know why. They're ballers. What should I expect?
The people who run YouTube are ballers, therefore, what more do you expect?
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Can I take advantage of that segue to poop on YouTube, if you don't mind? Usually, I'm world famous for pooping on Apple products, but YouTube should be pooped on with equal rights. So, I pay money for a subscription to YouTube, so I don't have to listen to ads. But I don't really care about that so much that I want to be able to listen with my screen turned off to save my battery. So that's the main reason why I pay the money. So, for example, let's say I want to listen to your show on a recording in the background while I'm working, right? So I don't want my screen to be burning battery, right? So I pay the money. And then when I press screen off, the YouTube keeps playing rather than shutting itself off. But if you download videos to your YouTube downloads, or you're listening to members or paid subscriptions in the background, any kind of member perks, YouTube then removes, for whatever reason, the ability for you to turn your screen off. So in order to listen to any of that type of content, I have to burn through my battery. It makes zero sense.
That's wild.
Yeah. Lewis Rossman has a really big bee in his bonnet, and I don't blame him for this, because his argument is that pirated experience, if you're just an internet user, is better than the paid subscription experience. In this case, paid subscription experience, from my perspective, from my paid members, is that it limits functionality of YouTube by being a member. So I often get a comment from a new member: why can't I play this video in the background? YouTube won't let me as a member. Like, yeah, I know. What am I supposed to say to them? Yeah, thanks for joining and giving me your hard-earned money. The facilities are worse here.
It's as if YouTube assume that there aren't just listeners, that everybody's watching what they're listening to rather than having it on in their pocket.
But you can do that. You can if I watch any old average video on my iPad on the web browser, I can just put it in the background, and eventually the screen will turn off. Just put it down to the bottom right hand corner of the iPad, and then the screen will time out, but it'll keep playing, and it'll keep connected to Bluetooth and things like that. It means that if I want to listen to internet radio, you can listen on the iPad, and like AI says, you're not burning through your battery time. Same with the YouTube video. Not if you're a member. I mean, it'll still do it for every other video, but just not the member video.
There's a reason with products, maybe you don't get ads with those members only, right?
But that's true across YouTube. Stop if you pay a membership fee.
Could be some sort of agreement, legal agreement that they have with devices like Apple and Android, so that people have more screen time or something like that.
Maybe. It's
Like
not
a
for our
loophole
benefit, though,
that
is
they
it?
found.
But that's the point. It's not for our benefit. So, likewise, I hate Netflix. Netflix, when it first came out, wonderful. Everything functioned correctly. Picture was good. Sound was good. Now, pay more money, and unless you pay even more money on top of the more money that they're charging, you get crap sound and crap picture. Furthermore, unless you have absolutely 100% up-to-date equipment, it won't give you things like 4K video. It just won't give it you. Why? Well, because of copyright reasons. They don't want you pirating this stuff, so they don't want to give it you in the highest resolution, unless you're obviously financially sorted enough to have the absolute top-of-the-line equipment to make it work. Well, if you just go and pirate the video, it will work in whatever format, sound, and picture that you like perfectly, immediately. That's Lewis Rossman's argument. He's not suggesting people should go out and pirate stuff. He's just pointing out that the pirated experience is 1,000 times better than the paid experience. Didn't used to be that way, right? When I was a kid, and this is irony of ironies, because back in the day, you'd buy your VHS cassette or rent it, and at the beginning of the cassette, it had an advertising campaign that most of us of a certain age will remember, where it said, you wouldn't steal a car, wouldn't steal a handbag. We all remember that advert? Played it at the cinema as well. Piracy is crime, right? Don't download illegal movies. Don't download illegal music. Half the time, people who were watching that advert didn't even know you could do that. They're like, you can download free music. Piracy, I don't care. It just made everybody aware that you could do that. Right? So, irony of irony, people started doing it. But prior to the downloading content that was garbage in terms of its quality at the time, through the limitations of the internet, what you got was some guy who'd sat at the back of the cinema and filmed it with a handy cam and then transferred it onto video and would sell it in mono audio with god-awful picture. That was what the pirate experience was like. You paid the money to Netflix or Blockbuster, or bought it at WH Smith's. They had a good quality version with surround sound and a nice picture. Now, you pay your money to Netflix and you get a juddery awful picture and terrible stereo sound. Not terrible, but just not multi-channel as it should be. And you can get multi-channel if you pay extra for a inferior Dolby production method that they use now, that you pay £10 a month for, and it's garbage. Pseudo Dolby thing that they've decided to implement for more money. Like, oh, get lost. You just made the experience crap.
So I won't be able to watch Jerry in high definition.
Well, yes, you can watch Jerry in high definition, but unless you've got absolutely top-of-the-line equipment and you're prepared to piss around decoding HDMI signals in an up-to-date receiver, you won't get it in multi-channel. And unless you've got top-of-the-line equipment or a bespoke box designed to do it that's brand new, a computer that's got an absolutely up-to-date chip in it, and an up-to-date chipset and an up-to-date Windows that's up-to-date, you won't get 4K. So it just beggars belief. You'd think the experience would be better if you paid. It certainly is not.
Yep, so just for translation purposes, dudes in the background, that means custom.
What do you mean?
But you said bespoke. Not a lot of Westerners know that term.
Okay.
I'm having nostalgia, remembering LimeWire and other torrents.
Frostbite.
Oh man, dude, you should have seen, man, when I was in Iraq, man. Everything is pirated. Everything, like they literally have businesses, and they just sell like everything we have in the States, but it's just like printed on cardboard, and then there's a DVD in there with a little sticker on it. It's like their entire electronics economy is basically pirated.
That's awesome. That's the way to go.
Remember that? I mean, there are websites, 123 movies dot whatever that used to work. It doesn't work now, but there's some other website that's probably running. And yeah, it has all of the stuff that you want to watch in HD. It sounds great. It's free. It's hassle free. It's like you want to pay for the stuff, and it's like it's always a hassle.
Bro, that's what I told.
Absolutely.
That's what I told YouTube when I realized what was going on. I was like, dudes, you do realize that there's free programs I could download and just use your content without paying you and get what I want, right? Like, why you gotta dick me over, bro?
That's exactly what Lewis Rossman's saying.
I told the guy on the phone, which, stereotypes aside, we all know what his ethnicity was. I told him, hey, bro, I'm happy to pay $15 a month. In fact, I'd pay $16 a month if I could just turn my frickin' screen off, dude.
Most annoying part is it's a functionality that they've taken away. Same with me with surround sound. I enjoy movies. Now, my wife watches a lot of crap on Netflix that I'm not interested in, but occasionally there'll be a movie on. I'll put it on and okay, great. I have actually got an up-to-date computer, so I can actually get a decent picture out of it. That's stuttery if you move your mouse. Why? When I look it up on forums, they've done that just in case you're messing around with recording software. What? Just want to watch the movie and be able to move the mouse on the other screen without it being juddery? What the hell? That's ludicrous. Yeah, I can rip a DVD to my hard drive, play it back, and it's absolutely perfect. Just stupid. I want surround sound, and it doesn't give me any more, and it used to, up until 6 months ago. They just turned it off. I'm like, why doesn't it work anymore? So you spend, I don't know, a day or two scratching your head and looking it up on forums to get nowhere. And then a month or two later, you get an advert from Netflix saying, do you want a Dolby Digital service? And I'm like, what, the one that worked perfectly till you turned it off? Anyway, for my moaning. It's very appropriate.
All right, ready?
Ready for what? I'm going to round out in a second.
Why?
It's that time.
And for what? What you got to do?
I've forgot to do nothing. I'm just going to round out and say thank you to everybody. With that, huge, massive, enormous thank you to both 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server and G Plus for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
.24/7
What's up? Nathan round out? Yeah, wow.
Yeah, he did.
All right, just so you guys know, you are allowed to talk.
Still trying to wake up.
I know, bro. Well, at least we made it, and it's the cross promo thing pretty good, even though he went to a restricted channel, which is not bad because it's kind of cross promoting the arena, which is good because we're gonna be setting up some arena debates in the near future after we do the circuits through TikTok, X Spaces, Instagram, all the different Discord servers. We're going to be doing some guest appearances, interview style. It's going to be different times of the day. For example, Miggy does his stuff at 12 a.m. to 6 a.m., so midnight to 6 a.m. Eastern Time. And then Lo-Fi's got a TikTok podcast we're going to go to. So hopefully there'll be some good things coming up in the next month. Nathan's already taken initiative. Some other guys have already taken initiative, so.
I like it. We got multiple players on the same team and same goals, so 2025, man. Let's branch out, let's expand. Let's get some new audience.
And everybody can participate, even if you're not willing to speak, even if you're not willing to debate, even if you can't attend every event, you can still attend events by proxy after the fact. So, for example, there was a recent debate on Tim Pool's podcast, okay? Tim Pool recently expanded into X Spaces with Elon's new rules, and he thanked Elon for the platform. Elon responded, and then Tim's message got like 27 million hits. So out of that group of people, some people probably don't know who Tim Pool is because they're just being introduced to him with the cross-platform promotion. You're going to search his name. And if they search his name in YouTube, guess what's going to come up right now? Flat Earth is the topic, right? Now, a lot of people, don't think Witsit did a good job on the debate. That's fine. You can have that opinion. A lot of people think he did good on the debate. That's fine. You can have that opinion. But the point I'm making is whether he did good or bad, you can participate with that venue. If you're as bad as it's going to sound to some people, if you're pro Witsit, you can go there and support him. If you're against some of Witsit's argument, you can go there and make counter arguments. Like you can use those segues to promote Flat Earth from your opinion, right? You don't have to wait for people to give you approval. You don't have to get a stamp from the triumvirate that lets you, you're allowed to go to this debate, you're not allowed to go to that debate. Go show up and represent in the best way you can, right? It doesn't mean show up and tell everyone F you and, Globers are dumb. It's a higher forum and some different forums, so you have to act appropriately in the forum that you're in, you know what I mean? In other words, put the best foot forward you can. Critique bad arguments. Give good arguments. And of course, if you have forums that you endorse that aren't Tim's forum, like for example, this platform, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, or Nathan's YouTube, Nathan Oakley 1980, or Flat Earth Debate Discord where his show is held, right? If you want to promote any of those, feel free to invite people to those forums, right? And that's something you can do today. It doesn't cost any money. It's free. You can go there and you can engage with Globers, and then from there you can segue into X Spaces because Tim has something there. You can go there and hang out with Miggy at night, engage those people. All right, plenty of things to do, guys. Plenty of things to do. You don't have to sit here and be like, oh, I'm only stuck with what I got and I can't do anything about it. No, you can do something about it. So I'm encouraging everyone rolling up into Christmas, right? In the spirit of giving, to give some effort into places that you haven't before. Branch out and do something as homework. Go somewhere where you haven't been before and put Flat Earth in a good light. Okay? If you're inclined to do that, by all means, do it. All right, that being said, I have to go do my duties in other places. So I'm going to tag off to, let's see, who can actually speak. Okay, here's the way it's going to go. You guys either volunteer to carry the convo or I unleash the Democ. Your choice.
Democ.
Oh my goodness. Just remember though, you asked for it.
Look at the wall. Look at the light. I love it.
All right, so I'm going to leave. Hopefully someone will step in and keep it going as a good convo. Guys, don't forget, we're in live stream 2, okay? What that means, friends, is we recently updated the live stream 2 to be able to host YouTube activities. So any one of you can start what's called a YouTube activity, pull a YouTube video in, like go to YouTube, get the URL, bring it back, put it in the search, and then all of you can join the activity and watch it together, critique it together. You can do your own little treatment. You can do your own little debate review. You can do your own little, hey, I have a problem. How do you solve it? Oh, here's a good video we could talk about that helps talk through this problem. You could look at the topics of the day. You know, in Flat Earth, you could look at the arguments, you could review debates, you could do it right here, right now, literally 5 seconds from now, it could be started. So, if you guys are so inclined, take advantage of it. Now, that only works in live stream 2 in this server. The live stream 1 is a little more restricted because we want it, you know, when we're doing live stream 1 stuff, we want it to be more focused. But down here, you have more freedoms to do that kind of stuff. And we're going to update it with some more group style, hangout style, interactivity abilities. So I'm going to start the YouTube activity, and I'm going to put a video in there if you guys want to join and watch. Now, the only problem with this is that it won't restream the video to the YouTube bot for the rest of the people listening. So if you're going to try to curate a show through the live stream, like to make it palatable for live stream listeners, you have to kind of kind of explain what you're up to, you know what I mean? Otherwise, you're just going to hear dead air for a minute and then nothing, and then you could invite people listening to come and join us here if they want to and participate. You see what I mean? So there's all kinds of ways you guys can get involved, and if you have ideas about how to get involved, you can come here 24/7, get involved in the ranked roles chats, and some of the other areas, and put forth your ideas, right? And people will pick up on them. Oh, yeah, I'll have to put it in text form, you're right. But you know what? If somebody else is so inclined to write up a text and send it to me, then I won't have to do the work. I'll just have to post it. So you see, little things, we can all do little things to help out. That's what I'm trying to say. Everyone can participate. No one's excluded. So if you're so inclined, decide what am I going to do before the year is out so that I don't have to make a New Year's resolution to do something in 2025. I've already got a track record of having done something that's new to me. I'm not saying no people things already. I'm just encouraging you to do something that you haven't yet done. Something new. Something spontaneous even.
Well, I tried to go into the Glober servers and try and talk to them, but I don't know. All the servers I joined, they talk about just like politics and conspiracies, and I find they don't talk a lot about flat Earth. So that's why I travel between the 3 or 4 discords: politics, religion, 24/7, flat Earth debate. That's pretty much it for me. But yeah, if there's any like YouTubers live streaming and stuff and flat Earth debates, I'm all ears for those ones. So they're the last couple of years have been actually kind of hard to find for me. So I'm starting to find the new ones, like Kill a Priest podcast, and I guess you can kind of follow Witsit around a little bit because he's on all the big ones. Because I wasn't following Witsit before, so I didn't know any of the places he was going. But now he's going on these big podcasts, so kind of got to follow him a little bit, unfortunately.
All right, I'm playing a video. It's only 8 minutes. It's the crux of the problem. It's from Indio 007's YouTube channel. If you've never been there, go there. He's got a lot of good content. So this is going to get the ball rolling if you guys want to follow suit. Once I leave the call, the hosting ability is going to pass to someone else. And they'll be in charge of controlling the event, the activity. And you can also open it up or pass it off to somebody else. But if anybody leaves, it automatically passes it to the next person, and everybody watching still gets to keep watching, and it doesn't stop. So I'm going to start playing this vid. Then about a little way through, I just got to bail. All right, here we go. So if you're in the activity, I'm going to play it, and then you can watch and listen.
Oh,
I've done these observations all the time. You can do that. 3 miles even should be 6 feet. So that means if you look with the binoculars at a shoreline 3 miles away and you see the high and low water mark on the rocks or the shore on the other side, that band of high and low water is a dark spot on these rocks at 3 miles away where I'm looking. Also stanchions or pilings of a bridge that's 3 miles away at least, going to about 5 miles. But at 3 miles, I can see the whole band of high and low water mark on the rocks. That should be 6 feet below my line of sight, so you'd never see it. So now if you go to 5 miles and you can see the shoreline at 5 miles and zoom into the shoreline and actually see people walking in the water with their feet and legs visible, that should be 16 feet below my line of sight at 5 miles. So I've done this myself. Earth is not curving. If Earth was curved at that rate, it would be visible to you and I. And since we know the dimensions, we know how much drop over distance there should be. That's the end of my statement. Thank you.
Why would they lie?
Well, that's a common question. We get that all the time. Why would they lie? How about control of your mind? How about control of all your resources? How about they can control and tell you that the resources are limited so they can cost more, so that makes you work more, and everything you buy from cradle to grave is controlled by these liars. How about that? How about this? How about they're hiding more land? They don't want you to know there's more land with more resources. Therefore, they can keep charging you and tax you on these resources. Tax, double tax, triple tax. You're being taxed to death. That's a good reason to lie.
And then they give NASA 62 or 64.6 million a day, which is more than $1 million a day from each state. For what? To grow lettuce on the ISS again?
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, I think it's $72 million a day now.
Oh, they got a raise. That's nice.
Yep. Every year that goes up.
Screw the homeless, Sonny, or the vets. Screw them guys.
Yeah, exactly. You see, in LA, there's 60,000 homeless. 60,000. In one of the richest counties in the whole entire country called Orange County, Southern California, home of Newport Beach, Huntington Beach, all these rich places where the cost of housing is like minimally $2.5 million for a home along the coast. Well, there's thousands of people for 10 miles along the Santa Ana River, homeless encampments of people that don't have a place to live. So thank you, NASA, for charging us $72 million without our permission every single day. What do you think you're paying your taxes for? And it doesn't matter what country. Good reason to lie, right?
We're going to Mars, Sonny.
Yeah, after that, she left. She left.
She did?
After that. Yeah, she left when I was talking about how about all the resources you're paying for. Limited resources. Yeah, she left after that. It's classic, man. So we've been asked that question, why would they lie so many times? It's not very hard to think about, but we've been answering that question for how many years now, Flatman? 5 years on 24/7, at least 5 years, 6 years, I think.
Oh, yeah.
You know? Yeah. So we have the answers of why they would lie, and all you have to do is be a human and use your own brain. You can figure out why they would lie in a couple of minutes yourself. You don't need us to tell you. But we're flat earthers. We're glad to tell you. It's funny, all the Globers come here asking questions about the place they live, and we have the answers. And that's why they're shocked. That's why they're mad.
Most certainly.
So
and they know They also know their argument's falling apart. They can't come in with the stuff have been coming in with for so many years.
Yeah. I mean, they came up with like a flat Earth proof refraction. That was what we were saying for years, apparently. And and that refraction argument, it ran out of wind. They have nowhere to go with it. Like, it's a flat Earth argument. Yeah, we know the horizon. We know the horizon is an optical effect. What we see at the horizon. So where did the curvature go? That's a great argument that they brought up. It lands them right in the lap of flat Earth, and also it really lands them in the lap that there is no proof for their globe whatever, none at all. Just excuses.
I wonder what the future would hold if they could finally let go of their cog discs and like start standing up, start calling their reps and saying, this is crap. I don't want any tax dollars at all ever going to space exploration or whatever in any way, shape, or form. I want the daily budget and taxes that's going to that to stay in the state. I want to address my home issues here in this state, blah, 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 and how things might change if they could actually start standing up like that.
Exactly. Good point. Because there's the people in the government they're supposed to be working for us, not the other way around. We're not supposed to be slaves to the government, which is what's happened.
Yeah, and then when milk, 4 liters of milk goes from like, I'm not sure how cheap it was down there, but here it used to be under $5 for us, and now it's going like up to $8, $10.
Yeah, it's like $5, $6 here for a gallon of milk.
I couldn't believe it. The one politician in Quebec, and please forgive me, I know we're flat Earth as a topic, but just for 2 moments. The one politician lady in Quebec was saying she couldn't believe that a pound of butter was $9. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wait, is that for real?
Yeah, it's a pound of butter here in the U.S. and where I live in California is $5-6.
Yeah, for us here, the regular normal price for butter in Ontario, and Quebec's right next to us, could vary from like $6.99 to $7.99. In Quebec, she was saying they were $9 a pound. But Mom and I watch close, and anytime there's a sale and it's $4.99 or even like close to $5, we buy them as many as we can and just throw them in the freezer. Sometimes there'll be a limit of 4, so she'll go in and grab 4, and I'll be behind her with a few other things we need with 4 bricks. But yeah, I guess the only reason I was pointing out the cost of the groceries was, again, if we shouldn't be funding any of this CGI space crap if the price of food is going to keep rising. The price of gas, living, rent, mortgages, interest rates, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera. It's like a non-winning fucking battle. If you don't plug one hole, it's just going to keep getting worse. And to disregard the people that are in most need of help for future promise of going somewhere, come on. Really?
I think this guy, he has some issues, man. The Anon guy. Anal guy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, call him anal instead.
Yeah, he can't handle the flat Earth.
Nah, he seriously got some mental issues. Like, I don't know what's his problem. Why is he attacking like in this way? Talking
Yeah,
like this.
yeah. He goes around channel to channel doing it, server to server, onto a random server, and he'll just be there muted.
He just wants to push the idea of conspiracy talks most of the time. He will start off with a genuine question, just to get a foot in, basically, and then he will turn to some crazy batshit conspiracy stuff. There's no validation, nothing. And then when we cut him off or stop him from doing it in this VC particularly, he gets pissed off.
Yeah.
Gets pissed off of us because we are not conspiracy tard as him. That's what
He says it's abuse. We're abusing him.
Who is that?
I mean, just go to another channel. Like, this is not the place.
Who's that? The one that says Anon in the text chat? Is that who?
Yeah, the anal guy. Yeah.
Anon.
Yeah, the anal guy. Yeah. He's a douche, man.
I don't understand why you got to get people get so angry.
No, I mean, like, he's trying to push, certain ideas here and there about talking ideas, but we don't want to go for that. So, we have speculation Sundays. For a little bit of talks of that and that, but Earth stuff and such, whatever.
I
nothing
think
batshit crazy like stuff, but we can do that on Sundays.
I think that's what makes the globe model so attractive to the normal person, because it offers answers like that they just accept as fact. So people need answers. If they go crazy if they don't or something. I don't know. It's a little weird.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
So,
well, that's actually the best globe proof yet is ad homs towards flat earthers. That's all they got. So they're using the tools they have at hand. That's all they have. Logical fallacies and ad hominems. That's all they have.
gotta steal that strategy.
They want change just as long as everything stays the same.
Let's start trying to do some shit.
By the time their kids are suiting up to go to Mars, a liter of gas will be fucking $30. Oh, yeah, that's right. We're a few days away from their grand return a year to the moon. Like in 2025, apparently they're going to be back on the moon. So get ready for that, folks.
Oh, damn.
It's going to be exciting.
Yep.
Yeah. Excited.
Yeah.
Fartimus is going to do it this time.
Yeah, they're going to need to buff up their CGI for that trip. So
It's going to be a man-to-man mission.
They're going to need more funding. Yeah, they need more money.
How they could not fucking demand a 24-hour 4K camera pointing at the Earth from the moon is beyond me, you know? They'll let them get away with this fake bullshit again and continue it on, and they'll do nothing to bring the new moon landing into some new tech. Didn't China and whatever else already do it, and it looked like? Sorry, Sonny. China and whoever else already did it, and it looks like freaking Nintendo 64 graphics. It's hilarious.
Disrespectful to Nintendo 64.
Well, the India doesn't claim that that's actually the footage. That's like just the radar screen, right?
It's clearly it's not meant to be footage, but that's the footage they showed, and you got all the Indian people in like the space centers like
and they're all,
cheering
like,
for
freaking
it and
out.
stuff. But then if you actually most people don't know that they do actually have footage. They had video cameras on it apparently, and if you have a look at that footage, there's a reason they don't promote that. They don't show it. They'd rather show the animation, because the alleged real footage looks even worse.
Damn. Did you? There's no leaks of that.
Yeah, you can look it up on YouTube. Just type in the name of the Indian lunar lander footage or something like that. You can. It's very limited footage. It's very shit footage. Nothing to get excited about.
Like if we decide to start up a brand new space exploration agency, I would definitely be hiring as many Hollywood friggin' people as I can, because they fake it better than NASA does. Flat Earth exploration, so much more economical. Learn about where we are.
Jeranism, he made a really good documentary called NASA Going Nowhere Since 1958, and he goes over how much money is actually in the space industry in comparison to the music and movie industry combined. And then he goes and he shows all of the excuses that NASA have been made since they allegedly went to the moon, or how each presidency, they keep pushing it back. They keep saying, in 4 years, we're going to go to the moon. And then they just kept pushing it back until now, right? They just keep doing it.
Yeah, that's a brilliant documentary. They go back and forth from the moon to Mars, Mars. He's great, Jeranism. Pretty brilliant.
Yeah, he does some great work, I think. People shit on him, but I mean, he's got so much good content against NASA. And he's put in so much effort over the years and brought so many people into Flat Earth. People need to give him a break.
I think I'm in serious trouble here.
His young lad must be getting big now. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I thought I would look it up real quick when you mentioned it. So I looked up on YouTube Indian lunar landing footage, and you should see it. I posted it in the text. It's hilarious.
It is really funny.
Oh my God. It's funny as hell.
Yeah, even Globies that I've debated with that are right into that mission, they didn't even know there was footage. They'll mock me and say, they didn't have cameras on it. Obviously it's animation. There was no cameras. And then once I looked into it, I found the footage, and it is fucking ridiculous. I remember David Weiss made some great videos. He was showing footage of Japan, China's probes they said that they sent, and it's equally as hilarious.
Now I feel like I'm in a good spot.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether I should be trying to kill your pieces or just cut you off. I'm confused.
I don't know. I think I'm in a good spot now. I feel like I have some shit. I don't know.
I think you can really do anything though. Your pieces, they're all kind of trapped.
Isn't that move a problem?
Hey.
I don't care if that footage costs the East Indian public 40 rupees. That was a ripoff. Oh my god.
And then I stack my horse, probably. How could this be bad?
I don't think it's bad.
Let's see.
You know what I find most hilarious about that footage is when they celebrate and they're all clapping and celebrating. Woo! Yeah! The Nintendo 64 graphic landed on the moon. What a joke.
And it's hilarious. Oh shit, I have 59 seconds.
Yeah, that's another thing I was thinking of. You do only have 15 seconds left. All right.
Man, even if you go into GIFs and you type in NASA celebrate, they do those real cheesy like setup like celebrations. You can tell it's orchestrated where they like do these like orchestrated handshakes. You like two super soy looking dudes and they'll do this like pre-orchestrated handshake and there's all different ones. It's hilarious. Unintentional.
And then on the way home, they'll stop to fill up their gas tank and somebody in need.
I just got to finish this.
Someone in need will humble themselves and ask for a few bucks and they'll be, get away from me. I just celebrated some fake shit at work and got paid 50 grand a week to do it.
Ooh, that's trouble. That's bad for me. Okay. That's a scary move. All right, we got to protect our queen. That's never going to move again, probably for the rest of this game. Oh, or do I sack the queen? That's lame if I have to resort to potential timeout. Damn. You don't care. You don't want that rook at all. It means nothing. So
Yeah.
shit doesn't mean anything. Okay. Let's do this. We'll sack that rook. Sack all the rooks. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, boy. Let's go. Let's go here. There, I'll take that. Take this. Fox, take that.
That's hilarious. Rewatching it, sorry, my critical mind says,
oh, shit.
So they had a camera on the moon watching the thing land before it got there. That's interesting.
Oh,
and then after it lands, the camera moves. The camera moves after it lands. It's like the cameraman's focusing on it or something. Good job, India.
There's a cameraman on the moon? Did they leave him?
I think it's the same guy that was there from. Remember when they took off?
Oh yeah.
Last time they left that guy.
It's gotta be.
Remember when the pod left in the 60s? The camera pans up, watching it go away from the moon.
Yeah, I remember.
So that guy was still up there, I think.
Yeah. Damn, he must be living a good life there, man.
Had to be a cameraman.
Was he?
Yeah. Couldn't be like remote control or anything.
Yeah, obviously they brought a remote control with them. Yeah, obviously.
All of NASA, all of this budget, all this money they put into faking the moon landing, and they forgot. Oh shit! This looks like we left the cameraman behind.
Yeah, he probably gets catering. He probably gets catering up there.
Yeah.
Gets his food delivered.
The
Like
first
remote control
cameraman
things existed back then.
The first camera to shoot when they stepped out of the module, and the last one to stay behind.
Yep. He probably just goes over to Starbucks there on the moon every day.
Yeah.
gets a venti cappuccino or something, like.
No, cheese croissant.
Yeah, with a cheese croissant.
Isn't the moon cheese?
Yeah, they ought to have lots of cheese croissants on there.
Yeah. I was just in this other room, and this guy was saying that NASA lies about the way their engines work. I don't know.
Can we say for sure that the moon isn't made of cheese?
Yeah, I think they're using rodent propulsion systems.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, you clearly see those big-eared rat running around on one of their engines. Like, what happened? Top secret information, man. Rats in space.
Why did they build the Blue Origin rocket like a penis? I don't get this. Is it better aerodynamics with it or what?
That's what billionaires do. They build giant penises.
Okay, so, do you have a picture?
It literally looks like a penis. Yeah.
Do you have a
I'm not
picture?
joking.
Do you have a photo?
Yeah. 1 second.
Do you remember watching that landing? Like, it thumped so hard on the ground, and I'm thinking, when they land on Mars, these friggin' balloons deploy before the thing hits the ground and makes it all soft, but nope. You're on Earth.
You said land so hard on the ground. And then you said then it lands and gets soft. Oh my god.
I wish I was low IQ enough to find that funny.
Bro, Geeks is still muted.
Yeah, why is Geeks muted?
Is he your partner or what?
Nah. I just noticed last night.
Do you love him?
He's on here muted as well.
Do you have some affection for him?
You guys don't hold hands, do you?
I suppose. I mean, I was wondering why last night.
Is that real?
Yeah, that's real.
Today's muted again.
That's how it looked like.
I need to get up from bed.
They're trying to get more.
Well, I think it's like the angle. No. It's a photo.
Oh no! Sister,
What is that?
That's how it looks even on the ground.
It's the Blue Origin one. You can look it up. Blue Origin mission, whatever.
Screw helping out a whole bunch of people in need. I'm building a giant phallus.
Screw those homeless people. My giant phallus is more important.
Would you just look at it? Just look at it.
It creates jobs.
creates jobs for designers of the new the yearly new phallic symbol.
Yeah, penis designers.
penis airship designer. That's my title. I work for NASA. Yeah, that's it. Okay, you Joe, think of a new penis model. Get that penis on my desk by next week.
That doesn't look penisy enough. Go back to the drawing board. More head on the end.
More head. Oh boy.
Attention shoppers, very important. Craving more head. We're paging craving more head.
What was the justification for making it look like that? Did they have one?
We should try to find some comments. Like, let's go to YouTube. We'll ask YouTube. Do a search on YouTube for what was the purpose of the phallic shape of the Blue Origin. See what happens.
It's like almost like mocking right in your face, man. Right up your face.
Where's Crit been? I just realized I haven't heard his voice in a while.
No idea. It's been taking a break up, I guess.
Yeah, no one knows where Crit is. No one's heard from him. So hopefully
Maybe he's converted. I think he's a Glober now.
How long has it been? I just realized it.
I don't know exactly, but AI told me he's been kind of MIA, so I don't know how long it's been.
I'm picking up something psychic. Okay.
He's been gone about 2 weeks.
Has it been 2 weeks? Yeah, it's been. I've noticed. I just realized it. Something triggered it in my mind. Nobody knows him in real life or has his phone number in real life? I guess not, huh? Well, Amish, I'm happy you're back. Welcome back.
Oh, he's been back for weeks. No?
A little bit, yeah. But he was gone for a little while.
Weeks. Yeah, I guess. Taking a break doesn't hurt. Yeah.
Yeah.
The amount of shit you have to deal with these recurring customers, especially, it's pretty annoying.
They're everywhere. And they're in real life too.
Well, yeah, that too. Yeah.
Are there any flat earthers in here?
Everyone is a flat earther.
Are you a flat earther?
Yeah, so are you.
I'm not a flat earther.
Yeah, the only place there's a globe is in your mind. So in reality, you actually live on a flat, stationary, contained system called the Earth, and that's objectively is true and provably so as well.
How is it provably true?
Because there's no measured curvature ever in history, no direct measurement of drop over distance. No one's ever done this, and also. No one builds on anything but a flat level plane. That's how we build. We use sea level. The sea is level. Water at rest remains horizontal on the top surface. This is objective. Also, there's no motion ever been detected. Even Einstein said there's no electronic device that can detect Earth's motion. That's Einstein himself said that. And we have gas pressure, so the Earth is contained. There's all three premises. Yep, those are proven.
Okay, well, you said quite a few things there. So the Einstein thing, that's just kind of an appeal to authority fallacy. So we can.
Well, there's three primary claims of the globe Earth. That's curvature.
Well, hold on.
motion.
Can I just respond to what you said before?
Okay, go ahead.
Before you start with that. So one of them that you said, like, well, Einstein said something. That's just an appeal to authority fallacy, so we can ignore that. The first thing you said was no drop over distance has been measured.
No curvature.
Was that it? Right. And do you think this is proof?
Yeah, it is
that the Earth is flat. So if let's say I don't measure my computer monitor to be 24 inches in diagonal across, would that mean it is not 24 inches?
Yeah, it's a non sequitur. Your computer screen has nothing to do with Earth on the surface.
No, I mean, because you're saying because something hasn't been measured, that means it can't be that.
Yeah, well, don't you think?
Do you understand how that's faulty reasoning?
No, it isn't, because listen, they say they're doing all these fantastic things. They're going to different places. They would have to have.
I don't care what they say.
I'm
right?
almost
I care
done.
What you
I was
said.
in the middle of my sentence anyway. So they would have to have the curvature measured before they went anywhere, and this would be objectively so. They don't have. They would have to have measured it. It would be documented everywhere. It would be ubiquitous if Earth was curving. They would have measured it somewhere. It would have a Nobel Prize attached to it. So where is this information?
Well, the information you can easily Google, but you're saying that this hasn't been measured. And because it hasn't been measured, that means that this is proof that the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
it's like the only possible reason that someone hasn't measured this is because the Earth is flat. So there's no other reason that this may not have been measured.
No one flies over anything but a flat stationary Earth. Everybody's flight simulators or
I don't care about
models.
I don't care about all these flights and stuff. You mentioned this stuff about a measurement.
No, the middle of my sentence keeps running into the beginning of yours. I don't understand.
Your non sequiturs keep running into my rebuttal.
No, because we practically use Earth as flat and stationary.
Right, but the first thing you said, right, when you listed off a number of things, was that no drop over distance has been measured.
Okay.
And you said that in response to me asking you, what is the proof that the Earth is flat? So you're saying because it hasn't been measured, this means it has to be flat.
No, it hasn't been measured to be curved. It has been measured to be flat and stationary. Yes, it has been measured.
Okay, so why didn't you say that? Because like, if you measure something to be something, that is better evidence that it is that thing, rather than something simply
it can
not
only
being
be
measured.
There's only two choices. It's either curving or it's flat.
I suppose that is a true dichotomy.
Yep.
Right.
So there's more proof.
So,
absolutely.
So do you agree that something not being measured is not proof that it is not that thing?
Yeah, but if it's measured and shows the opposite, then that is a true dichotomy, and we have a problem here because they tell us
that's not what a dichotomy
and
means.
it only measures to be flat. Okay, show us the opposite.
You said
then.
it's measured to be flat. Can you?
Yeah, it measures to be flat
because that would be like pretty good proof that the Earth is.
Every time you measure it or observe it, it's flat. Yeah.
Okay. Can you show me one of these measurements?
Yeah, every time you see past, like, say 3 to 5, 10 miles, 20 miles, you see islands. You zoom into the shoreline. It's flat and stationary. Boats disappear from your view.
I asked for a measurement.
Hold on.
You claimed that it was measured flat. I'm asking for a measurement.
I was almost done again. Another 10 seconds, I'd be finished. So if a boat leaves your sight and disappears to your view with the naked eye, then you pull out a zoom camera and zoom in. You see the entire ship, waterline and up.
So that's a non sequitur again.
So no, it
I'm
isn't.
asking for a
Okay,
measurement.
so you must think that zoom cameras zoom around a curve, then, right?
I'm asking about a measurement. You claimed that the Earth was measured to be
Yeah.
flat.
So what happens
So can you
with
show
the
me this
zoom
measurement? We
camera?
can talk about this zoom camera thing after that.
Yeah, what happens? That's when you know known distances to objects and you can zoom into them after they've disappeared from your line of sight. That's a fucking measurement.
You're being non-responsive. This is a non-responsive fallacy.
Yeah, it's an actual
You're
measurement.
throwing out red herrings and non-sequiturs. You claimed that it was measured flat. I'm asking for this measurement, and you're not providing
Why
it.
don't you tell me how much drop over distance there ought to be in 10 miles then? On your globe, since you're a globe proponent.
I don't know, but I'm more interested in this.
So you don't even fucking know your own religion.
You know shit about your own
You're right, I don't
information, and
know.
whenever Sonny tries
this
to
is not a religion.
you
Flatman, I'm
love
talking to this other person. Can you stop interrupting?
You love interrupting. No, you're talking to a panel of people. A lot of people are listening.
I'm talking to a panel. So what? So this is like fucking 15 versus 1? That's not very fair.
No. You were talking, you were having a 1v1, but other people are listening into the conversation and making a fucking observation. Whenever Sonny's trying to answer you about something, you like to listen to respond rather than listen to understand because you interject, you interrupt them all the time. It's crazy, man. And you know nothing about your globe. That's also wild.
I would love to respond, right? But Sonny, right? He threw out a number of claims, right? The first one, he said that no distance has been measured, and therefore this is proof that the Earth is flat. That's obviously faulty reasoning. The lack of something being measured is not proof that it is not that thing. Secondly, he said the Earth was measured. I'm sorry, the beginning of your sentence is interrupting mine. Secondly, he said that the Earth was measured flat. So I asked him, please provide this measurement.
I will stop you on the logical
I'm still
fallacy.
yet to see this measurement. And then he said throughout non sequiturs and onto other things about zoom lenses and stuff. I'm interested in the measurement. If you can't provide that, then you don't have any proof or any evidence that the Earth is flat.
How about the black swan?
That's not a measurement. I want a measurement.
Bullshit. We know the known distances. We know the height above the water. That's an actual observation, and we see way too far.
It most certainly is. 1 foot observation, 1 foot observer height observation of the horizon beyond a 10-mile platform, oil platform.
Yep.
So it is. It is a measurement. It is an observation. It
That's
is
simply
both.
an observation. That's not a measurement. What measurement tool did you use? What values did you get?
We have the
If you be a douchebag, like really, man.
Okay, Flatman. Do you understand what a measurement is?
Yes, it's a fucking from point A to point B distance measurement.
Okay.
If the gentleman at the shoreline knows the oil rig is at both 6 and 10 miles out, he knows the distance from where he's located to those positions. That's a measurement. He knows
That's not
he's
a
1
measurement,
foot
right?
off of the ground observing, and he knows that at 1.22 miles it should be curving away. So even at that 6-mile platform, you shouldn't see all of it, even if you could see any of it beyond from his observer height. And you can not only see the 6-mile one, the whole thing from the ocean up, but you can also observe the 10-mile one, and beyond that you can see the water from 1 foot observer height. So that is something, motherfucker.
Okay, I'm going to respond. So I'm asking for a measurement, right? When you measure something, you get a number, right? You get a value. In this case, I guess we're interested in distances. We're interested in like an angle. Okay. So I want to know. Please stop interrupting. Please stop interrupting.
At 1.22 miles out, it
Please
should start
stop
dropping.
interrupting.
And
Flatman.
that is evidence that it does not.
Right? You've claimed
You don't
that
have
the
to
Earth
continue.
is measured
You don't have
flat,
to
right?
continue.
So if you're measuring it flat, right, then I'm interested in some like measurements of drop over distance, of heights, of elevations, of angles. Okay, I want numbers. I want values. If you can't provide me numbers and values, then you definitely do not have a measurement.
Stop, listen to me, Linda. You don't want to accept the proof that that's a black swan showing that the horizon is definitely beyond 1.22 miles at a 1 foot observer height. Show us proof of your curve then. Bring us that then. You don't want to fucking accept that? Bring us your curve, bitch.
Okay, so can we all agree that there is no measurement of the Earth being flat? So I'm yet to see one. Can I like respond to something and actually get something back before a bunch of people try and jump on me?
Mess.
It's not very fair.
I'm trying to explain to you that it is measurement because two people tried and they failed. They couldn't explain to you that it is a measurement. So, for example, if I use something that have a known length, for example, from my elbow to the tip of my finger, is that a measurement? When I use that thing to see to compare it to something else, or to build, for example, a wall, I just use my hand, my arm, from my elbow to the tip of my finger. Is that a measurement?
I mean, you could use the distance from your elbow to the tip of your finger to measure things, but then you would just have a measurement in how many numbers of like arm lengths you have.
It's called.
So you can measure a wall to be 100 arm lengths long.
Yeah, it's called a royal cubit from the elbow to the tip of finger. So you use a known length of something to compare it to build, for example, a pyramid like the fucking Egyptian did. So to build a pyramid, you use those types of measurements.
Yes.
Now, with the Black Swan, you use something that have a known distance, like from your elbow observer to that to the distance marker. Sometimes in Black Swan you can see the distance marker which is the oil rig. Sometimes it's a wind turbine. Sometimes it's a hill. So something that have a known distance, a known length, and you use that thing to compare, to use it to make a measurement. For example, in the Black Swan, because you don't understand measurements. What are measurements? So, for example, in Black Swan, like you are using your elbow, from your tip of your elbow to the tip of your fingers, we are using a known distance which is those oil rigs, sometimes in wind panels, and we use them to compare it to the distance of that horizon. So, because that thing, that oil rig is 10 miles far from your observer, and we can see the horizon at farther distance than that, that's a measurement.
Okay. So I agree. Okay. So if we have a known distance, let's say this oil rig is 9 miles away, and we see the horizon past it, we know the horizon is more than 9 miles away. Okay. But this is not a measurement of the Earth. This is a measurement of the distance to the horizon, and this does not prove that the Earth is flat.
It's the measurements of the distance to the horizon. That horizon on a sphere Earth will be the tip of the edge of a sphere Earth. Because it's not. It's just an optical. It's just an optical phenomenon. It's just due to the limit of your vision and atmospheric conditions. Therefore, it's not the tip of a hill. It's not the edge of a curving surface that will obstruct things.
That's a false dichotomy you've put out there.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It is a false dichotomy, and I can explain it. So,
Necros, if I may.
You're saying that. Let me respond to what Necro said. I'm not going to let you slam all over me, please. So you're saying that the horizon, you're saying that it either has to be caused by the geometric edge of a ball, or it has to be caused by atmospheric effects and all that.
You're not. You got.
But this is a false dichotomy because the horizon that we see can be affected both by the edge of a ball, and it can be affected by atmospheric conditions.
I don't hear anyone, Mez. You wasted your time.
Necros, can you stop talking as well, just for 1 second? Guys, I understand you all want to get in, but like some of us are trying to listen. Like that is crazy. If somebody's talking over the other person, I'm going to mute them. They're going to flatten us on that. That's not on. Take it in turns and give him the chance to respond.
Right. So Necros, you claimed that this horizon, because it's past 9 point whatever miles. This is somehow a measurement of the Earth being flat. This isn't. This is simply an approximation, I guess, of the distance to the horizon. Now, the only thing you can ascertain from this is that in this image, the horizon is more than 9 miles away. This isn't a measurement. You don't know how far away the horizon is, but much less so. We're talking. You guys have claimed that the Earth is measured to be flat. This isn't a measurement of flatness.
Yeah, correct. Okay. It's a measurement of flatness. Let me respond.
It is not a measurement of flatness because there's no flatness. There's no flatness value in this. And
there
thirdly,
is.
hold on, let me respond to everything. You
no.
claim that this horizon is not is caused by atmospheric conditions. It's not caused by the edge of a sphere or whatever that we live on. But that's a false dichotomy because the horizon can be affected by.
Mez, you made
I said two things.
2 points. Can they respond, please?
He said a couple of things. And so you mentioned a false dichotomy. You're saying that the horizon either has to be the edge of a sphere or it has to be caused by atmospheric conditions. This is, of course, a false dichotomy because what we see can be affected both by physical geometry and by the atmospheric conditions causing light to bend and all that kind of stuff.
Okay,
so this is very poor evidence that the Earth is flat.
Okay,
and
so
if anyone has any better evidence or better measurements of the Earth being flat, I would love to see it.
Yeah, stop. So tell us where your
exactly.
Tell us where
wait, guys.
Hold
just
on.
wait, guys. Just wait. Let me respond to that shit, please. Because he said first thing, I'm measuring. I want a measurement of the flat Earth, of the surface being flat. Yeah, brother. The absence of curvature mean one thing. So I ask you a question: a surface that is not curving, what it is?
Well, if a surface is not curving, then it must be flat.
Thank you. If I don't find any curvature, like that screen, that analogy that you give me, if you just test that screen and you come with your level and use everything, you don't find any curvature in that screen. What that mean?
Well, in this image, it doesn't mean much of anything because you're not simply just not finding curvature or you're finding it to be flat.
I'm not finding
this picture
curvature.
doesn't tell you much of anything about the shape of the Earth or the shape of the water.
I'm not finding curvature. And second thing, that's responded to.
Okay, but you're not finding flatness.
I want measurement of flatness. There is no such a thing.
There's no measurement of flatness.
If you don't find curvature, that means, if zero curvature means that the surface, like you said earlier, and the response was correct, yeah, flat. It's not curving up, it's not curving down, it's flat. So now, I will just go to the second thing. I told you not just one thing about the horizon, so which is not just caused by the atmosphere, no. It's the limit, natural limit of your vision. It's called perspective, where those lines, those parallel lines will converge in distance. That's due to the perspective caused by the lens of inside your eye. Or you can do it with the lens in the camera. It works. Just that perspective is caused by the lens. And plus, the atmospheric conditions, those things that the difference of atmospheric conditions, for sure, the limit of your vision will be the same, because the lens inside your eye will not be bigger and smaller. You're not zooming with your eyes or making it bigger. It's just same lens. But now, with the atmospheric conditions, you make that horizon farther and shorter. Like on a foggy day, there will be no horizon at all. And the more clear is the atmosphere, the more visibility you will have, the farther you'll be able to see. On a curving sphere, like on a hill, that's the edge of your hill. That's the edge of the curving surface that you are witnessing. You can't tell me that hill will be just stretched sometimes and sometimes just have a hard curve, and that line will be closer to me. And sometimes it will be farther. No, the edge of the hill will always be the edge of the hill, and something obstructed by that edge of the hill will always be obstructed. You can't bring it up, and you can't stretch that hill and make the horizon, which is that edge of curvature, on top of that hill behind the things in distance, like those oil rigs.
Okay, come on. You've been rambling for a while now. So again, you brought up a false dichotomy again. You said that. So you sort of brought up a true dichotomy, but then you kind of twisted it into a false dichotomy. So you said that if a surface isn't curving, then it must be flat. That is true. I agree. A surface can either be curved or flat. But then you said if no curvature is detected, then it must be flat. That I do not agree with, Because again, if we have a surface, a hypothetical surface, and we don't know whether we haven't measured it to be flat and we haven't measured it to be curved, we don't know whether it's curved or flat. In this hypothetical instance, no curvature has been detected, but that doesn't mean it's flat. This just means it hasn't been detected.
Oh,
So
I'm not
surface can be curved, and it can also not be detected,
which
because
is
no
more
one
likely
to actually try to detect it. So that is
let him.
please stop running.
Just
over me.
let him.
Oh, for God.
So let me tell you one important thing. I'm not trying to argue with you or even debate with you. I'm not debating with someone who doesn't understand what measurement is and was arguing with two different people, and the third one also about that thing, which is the black swan. He was trying to say that it's not measurement. I'm not arguing. I'm not waiting for you to understand complicated things because you couldn't understand simple things as measurements. For you, measurement is just with the tape. With the measuring tape.
No.
Because you're born yesterday.
That's a false assertion.
Yeah, it's not a false assertion. I'm not waiting for you to
It is a surgeon. A measurement is not simply something you do with a tape measure. You can measure angles, you can measure distances, the tape measures.
Because every time I finish my every time I finish my
does not give me a value.
Listen, for one thing, first thing, no one hear us when we are talking both, and I can't hear you when you are talking because I'm thinking about the things that I'm trying to formulate, and you are not listening to me when you are talking. It's just nonsense.
I'm listening. I'm responding to the things that you're posting and saying.
You can't respond live when I'm talking. No one will get your response. You just have your response and you are telling it to yourself. You, the only one who heard your response is you.
Yeah, Necros,
you heard me because you winced at me calling it a false dichotomy and all that.
I heard what you said. Everybody heard what you said. And you're appealing to relativity, which is fine. But Necros, you need to understand
I'm appealing to relativity. What does that mean?
Yeah, you're basically saying we can't detect the curve, I guess because the Earth's too big. You know,
No, I never said that at all. I never said that at all. No, you're struggling.
Yeah, but what you're implying is that we can't measure the Earth curve, right?
No.
That's what you imply. That's what you're implying.
That's not what I implied. Okay.
Necros.
No, what he's saying, he said that if you don't find curvature, you can't say that the surface is flat.
Let me tell Roots what I was actually saying. So I was not telling you that the Earth is too big to be measured or whatever. What I was saying was responding to Necros' claim that because something hasn't been measured to be curved, that means it can't be that thing. But because the Earth hasn't been measured to be curved, that means it has to be flat. Because I don't see any curvature in this picture, that means it has to be flat. That's not true.
That's not. That's not Necros' argument.
It was his argument because he said that if a surface has to be either curved or flat, that is a true dichotomy. I agree with that. But what he then jumped to was saying, well, because I haven't detected any curvature, that means it has to be flat. Now, it is possible that you can't detect any curvature because it is flat, but it also could be possible you haven't detected any curvature because you just haven't gone through the proper process to detect the curvature.
No.
So that would be a false dichotomy.
If you imagine a proper process, you do it. I just showed that there is no curvature because I can't find it. If you think that there is something more fucking precise than that, go out.
Sure, I'll
click on the red button in Discord, go out, do it, and come back to me. And we'll talk about that shit when you will find that curvature, when you use that process that you are thinking about.
Okay, so you're complaining about curvature not being detected.
Don't talk. We showed you the measurement.
You didn't show me a measurement. You showed me an image.
No. We just talked about that. You told me that, because you couldn't find, and you agreed with me that I couldn't find that curvature in those measurements. So now you said that I had to do something more precise than go fucking do it yourself. Don't argue till you come back with the curvature. Don't dream about curvature and you tell me, if you don't use a unicorn, you won't find the curvature. you will have to have Santa as an assistant to find curve. Go find it and come back to me.
Yeah, see, now you're reversing the burden of proof, because I'm asking you guys why you think the Earth is flat.
I showed what I had
you have
to
these
show.
measurements and these observations that prove the Earth is flat. So I'm asking,
showed what I had
I'm
to
asking you to
show.
provide these evidence and these measurements. What
Yeah,
you've provided
correct.
so far is not proof. You've simply said,
It
well, because
is.
I can't find
It
something,
is.
therefore it doesn't
It
exist.
is.
That is
You-
false reasoning.
I
But secondly,
heard
you're asking
him.
about curvature being detected. Well, I don't have image perms, so I've just posted a link. But this is
Okay,
a
Mr.
photo
Mr.
of
Verbal
those same oil
Diarrhea,
rigs.
you never stop fucking talking. So I have one question for you, Mez.
I've been talking for like not even 30
Yeah,
seconds,
shut the
but I
fuck up
posted
for a
an
second.
image in the
Answer-
chat,
answer this-
which is of these
answer my
same
one
oil rigs.
question,
They are
Mr.
obstructed
Verbal
by the curve of the
Diarrhea.
Earth. And in
Stop
this
talking
in
for a
this
second.
image, there's far less
Yeah, shut the
distortion
fuck
going on.
up.
So I see this
Answer
is
the
a much more
question.
accurate representation of the
I have one
geometry
question,
than in
Mr.
your photo.
Bozo. Mez. Okay, so do you know for a fact that Earth is a globe?
Yes.
What's your best proof?
Well, we see drop over distance. We see the horizon
Okay,
drop
where
down
is
as we
this
go up
drop
in a
over
high
distance?
level.
Okay,
We
provide,
see,
that's one thing. Just stop at the one thing. So where
we
is
see
drop over
the
distance?
elevation angle measurements.
Where
Two
is
stars
drop
have
over
a linear
distance
relationship between the angle
Where-
and your distance across
Shut
the
the
ground.
fuck up.
Brother!
Answer one fucking question.
You're gonna get
Where is
banned
the
or
drop
fucking
over
muted.
distance? Where is the drop over distance measured? Bring it right now. Put it in the text.
Oh, I didn't say there was a measurement.
Oh, so you don't know that Earth is a globe then?
No, I know it's a globe. I don't need to measure it to know.
Okay, well, I asked for your best proof, and you don't have any answer.
Yeah, I
Drop
got
over
a question. Drop over distance.
So you said there's no measurement. So you don't actually know for a fact Earth is a globe. You just believe it is, right?
No, I know for a fact it's a globe. The same way that
Okay,
I, have,
well,
I don't
bring
know.
us the
I don't know
actual
how
direct
big
measurement.
like basketballs are, but I know
Bring us
basketballs
the
are
direct
round.
measurement. Bro, where's the direct measurement? We need that.
I don't need a direct measurement.
No,
Okay,
wait,
so
Sonny.
what are you using as proof?
Sonny, he said
observations.
drop over distance, and he don't understand. Drop. You will drop. Have to measure a drop over a certain distance. You're
You
fucking
have to
stupid. It's
measure
a
it.
measurement.
No, you
Yeah,
don't.
you have to
Nope.
measure it. It needs to be measured.
No,
You
you
will
don't.
measure the distance.
Measurements are. This guy doesn't know what measurements are, folks.
He doesn't
You
know.
No, I do know what
measure the
measurements are. I know
distance.
we've gone through it and we've found you don't. I know. So, Sonny, can I
And
just
what I-
speak to Sonny without everyone else?
And what I
interrupting
want
for a
to
second?
what I want to add to this is that he doesn't actually have any proof. He doesn't.
Sonny,
No,
Sonny,
he
Sonny.
doesn't.
Stop
I'm
talking to the
still
audience,
fucking
please.
talking,
Sonny,
bozo.
stop talking to the
Listen,
audience. Talk
shut
to
the
me.
fuck up. I was in the middle of talking. Shut up. So listen.
Can I respond to
You
what
don't
you're saying?
have-
Because you're
I'm
throwing out a bunch of
still fucking
assertions about me and
talking. I was still
asserted what I believe.
talking.
But you
I
haven't
was
actually
still
let me
talking.
respond
It's
to any
my
of that.
turn. Shut the fuck up.
You've been talking
You
for the
don't
past 30
know
seconds.
that Earth is a globe. You just
I do.
believe it is. You don't have any proof. You just told us so. So you
No,
have
I
a
do. I do.
religious.
I do have
I'm
proof.
still fucking talking. I'm almost done too.
You're still
you
lying.
have a I wasn't done. So you have a religious belief that Earth is a
Nope.
globe. So you're a zealot, a
No, it's
religious
just-
zealot with no proof. You just are kneeling at the pulpit. You're kneeling like you're praising the globe, like in a church, and you don't even know the details of your own religion. Thank you very much for your telling descriptive of
Yeah,
not
no,
knowing.
so
what
that's
the
not
globe
true. So I don't have a religious belief in that the Earth is globe. Religion implies
Okay, then you would have proof
deity
of
or
Earth being
supernatural.
curved. Then you would have proof. If you didn't have a religious belief, you would have proof.
Can you let me, Sonny, please? It's my turn to
Where's your
talk.
fucking proof?
Shush. So no, I don't have a religious belief in that the Earth is a sphere. I know it to be a sphere because of observations and measurements and stuff. Religion implies a belief in some kind of like supernatural
Actually,
powers
the only
or
reason you got
deity
that
and all
answer
that
out,
stuff.
Sonny,
Flat,
was
for the love
because
of fucking God, it is my turn to talk.
every time
Shut.
I unmute. Listen.
All right, so no, I don't have a religious belief, right? But there are measurements. One of them I mentioned is drop over distance. I don't need to measure it. Same reason. I'll ask you this, Sonny. Are basketballs round? Are basketballs spheres?
No, you can't say drop over distance.
No, I'm
and
speaking
run
to
away
Sonny.
with
I'm
it.
responding
No.
to Sonny. Necros.
You
I'm
can't
responding to Sonny.
say
I would like
drop-
Sonny to answer the question.
You
Are
can't.
basketballs
No,
spheres?
don't ask. You can't ask a question after just shouting something stupid like drop over distance where it is.
Okay, there it is. I posted an image in the chat.
Yeah, so, Mez,
click it.
you don't run the show.
But Sonny,
here.
are basketball spheres?
So if you don't want to answer a question, ask a question.
I've answered many questions, and now I'm asking a question. So, Sonny, are basketball spheres?
No, you haven't. Sonny wants you to show your drop over distance.
Okay, I
not
posted that
just
in the chat,
claim it,
right?
and you're not
There you go, I posted it
presenting
in the
that.
chat.
You're
I posted it in the
responding
chat.
with
It's presented in
another
the chat.
question to Sonny.
It is I've posted it. It is in the chat, Flatman.
So
okay.
how would you determine that the basketball is curved? Tell me how you determine that.
You look at it.
You just look at it without any reference.
Yes, I look at a basketball, okay? And
So
I can see
what
it's
do
round,
you see when
therefore
you
it's
look
round.
at it? So what do you see if you're at one point on the basketball and you look in any direction? What do you see that's noticeable?
I see the basketball. I see that it's round.
Dropping over distance, right?
That's a funny way of framing it, and I wouldn't frame it that way. But I can simply see that a basketball is round.
If it's a ball, it's dropping over distance. Yes.
The point is, Sonny, right? You when you look at a basketball,
you have to avoid
you
that.
know
I
that it is
will
round,
interrupt
right?
you because you have to avoid the question altogether by saying that you don't even answer the question if a basketball has dropped over
Sonny,
distance. You
you
can't
haven't
even
answered
answer it.
my simple
Wait a
question
second.
of
I
whether
was
you know
almost
that a
done
basketball
again.
is
I was
round.
almost done again. I was almost done again. So you can't even answer the question if a basketball has dropped over distance because it's a problem with your religious belief that's blocking you from answering it. That's the answer.
Sonny, I've already gone through this. I don't have a religious belief, so you're clearly like not responding or not taking in what is
Then
being
answer
said to
the
you.
question.
But Sonny, I asked you. Our basketball's round.
No.
you failed
We're
to
not
answer
getting
it.
off that. Answer the question of drop over distance right now. We're not moving over this.
Answer it.
Oh no, I'm not moving over Sonny, failing to answer my question of whether basketballs are
I
round.
answered your question. I answered it.
Okay, can
and
you
I
answer it
said,
again? I might
how
have
do you
missed it.
determine-
Our basketball's
Yeah.
round.
You said drop over distance. So how would you determine that a basketball is curved? By drop over distance.
I'm asking you this, Sonny. Stop trying to like flip the burden or flip these questions around. I'm asking you, Sonny. Our
No,
basketball's
you
round.
can't answer the question about drop over distance. So
I can
you
answer
need
the
to
question.
shut
I've
the
answered many
fuck up.
questions. I've
Someone
answered your
needs to
question
mute
by
your
posting proof
dumbass.
of drop over distance.
You're
Now
an
I'm asking
idiot.
you. Our basketball's
You're an
round.
idiot, and you don't know what a measurement is. So why
I do
would
know what
we even
measurement
talk
is,
to you?
and we've been through it.
Why would we even talk to you with your religious belief? We talk to thousands of you a month.
Thousands, right?
Yes,
Wow. And you still
thousands
think
of
the Earth
you
is
Glovers
flat?
that don't know your own religion and don't know what science is, don't know what a measurement is. You don't know anything. You don't know anything about your globe. You don't know.
I know a
you
little
don't
bit,
even
right?
know. You don't even know how much drop over distance would be required of a globe of that size that you've been told. So, thus, your
Yeah, no, I don't care how big it is. I don't care how much drop there should be. All I know is that it has to be a
I
sphere.
was in the middle of my sentence again. So
You're
thus,
in the middle of a
therefore,
ramble.
Yeah, you can't fucking answer the question about drop over distance, even with a basketball.
You can't answer the question of whether you or not you know that a basketball is round.
Yeah, because I measured drop over distance.
For a basketball?
Exactly. How would you measure
Okay.
it?
How so you without measuring a basketball, you don't know it's round.
Yeah, you can see it's round, but you know.
Oh, you can see it's
how
round. You can see it's round. There you
yeah.
go. Brilliant.
So
You've answered my
where do you
question,
see
right?
the
So
where do you
did you need to measure a basketball to know that it was
Where do you
round?
see Earth? Where do you see Earth curving?
I posted a picture in the chat.
Okay, this ought to be fun.
Post a picture. Wow.
Those links don't work, mate.
They don't?
Hey guys, I have a girlfriend and she's really hot. I'll just post a picture. It's not hey hi. It's not fake.
There we go. How about that? Was that the same one? That one should work. The last one.
So he provides a picture of another black swan.
No, that's not a black swan. Why do you think that's a black
it's
swan?
fucking ridiculous. Yeah, yeah. What's the observer height and how high are the waves?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, so waves don't matter if you're at 1 foot above the horizon, above the water. Waves don't matter.
Oh no, you're looking at a different photo. You're looking at a different one, like the most recent one. You're responding to the wrong photo.
A 6 or an 8 foot wave that's like 50 yards from you won't block.
Sonny, you're responding to the wrong thing. Okay.
You're retarded.
The most recent photo is of the water level.
You know, more to the point, Mez, you're trying to...
Flatman, I'm talking to Sonny, not you.
You're saying certain things, that don't. That's ridiculous.
Did you watch what I just responded to, that thing that you sent? The empty horizon video?
I'm responding to Sonny. I would like Sonny to respond.
I don't give a fuck. I don't care. You sent a picture and you said that it is showing drop over distance.
Yeah,
I
you have
responded to that.
Yeah, he has
Don't
no
you accept
reference.
response?
He has no reference as to how far he's looking. If the view is level, if the camera is level, he doesn't have any information in this photo.
So, Sonny, you just made a bunch of like obviously incorrect assertions there. So we do know the camera's level because there's a fucking water level in the photo. So we can see that the horizon in this image is significantly below horizontal.
Why do you keep interrupting my response? You asked me for.
I'm not responding. You're rambling.
You're fucking interrupting.
You're making incorrect claims. There's a water level in this photo. Therefore, you know that this image is level.
No, those containers. Listen, those containers that contain that blue liquid, one is filled till more than half, and the
it's a water
other
level,
is
you
filled
mon.
half. No,
Look,
I don't.
Necros clearly doesn't understand what a water level is, but yes, this is a water level.
I don't care. I don't see a tube.
Of course you don't care. If you cared, then you would know that the Earth isn't flat.
Listen, I don't see a tube connecting them. I just see two closed containers separated. One is filled till more than half, and one is filled to exactly half.
So they are full. You can see the tube at the bottom is connecting these two.
One is full till more than
Necros,
half.
you can say no all you want, but they are connected. It's a water level.
One have more than half of the volume filled with the liquid. One of them, the farthest one, having more liquid than air. The other one, which is the closer one, have half liquid, half air.
Necros, are you struggling to understand? This is like an actual misunderstanding of perspective, right? When things are further away, they seem smaller. So the reason that far one doesn't look as full as the closer one is because it's further away. So the top bit, the part that's not filled, right, is the same in both, but because it's further away, it seems smaller.
Okay, I'm not talking about the angular size, you fucking stupid.
Yes, you are. Well, you're not talking about the angular size because you don't understand perspective. It's simply a water level, okay?
No. I'm not
Yes. Stop just saying no. This is water level. The horizon drops. This can't be true if the Earth is flat.
I'm trying to respond. You fucking talked and you talked. Let me respond to your bullshit. So, I'm not talking. You said because of perspective and bullshit. I'm not talking about the angular size.
I'm talking about the angular size, but if you don't understand that things are further away, it appears smaller.
I'm talking about how much liquid in both of those things. One is filled till the half, till the middle. The closer one, you have half liquid, half white, half air. The other one, I don't care if it is smaller than the other because of perspective. I'm talking about the amount of liquid in the tube. It's not half liquid, half air. The liquid is more than the other one. Are you understanding that?
But Necros, what you're saying is just not true, right? But even if it was true, Necros, I'm responding. Okay, you've had your little ramble. Can I respond, right? So what you're saying is just not true. But another thing is, even if it was true, it wouldn't matter because a water level, it doesn't matter whether one end of this tube is full and the other end isn't. The point of a water level is that the height of each end of the water level, where the water level in the water level is equal. So you can have one end of a water level higher than the other, you can have the other one higher than the other, you can have them both the same height. The only thing that you're interested in is where the water level is. Where the water in the water level is.
Can you show me that it is
so this is a water level. Yes, it's water. You can see it. It's connected at the bottom. You can see it.
No, I don't see any connection. I don't see any connection. I see closed valves. I don't see a tube connecting them, and there is a connection between them. I don't see that. I see just one tube in front of me. It has half the tube. So if it is level, there will be the same exact amount of liquid in both of them. But one, because it's not level,
you have a misunderstanding of how a water level works.
Amount if they are leveled. Those tubes, if they are put at the same height, One will not have more liquid than the other. The liquid will be level, meaning that it will be the same amount of liquid in the same exact tube. If there is, for example, some traces in those tubes, like milliliters, you will have, if those tubes are the same height, you will have the same exact number in both. So the liquid will touch the same exact line in both. But no, we don't see that in those level. We see one have more liquid in this in the container than the other, meaning that it's not level, or it's not even a level. If it is a level,
it is a level. But yeah, again, you don't understand how water levels work, because it doesn't matter how high or low each end of the tube is. The only thing you're interested in is the water in the water level.
No, that's an ad-hoc.
Since this is the water level, we know
that's because you failed to respond to the argument. You are trying to attack me by saying that I don't understand what is level. Yeah, I understand water level. I understand spirit level. I understand zip level.
Well, clearly you don't, because you don't understand how this water level works. You're saying that, well, one's full, one isn't. It's irrelevant.
Yeah, it is relevant. If you are saying that they are same height. If you are saying that they are same height, that's what you said. Meaning they have the same height in the top. Meaning that liquid, if it is level, it will just be the same height in those tubes. Not one more have more liquid than the other. So meaning that if you look at them in the profile, they are the same height, but water is not same level. One have lower level than the other, because the other is more filled than the first one. Shit. You're Brit, brother.
It doesn't matter. We've been through this. You're just repeating the same thing again.
They are not level.
So does anyone else have a better response than saying this guy's ridiculous misunderstanding of how water level works?
Use pixels. It's not level. You can zoom on them. It's not level. They have the same.
It is level.
More amount of liquid.
The water level in the picture proves that it is level. Again, I've also posted another one, right? This one actually has like the photo of the water level where the camera is level with the water level, and then it also has another photo of the water level, so you can see very clearly. I mean, you can see clearly the other one anyway, but this one also has like another image showing the water level.
Show it to me.
I posted it again. It's in the chat. Where do you fucking think? You ask like where it is. There's only one place we post this shit. Are you happy now?
Which image? I see staircase.
Staircase?
I see.
It's the Imgur thing.
No, where is the case?
Let's talk about the ladder,
line.
I think.
Yeah, the thing with the ladder. The tube with the red liquid in it. Again, that's another water level. You can see the horizon is below the level of the water level. There's your drop over distance. Bada bing, bada boom. Slurps debunked. Again.
What is this showing?
It's showing that the horizon does not raise to our level, that the horizon drops over distance.
Do you have any metrics of the photo?
What do you mean metrics?
Height.
It doesn't matter, it's irrelevant. The only thing we're interested in is the horizon dropping over distance.
It just looks straight to me.
Well, then you need to sort your eyes out, because the horizon is clearly below the water level.
I don't see it. Maybe I'm blind.
You don't see it. So you see. Are you looking at the one with the ladder?
Yep.
Right. So you see on the side of the ladder, there's the tubes with the red liquid in it.
Oh, that's what you're referring to. Okay, I was looking at the wrong thing. Okay.
Yeah. You can see the horizon in the background is significantly lower than the.
Oh fuck! Did he just prove Earth's curvature? Shut the fucking server down, boys.
Yeah,
No,
shut her down.
There you go.
No, he didn't.
Yes,
he
I did.
didn't. I responded.
Yes, I did.
I responded to that. He didn't see the video with the empty horizon. What the fuck? Still
The
didn't
video
watch
with an
it?
empty horizon. I mean, we've got a demonstration of drop over distance.
Yeah, we have the demonstration to explain it. Yeah, I already sent the response to that. You didn't want. You refused to watch it. Because you said that you were talking to someone who won't respond to that by sending some proofs.
Sorry,
What's your
Necros.
response to his photo there?
drop over distance and the Earth's a fucking spinning water ball, I'm going back to my NASA. Thanks,
No
man.
drop over distance, brother.
Wait, what's your rebuttal there, Necros? To the image.
I will share the video again to show the empty horizon and explain it.
No, don't share with me another thing, right? Respond to this thing.
It's the same exact thing. Yeah, here.
So you got a video, a fucking temp. Okay, so this is not a response to my image, okay?
Exactly a response to your image.
It is not a response to my image.
Yes, it is.
So this is a 10-minute. Well, you know what? I'll engage in better faith than you deserve, right? And I will look at this video. But can you, it's like 11 minutes long. Can you give me a timestamp? Where's the important bit?
to NASA. Woo!
You spent your entire life watching stupidity coming from the Globers. Don't you want to spend 10 minutes to just see a rebuttal to what you said?
I mean, I'm spending a lot of time with flat earthers right now. Okay, I'm listening to what you guys are saying, and I'm taking it on. I'm giving my honest, response to it. But right now, I'd rather not, sit here for 10 minutes watching this video in silence and then giving you a response. So I would like to actually engage with you. If you could tell me what this video is showing, and give me a timestamp to the importance.
That shows how atmospheric conditions will help make things fade in distance. Even
okay, we're not talking about look, my image, right? It didn't show things fading in the distance. It showed the horizon being significantly below horizontal.
Yeah, exactly. The surface of water which is fading in distance, and you won't be able to see that that surface of water continuously going up till it reaches your eye level. Sometimes it reaches your eye level, but sometimes not. It won't reach your eye level.
No, it never reaches your eye level.
Atmospheric conditions. Yeah. For example, if you just add more humidity there and fog, you won't be able to see that horizon. That the surface of the water will just connect with that atmosphere, which is the air around you, which is the part of the sky in a smaller distance. You will say that, oh, listen, I'm living on a moon, a small moon. No, it's not. It's just the atmospheric conditions that shorten the distance to atmospheric conditions that shorten the distance to that horizon.
There's a question from the audience to Mez. Question from the audience to Mez. Mez, why are you talking to Necros?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah. What do you think?
I guess he's the only one person talking to me.
A follow-up question. Does it bother you that water, contained water at rest, doesn't always seek level? It's been bothering me the last couple of days.
Contained water at rest doesn't always seek level.
Yeah, I've seen videos of water contained within a room, right? That was at rest. There were no forces acting on it, depending on how we define that, but there weren't. And it was forming like a decently sized sphere, maybe a cup worth of water, forming a sphere, not a droplet, but like a chunky bit of water. And it just forms a sphere. It doesn't form like a level surface at the bottom of the container. I don't know what to make out of it.
Wow, that would be very, very interesting. I wonder how the flat earthers square with that.
Yeah, well, I had a conversation yesterday with Jedi about it, and he kind of kicked me out of the room at one point for seeking that particular truth.
Well, Jedi can be quite.
Anyways, yeah, he's a sensitive one, but he is trying to seek the truth at least a little bit, like Necros. So, But even apparently, all truth-seeking has its limitations.
That is true.
Limits, yeah. Anyways, I just wanted to interrupt the flow of the stream of consciousness coming from Necros. That was my primary
Thank
goal.
you for your contribution. Brilliant. Well, I guess we're done with that. Has anyone else got any better flat Earth proofs? No? All right, I guess we're done.
I guess
Globe
that's
Earth
it.
wins again.
It's a globe.
We can all pack up.
Snacks are in the back.
Here's Globe.
Okay, so Flatsy, if you watch the video I sent, in the 9 minutes part of video, 9 and 12 minutes to be precise, you will see those lines, those traces to just show where the obstructions start and where that shape were. So that line, that pink line, that's the horizon. The rest is surface of water below that pink line. Imagine there is no boat there. Imagine there is no boat there to show you that there is a continuous water, but you don't see it because it's just reflecting the atmosphere above it, and it's just mirroring. Okay. I was thinking that you said that the video is not a rebuttal to what he sent. Because the video is there is no boat. If you put a boat there in that horizon in distance, you'll be able to see that horizon just fading and mirroring. There is atmospheric conditions that don't let you see to that distance. It's not this, the limit of the Earth at that moment. It's just the optical phenomena that we have. That's what would create the horizon. So if it appears lower, like for example in a Fata Morgana, if there is again no boat in a Fata Morgana, they will just claim that that's the horizon. Look, it's not level. It's so far from your eye level. No, it's not. The horizon is still beyond, but you can't see it because the water will reflect the air and there is atmospheric condition that will make that horizon fading distance, the surface of water. Many variables. Yeah, he's claiming that that horizon is lower than level. That's not a win. It's not because sometimes you see the horizon below eye level that it is really a drop over distance. That's an optical phenomenon caused by atmospheric conditions, like in a Fata Morgana. Horizon is behind the boat, is farther than the boat. Still, because of atmospheric conditions, many variables, you see that boat flying, but you don't see the surface of water, and you see a fake horizon or false horizon far below the boat, like if the boat is flying above the curvature. No, it's not. That's not a horizon.
Am I witnessing some flurf on flurf violence here in the chat between Flatsy and Necros?
You and Glover on Glover violence, me against you.
Well, that's normal, right? Glovers are completely insane.
Oh yeah, because we are the truth seekers, so we all have like independent, different views, and others was always were people they are told, so they are like a hive mind. They never disagree with each other.
Yeah, plus Glovers cannot agree on anything, right? They don't even have a model, so they're just all improvising all the time.
There is no problem. She misunderstood him. There is no big problem. You want to just.
I think you're mansplaining.
Dance
You've had
on
much
that.
Adderall for breakfast.
She understood that some people were talking about sea level. No one talked about sea level flat sea. He's talking about the surface, the horizon that appears below eye level, and he considered that a drop over distance. No one talked about sea level at all, and no one is misunderstanding what is sea level or confusing sea level with something else. The guy showed a level tube filled with a liquid, and he said, "Look, the horizon is below eye level."
That is true. I'll bail you out, Necros. I'll bail you out. Maybe you can help Embo and I resolve our differences. What do you think?
I wouldn't have to go to. Listen, you have to go to.
What does it mean that water is at rest? Can you describe it?
What's at rest? What does that? What does that?
What is the physical? Hey, put down the Adderall. What is the physical meaning of the following phrase? Water at rest. Describe the physicality of that situation.
Water which is not in motion, not flowing, like in a river, no current, no winds, making the surface move.
Oh, hold on. So many things. So one by one. Water.
No movement.
That is not at okay, so no movement between the different particles of water?
No.
Okay.
No movement in the cluster of water itself.
Yeah. So if we have a body of water, a cluster of water, I'll use that term. We have a cluster of water. Could be a lake, could be a glass of water. So there are individual particles, molecules of H2O, right? And there's no motion between those molecules. Like if I take two molecules, they're not moving relatively to one another. Is that at rest?
No.
What is at rest?
No.
What is it? Walk me through it.
We talk about the liquid itself. So the form that volume filled with that amount of water, because I'm not the cluster of water, because I'm not considering water made of oxygen and hydrogen and that bullshit. I'm not buying that shit. So water for me is just water. And the gas status of water is just water vapor, so another form of water. And the solid phase of water is just ice, another form of water.
I apologize for suggesting that water is made out of molecules consisting of hydrogen and oxygen. That was my mistake. But we don't have to rely on this at all. I surrender that claim. So we have water. We have a cluster of water, and
actually,
it is.
Say that you could have let him continue. For fuck's sake.
Of course, he has to get his. His
so for me, water is one thing.
Okay, cool. So what does it mean for it to be at rest?
It's not moving. I told you that.
In relation to what?
In relation to its container.
In relation to its container. Okay, or could we say there's some minimal movement, because Otherwise, we'll never be fully at rest, right? Like water always sloshes around a little bit in any container. It vibrates.
I don't know.
In a lake, have you ever seen a perfectly still lake?
Yeah, those mirror lakes that you can.
You ever seen a curving lake?
Yeah.
So nothing moves in there? You think like there's no movement of the water within the lake? Like there are no even minimal.
Talking when the surface is at rest and level. Jesus Christ, man.
No. We get to the level part later. Like first, I want to define what at rest means on its own.
Moving. You don't need to hear more than that. At rest, not moving. Fucking picture I posted in the chat.
Okay, so in the video that I posted, where there's a ball.
See that fucking lake?
Oh. In the video that I posted, where there's a cluster of water that is sphere shaped, is that at rest?
Oh, for fuck's sakes!
Where video? What video?
When they're on the parabolic fucking airplane and the fucking space guy's pretending to play with a ball of water. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Yeah, that's water in movement. Don't you think, Peter?
Say again?
Isn't that water in movement?
I don't. Why is it in movement?
The water in your fucking cup, is it at rest? Is the water in your cup at rest, like in a fucking glass of water, or is it moving around?
Well, it's moving around in the same sense that it's moving around within the glass of water.
It's not at rest. It's not level and flat.
Peter, did you show them some video showing water curving at rest?
Yes.
What that video?
Well, I tagged you in it, so catch up.
Wait.
Just because I like him, I just posted it again. Just posted it again in the side chat. Yes, the chat that's on the side.
Okay. So
it's almost like a dev argument that Peter's going with this water thing, isn't it?
Peter, I want to ask you a simple question. That water, isn't it in motion now? In that video,
it is in. There's slight.
The water is in motion. That's all. No. The water in the video, is it in motion or no?
Yes, it is.
So, what is the motion that water is making in that video?
It is wobbling around.
And
it's not laying flat on the bottom of the container.
You know what else?
No, wait, stop. And Peter, movements, vectors where that water is going. Isn't it orbiting the fucking Earth at some high speed? And isn't it free falling at the same time?
Well, that's your claim. All I see is water at rest wobbling around.
No. Where that shit were made? In a zero-G plane or in a zero-G plane or in the claimed ISS? Because
I don't believe any of those claims.
Shut up. So you sent me something that don't know what the experiments was and where it was done. If it is no. Peter, you don't need to say that. You just show that how stupid you are. You didn't even think about that water. You knew that if it is in ISS or at zero-G plane, you knew. I swear.
I mean, it's gotta be somewhere.
You knew, and you posted it with the intention that you knew.
Yeah.
Well, it is in ISS.
It has to be
because
somewhere.
you are stupid. Shut up. You showed you are stupid. Now you have to be schooled. But when I start talking about the motion at that moment, because you didn't even think about what the vectors where that water is moving. Is there a motion? Is it free falling? Is it orbiting or going in a circle above the flat Earth, or a circle around the globe Earth, or something?
I don't know. I think you're speculating. I didn't make
I swear you knew. and you're just showing live on YouTube how stupid you are and how bricked you are. You couldn't even use your brain to think about simple things. How can you stupid fuck, make that thing like that if it is not in something moving like a zero-G plane?
Well, it's in a container. I can tell that it's in a container.
Excuse me. Ladies, Necros, everyone listening, I'd also like to point out that Peter's trying to use like a handful of water to prove that he's on a spinning water ball in space. That the oceans are in fact fucking curving.
Straw man.
Well, what the fuck are you?
Peter, the claim from those people that you sent in that video, if you are just fucking ignorant, I will just help you have some information. The claim is that water have been tested in ISS. If you didn't know, just shut up. So the claim, you posted something that was claimed to be used or tested in something
that claim is false. It's absolutely false. It's physically impossible.
No, because if it is not in ISS, it will be 1, in a zero-G plane, something that is moving. 2, not real, CGI. That's all.
Which one is it?
And
which one is it? Is it on a vehicle that's moving, or is it CGI?
Everything will show that you are stupid.
All of the above.
If it is in ISS, you are stupid. The ISS is moving. If it is in a zero-G plane, you're stupid. The zero-G plane is moving. If it is not in those circumstances, it will be just a CGI, and you are stupid again for the third time.
Circumstances.
But I'm sorry because I mixed French and English. It's my third language. Sometimes I use my second language and I mix them. I'm so sorry, but I'm not illiterate like you.
Yeah, well, no, very few people are.
And I'm not illiterate. I'm not stupid, and I'm not just like you trying to blah 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 blah. You showed yes, you are stupid. What do you want? What do you want to show again? You are more stupid than that?
Yes, I have more. Yeah, there's more where that came from.
I'm done. For me, I'm done. I just seen what I had to see. That you are completely bricked and dishonest. And dishonest. You just claimed, you don't know.
Maybe stupid, but I don't think I'm being dishonest. I'm just presenting to you a case of water with nothing on it.
Dishonest by saying that you didn't know where it was
traveling at any significant velocity in relation to its container. I don't know what to say.
Look at a surfer in a tube wave and say, "Look, the fucking water's bending. Earth's a fucking ball. The fucking surfer's inside."
When did I even mention the Earth? I never mentioned the Earth in my entire.
Not bringing any proof of your fucking globe.
I posed a question to a group of truth seekers. And I never mentioned the Earth. The question was not about the Earth.
You're not bringing any
obsession with the Earth.
Bring your proof of the globe.
Why are you so obsessed about the Earth? Like, that's the only thing you want to talk about? What about just talking about one thing, the behavior of water?
Yeah, that's the fucking topic of the server, doofus, is the globe.
Yeah, and the subtopic, one of the subtopics is the behavior of water. Once we agree on what it is, we can then use our knowledge, our new conclusions, to discuss, to see whether we can apply this to discerning the shape of the Earth, right? As a tool in our argument.
Fucking ball in a zero-G.
One thing at a time.
No, we don't do that. Thank you.
We don't discuss one thing at a time. We just spaz out on everything all at once.
Your fucking ball in a zero-G plane and then try to determine if we're on a globe or not. We don't do that.
Well, I'm just trying to determine whether water at rest within a container always ends up at the bottom of the container.
Yeah, that water is not at rest, so stop being a fucking troll.
Why is it not at? What makes it less at rest than when you're looking at a lake?
Constantly moving, you fucking dipshit.
Constantly moving? within the container that I'm looking at, it's not moving much. It's just like wobbling around, same way it wobbles around in a glass.
Fuck off, man. Water doesn't fucking move like that in a glass. You're such a fucking asshole.
Yeah,
man.
it sloshes around at a very small scale, at a bigger scale in a lake.
Seriously, Linda, you're even talking over me, calling you an asshole. Like, fuck. Seriously.
Well, what am I going to do with that commentary?
Don't waste your energy on someone who is very skilled and highly formulating stuff that would cause you to react the way you do. This is the very reason why he's asking and doing what he's doing right now. He rejoices he rejoices in the fact that people get mad at him.
The irony in this statement is so thick, it's beautiful.
And
You're
now
literally a
Embo is
person.
triggered. Now Embo is triggered because he knows that I'm talking the truth.
You're literally a person who switches to strategy of spamming memes and pretending that you're a global every time you lose your arguments.
That is a
So you
good
don't actually talk
contribution
about
to
anything.
that is a good contribution to the very topic or the thing I just pointed out, because it has absolutely nothing to do with what I just said. It's just an ad hominem trying to discredit my very personality, therefore trying to actually discredit what I just said. But, you know, it doesn't really work, because you should, you know, maybe try to talk about what I just said and dismantle that, because I think I'm not saying...
I think you need a
On
refresher.
Twitter, not an ad hominem.
You need a refresher on what ad hominem is. Here's one. Du bist ein Dummkopf.
Sir, can you
that was an ad hom.
can you say an ad hom about someone subtle by, you know, kinda you know, pointing out a false image about someone, as if I always post memes about flat Earth? Is that what I do here?
Yeah, one doesn't need to substantiate an ad hom. It functions on its own. Just call your name and that's it.
Are you now trying to do the same thing with me, asking questions as if I'm dumb?
Yeah.
Because you're trying to get a reaction out of it. Yeah, it doesn't work with me. I see through the haziness of your magician tricks.
Do you know?
Yeah, of course, man. I've
How has that worked
observed
out
you
for you
multiple
so far?
times. I with all the circle jerk anti-flat earthers, right? I have observed 100% how you guys work and operate, and it's always the same mechanics. So it doesn't work with me. No, you gotta search for someone else.
You've never fallen for any tricks on the internet?
Well, no, I'm not saying that I've fallen for it. I probably fall for it many times, unfortunately.
Yeah, I can think
every
of
time
one that you've fallen for.
Every time I fall for someone who's trying to, you know, do that very thing, I get up and, you know, kind of analyze the situation one more time. And so next time I can do the very thing I just did, point out that you're just trying to gaslight people on here and get a reaction out of them.
Yeah.
So I can protect my fellow man from wasting their time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you have anything to say about that the Earth isn't a spinning, wobbling tilted space ball flying from every spinning world of darkness?
No.
That's what I actually thought. Well, maybe because we said it this now, maybe there's someone else who actually has something today to say about the topic.
Well,
And I bet
got
it's not
I got a
Embo.
question for Peter. I got a question for Peter. Since I know Peter's not like the typical Glober, he doesn't go with the Globe rhetoric, which I actually kind of like, because he's not like just following a script all the time. Peter, do you do the angle measurements from hell thing? Just a question.
The angle measurements from what?
Yeah, I don't know. I was listening to the show with Embo earlier, Nathan's show, and he was trying to do like angle measurements from the center of the Earth. Just wanted to hear your take on that.
Why would anybody do that?
That's what I was thinking. I just want, but Embo was saying that earlier, so maybe I can hear Embo's thoughts now. I don't know. Just
Well, no. I love to engage with you on this. Just kind of trying to. I don't want to strawman you. So when you say something like angle measurements from the center of the Earth, I want to clarify so I don't, interpret it the wrong way. So all angle measurements that are taken, all angle measurements that are taken in relation to anything. Related to the surface, whatever, of the Earth. Obviously, you can take angle measurements of like the surface of your table and so on. But if we're talking about the Earth, they're all done in relation to the vertical. Now, whether that vertical goes into a center of a spherical Earth or towards the bottom of a flat Earth, that is the point of contention here. But what we can all agree on is that the only way we ever reference anything on the surface of the Earth when we try to get angles is using the vertical. This is how a spirit level works. This is how any device used to establish what you guys call the horizontal plane of reference, they all use only one mechanism in nature, which is the existence of a vertical vector. And yes.
I disagree because if you have a sextant, then you use the horizon as a reference, and then you apply corrections, which is equivalent to sextant.
Sure, but the sextant is a silly tool used by silly people who choose to go on boats. If I close you in a room, if I give you the generic problem of establishing a horizontal reference plane, and by that I mean you don't have the vision of the horizon. I closed you in a room. I put you on the slope of a mountain, inside of a crater, wherever, and I tell you, find the horizontal reference plane. The only mechanism that works reliably is using the vertical vector. Anything else is a cop-out. When you're wobbly, when you're moving, that's what a sextant is. A sextant is a cop-out. Nobody would ever use a sextant if they were not wobbling about on a boat.
Yes, that's why the surveyors use a theodolite, for example.
Yeah, if you want to be precise, you don't use a sextant because sextants are ridiculous tools. Desperate. They're used in desperation because the conditions are not favorable. And they don't function. Good luck using a sextant to find the horizontal reference plane inside of my living room. Can you do that? No. So Globers who you talk about sextants are baby Globers. So that's it. So when we measure an angle, let's say an elevation angle to a star or whatever, whether we're on a flat Earth or on a spherical Earth, doesn't matter, we use the vertical. And people like Nathan Oakley don't understand that because their brains have been fried by methamphetamines, most likely.
Okay, cheerleader, shut the hell up, Embo. Right, how come you don't jump in Nathan's show ever?
Because I'm afraid.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
You don't want to get teabagged.
No.
Hey, Peter, do we ever find on a, let's say, just on a hypothetical, therefore, in a mathematical concept, a spherical surface, would we ever be able to, pinpoint a specific point where you find a so-called horizontal line or vertical line? Is there ever a true vertical? You would find a true vertical on a sphere mathematically?
Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely.
Can you demonstrate that for me, please?
Okay. Mathematically on a perfect sphere, you said?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's the radius. That's the radius sphere. You're welcome.
What?
You asked me, how does one find a vertical mathematically on a perfect sphere? The answer is, it's the radius. You're welcome.
Okay, so the radius is not bending, it's a straight line?
The radius is a straight line, yes.
That's very interesting. As far as I know, if I will put a line around a ball, that line needs to be curving around that ball. If you would make it straight, I would just, just touch it, but that's it.
Mm-hmm. Do you know what a radius is?
I know what a radius is, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So,
did I just describe a radius? Did I describe what a radius is?
No, what you described is a nightmare that you had last night.
It's not a line wrapped around the ball. There's not a radius. So what is a radius then?
Hey guys, what is a radius?
Yeah, then tell me what the radius is.
I don't know. It has something to do with the circle, right?
Truth seekers trying to figure out what a radius is in a sphere.
Please. It's a line from the center to the edge.
Epic shit. How many years have you guys been discovering the shape of the Earth and you haven't figured out what a radius is?
We're still trying to figure it out.
Yeah. Did you pick up like a fourth grade geometry book?
Obviously, I just said what it was, dude.
Well, you did, but not the other guys. Clay can prove that the Earth is not a globe, but he doesn't know what a radius is. Let that sink in for a second. This level of delusion can only be found in these corners of the internet. That's why I come here for this delusion. It's like the sugar. It's like the cherry on top.
Oh well, I grant you this. You can rejoice in the fact that I made the failure to not see that I was talking about circumference. And I kind of got those two things mixed up. So yeah, I knocked my head. But you gotta also admit I was intellectually honest by saying, "Please tell me what a radius is." Then, right?
Yes,
I'm also now acknowledging my mistake. But
that's okay.
Maybe it's good that it happens because it just shows how how you just
truth seeking is
I guess
truth seeking is a process, right? So it's not a one-time thing. So
yeah, are you wrong about things sometimes? Are you wrong about things sometimes?
All the time.
Ah, okay.
So Clay, does my answer make sense? You asked me how do you find it on a mathematically on a sphere. I said the radius. It's a straight line, right? You got it now? Can you see it in your mind's eye?
Yeah, is that on the sphere? Is the word on or is
you can extend it? You can extend it.
Because no, we gotta be very precise with the words, right? My question was still my question isn't answered, right? You actually you falsely answered it because I asked on a sphere, on the outside surface, right? What you did, you used you would use a line that would you would use a line that illustrates it being inside. So
don't repeat everything, I beg you. So mathematically, here's how you find it outside of the sphere. You take the radius and you add 5 to it. Radius plus 5, r plus 5. There you go. Now it's sticking outside of the sphere. Happy now?
Is that on the surface or is that on the surface?
Yeah, it's on the surface. Yeah, if you take r and add 5, but it must be 5, it cannot be 7, and it must absolutely not be 3. So when you say r plus 5, then it's sticking outside of the surface. It's now outside of the sphere. Are you happy?
Is it horizontal?
It is vertical, and now you take 90 degrees to that, and now you have horizontal, and Bob's your uncle.
And then you have a straight line that is overlapping the surface.
Overlapping.
What R will you take if you claim that you live on a geoid? That the R will just vary every 100 miles, something like that, because you are in geo.
30 miles, 30 kilometers.
Yeah. So what R will you use?
The local R.
What local R? Which
It's
one?
not a perfect
If you are
sphere,
not
so
in
there's
the-
no R.
If you are not in the equator, where you'll have that 39, 59, and you will add 5, not 3, not 2, not 1, not 3. When you put a wrong R, being precise about what you will add after the R is not very important, because the R itself can be less than 10 meters, less than 100 meter even. And adding 5, and not 3, not 4, not 2, not adding 5 won't change anything, because that R will be just below the surface if you are using the same R everywhere. What local R are you talking about? What is the local R in Morocco?
The one that we measure there.
Okay, when did they
one that
measure
you
it?
measured there.
Smart guy, Peter, the smart guy. You're talking about a theoretical globe, correct?
No, the
Yes,
theoretical
you were.
globe was a
You
perfect
said-
sphere.
You said, how do you theoretically? Yes, you did. So listen, you might not.
I'm
use those
answering
words.
a different question
How is
now.
a radius-
The nut
how is
job
a
here
radius-
went to a different question.
How is a radius ever measured on the surface of Earth at all? When?
Over the last 200 years.
When? Just name one instance where it was directly measured, the radius. Thank you.
Directly measure the radius?
When
Countless
was it
times.
measured directly?
Any geodetic
Radius.
survey measures
The radius on Earth. Okay, explain. Put it in the text chat. When was it actually measured?
When did you measure?
Jesse, the path of light measured it 2 years ago. I have it in my globe
So
proof.
you can't provide the information, right? So let's just
of
do a
course
little
I can.
recap. So Peter, the smart guy, has no proof of the globe. He's another globe zealot, and he's got.
But why are you changing the topic? Why are you changing the topic?
Direct measurement of Earth curvature.
Why are you spazzing out about the globe?
Theodolite, which is the wrong method. So you don't have a method where
Stop
it was directly
spazzing
measured.
out. Like I was
you're
having a
using
good
it out of its
conversation
range.
with
Thank you very
Clay
much.
there
You don't know what the hell
about
you're
the
talking
nature
about.
of a sphere. Why? Can we go
All right,
back?
Peter,
Mike? Can we
Peter,
talk
stop.
about spheres?
Stop for a second, Peter, please. Hold on, guys. I just wanted to ask the other people in the chat. We got Steve42, Samiko, we got Logic, Lowrider. So if anyone else wants to chime in and ask any questions, all right, to the Flat Earthers, please feel free to jump in.
Excuse me,
No,
like I'm
then
not at all
Peter
familiar
can
with
carry
you
on
guys'
with the
arguments.
gaslighting.
To be honest with you, I'm
Steve.
just here to listen. You guys are a particular type of unusual that I just don't understand yet, and then that's what I'm here for, honestly, to be honest with you.
Okay, Steve, why don't you go do a Google search, find out exactly when, where, and how, what method was used to measure Earth curvature on the surface. That'd be a good start.
Oh, no, and I enjoy your argument. I want to listen to it. I don't understand it yet. I just want to understand the argument, that's all. And so if you don't mind, like, is it cool if I just listen, like, more than anything?
Well, to be honest, you just said that you want to understand, but I just gave you the understanding, and you just like.
Well, you gave me a test to go do, and I understand, but I'm thinking about stuff. Like, I don't have time for a test right now. Maybe later I'll look it up. But like, I just want to listen to you guys talk about it. Like, honestly,
Okay,
that's why I'm
so
here.
here's a good question for someone new to a topic like this: is you would ask yourself, why are these flat earthers here in the first place? Wouldn't that be a good question?
That's literally the question that's driving my curiosity right now.
Okay,
Yes.
here's the thing. I'll give you an answer now. This is a short answer. It's not the whole entire thing. That would take a while for you to digest. But the reason we're here is because we all grew up as Globers, just like you. We all went to the same educational camps, the educational system. We all learned the same things about Earth being a globe. Well, the thing is, we took the measurements they gave us. Now, these are actual what they told us, right? They said Earth has a radius of 3,959. It has a circumference of 24,901 miles. So that means at the surface, it requires a drop over distance. We went out and checked in nature. That's the key word, out in nature. We looked at the Earth, and we tried to find where this curvature was, and all we found is flat. Everywhere we look, we see way too far. We see magnitudes, tens of magnitudes farther than we should on the globe of that size. That's why we're here.
It's an interesting argument. It's an interesting perspective. I'm curious. I'm just curious. That's it. That's all. Like, and if you don't mind, can I just listen? Like, I like it. I like you and you guys and etc.
Yeah, that's
also
good.
why you will remain here for many years.
I actually appreciate your curiosity, and I think that's a good place to start. That's where we all start.
Yeah. You guys are asking. All you guys, in my opinion, are doing is asking questions to figure out the fucking structure of reality as you perceive it, and that's the start, man. Isn't that the start for everyone? You know.
Well, that is legit. That is fair.
So mostly
yeah, so
with,
Steve, I know you didn't. You just wanted to sort of listen in, but did you want to see some long distance observations? But
I am in general like curious about how you guys are attacking the problem. I'm curious as to how you guys are circling the nut, you know, in a metaphorical way.
Yeah, sure, man. I mean, look,
go ahead.
One second, Nick. We all have a starting point, right, to this reality, right? So, you've never seen the curvature of the Earth. I've never seen the curvature of the Earth. We've never felt the Earth move whatsoever. Okay, so that doesn't prove that it's flat and that it's not moving, but that's the starting point that everyone experiences as their basic reality, right? So, from a young age, we're being fed this globe model, right, that basically goes against everything that we experience in reality, right? We experience it as flat. We're told it's curving. We're told it's moving, right, faster than the speed of sound, spinning around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, chasing the sun at 480,000 miles per hour, and the list goes on, speeds and vectors, right? But most people have never actually questioned that model, and fair enough, most people have never had a reason to. But if you look throughout history, right, you're not going to find anyone that's actually gone out and done experiments that actually validate the size that the Earth is or any curvature over large bodies of water. So when we go out and we take long distance observations and distance laser tests and things like that, we can see way beyond what we should be able to see on a globe Earth.
Do you think that maybe, and this is just a question, and I don't mean to attack like the idea that you guys are here underneath, but do you feel like maybe it's a mismatch between empiricism and logic and reason, and it's just like that connection that maybe both globalists and flat earthers maybe are missing? Like, I don't know, are they? Like, that's kind of what I'm.
This is it's a good point, man. And look, the thing is, they tell us that the globe is a particular size, right? So that there are things that go along with a globe of a particular size, and there has to be a specific rate of curvature over distance, right? So if you go to a large body of water, it should curve at a certain rate, right? There's no getting around that because they make physical claims to the shape of the Earth. So if you go to a 10-mile lake, for example, right, there should be 66 foot of drop over that 10 miles, right? So if we go to that lake and we set up a camera at the surface of the lake or like 1 foot above the surface, you shouldn't be able to zoom in on the other side of the lake and see the shoreline because there's 66 foot of obstruction right, between you and the target. But when we go out and we do these observations, we can see the other shoreline of the lake.
Is that talking on the phone?
Mute your hot mic.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I'll play.
So Steve, like there's also been like, it's not just observations, like we had teams of field engineers, right? A lot of people, PhDs that specialize in this stuff have gone out with high powered lasers, like even $30,000 lasers. And they're shooting these lasers across the surface of huge bodies of water, 20, 30, 40 miles, right? And people are like, they're able to hit their target on the other side of the water, right? There should be hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature.
Well, sort of the question is that I'm trying to get at is there? So you that's the empiricism which matches what you expect. In the middle of the flat, but then there's the logic and reason part. And like, do you see the disconnect that I'm talking about? Like the empiricism says this, the logic and reason says that. It's sort of like what I'm trying to get at, and that's just a question. It's just a question.
Well, the common sense, right? The common sense matches like what we're claiming, right? Like I said, the base reality, the base axiom that we all experience. I think you're... Oh, Mikey?
Okay, no more.
That's all?
Yeah, I have 8x2, but I just wanted the 6 time.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, we experience what we're claiming in reality. We don't experience what the globe's claiming, right? The globe's claiming that when you see a sunset, right, the sun isn't moving away from you, but instead the sun is stationary from your perspective and you're spinning backwards faster than the speed of sound away from the sun. That's why it appears like the sun's setting. What we're saying is that the sun is moving away from you, right? The sun moves across the sky, east to west, in and out of your limitations of perspective. So, yeah, there's a lot to it, man, and it does seem crazy at first. And a lot of people think that flat earthers claim a bunch of crazy things like a disk in space, that sort of thing. That's absolutely not where we're coming from. We don't claim that.
No, you know what? So many people, I've been in so many rooms, have told me not to come in here. And it's made it like the forbidden zone. Like, you guys supposedly are all the fucking heavyweights that have fucking, like, circled this nut for like 20 years and you're just going to shit on, like, anyone that's immediately going to challenge your...
Absolutely not, bro.
And
look, this is the way, it is.
That's how other people have sold me this place. And I was just like, fuck it, I'm going in.
Yeah.
So here I am, I guess.
Oh, yeah, man. No, it's nothing like that. Look, we're not even trying to convince you of anything. I would say don't believe anything that
I see that, and I see that, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say like people can actually go and do these tests themselves. So yeah, don't even believe anything we say. Like, we can show you evidence, but it's just evidence, man. Like, it's actually empirical evidence in the way that you can go test it yourself if you want to. And yeah, or not, right? It's fine. Like, it's just maybe like we have some information that a lot of people haven't ever thought about. And if they want to come here and learn about that information, right, we can sort of point them in the right direction if you want to have a look at some information about it. Otherwise, you can believe whatever you want. That's cool. I mean, we're not going to drill you.
I don't even believe in
like,
having
fight you
beliefs,
about it.
to be honest with you. So, like, yeah. But that's why, like, I like you guys. I'm just curious. And like I said, I mostly just want to hang out and like listen to the argument. I haven't been circling this nut my entire life, so I don't know how to present the argument even in a way that you guys would respect in any way, shape, or form. So yeah, I'm not gonna try. I'm just gonna listen.
No, that's all good, man.
Mostly.
But yeah, if you want to ask questions and stuff like that, we're happy to like show you, give you answers and whatnot. You know, it doesn't have to be like a debate, right? There's some flat Earth servers that are like that. They'll jump down your throat and demand that you prove.
You should try, Steve.
Globe Earth.
You should try and give your best, proof just for practice, right? We'll be here to correct you, not viciously, but I mean, it's good practice, right? Like I'm not the best at it. I like practicing it. They always correct me.
Yeah, what I can do, you did do just like a little exercise. I just sent you a playlist of the nice videos to watch. Try to debunk them. Go with the negative point. So you want to debunk that shit. So you don't want to acquire information, but you want to debunk that thing. Try to debunk those videos. Maybe when you stick with us, also no one is will just tell you to go away. So if you have some questions and if you have something to say, sometimes who knows, when you acquire more information in the future, yeah, you can talk with us. We can exchange information.
Can I talk with you?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, wonderful. So you guys believe the Earth's flat?
It's not a belief. I know the Earth is flat.
Oh, okay. Come ça. So, what about the whole boat disappearing over the horizon and it disappears bottom first? You've heard that before. I just want to hear your response to it.
So is the boat disappearing bottom up? Is that it going over the curve?
The Earth is not flat. What do you mean? I thought...
My question to you is to clarify why you're trying to use the boat disappearing bottom up as a proof.
I'm asking y'all, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, is the boat disappearing bottom up, is that due to a shape of the Earth, meaning the boat is going down the ball from your perspective, and it's the ball that's now blocking the bottom of the boat from your observation.
Yeah, you use a lot of words, but yeah.
Is that going to be a consistent location, or is that a temporary, or is that like, you know,
What do you?
is the horizon? What is the horizon for you?
What do you? What do you mean? What is the horizon? Tell me.
Yeah, the horizon is what?
You're asking me if it's like a subjective thing.
Yeah.
What do you? If you're looking out onto like water, it's just the line where water and sky they meet in your visual. You know what I mean?
Cool. So then the boat's bottom is disappearing because of the horizon. It's fading into the horizon. The horizon is now, it's now one with the horizon. The bottom of the boat has now gone below the ground, or the water in this case.
If the Earth was flat, why would the boat disappear? If the Earth was flat, I should be able to get increasingly more powerful telescopes and still see it, no matter how far out it goes.
No, that is a wrong assumption about perspective, sir.
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Okay, I can. It's very simple. I can completely destroy that false assumption by just posting these two buildings. If you look at the two buildings, do they get closer to each other, or is it a physical is it an optical phenomena?
You sent buildings. Where? What buildings? Oh, in side chat, probably. Okay.
Yeah.
This is perspective.
Okay. We have to stick to the horizon.
Okay.
Right?
So things merge, right?
The horizon is going to be the argument, right? You're saying boats are disappearing bottom up. This is due to a geometric shape, right? So if you're saying that the horizon is a geometric shape cause, then the horizon needs to be measurable. The distance to that horizon ought to be measurable. Right?
From a certain place. Yes.
Okay.
You say the horizon should be measurable.
Check the text chat.
That doesn't make much sense though.
Check the text chat.
This is prescribed
I'm trying to post you.
This is something you
I'm
draw
trying
in art
to
class,
post you.
kid. Yeah.
I'm posting for you the calculatable distance to the horizon. 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. Right? Square root of the observation height in feet is 1.2. That'll give you the distance to the horizon in miles. You can go out and you can do this for yourself. Remember that equation. This is about you doing this for yourself. Because they told you that the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. Okay? So according to that geometric shape horizon, where the ground appears to meet the sky, should be due to this geometric shape. It'll be at that distance. Okay? If you can see farther than 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet, then you're not looking at a geometric shape. You're looking at an apparent thing. So if it's not due to the geometric shape, it's not going to be due to the gravitational
What do you mean an apparent thing?
meaning it's based on something not the geometric shape,
Which would be?
like your eyes or weather conditions, right? Humidity can change the way things will be magnified in the distance because the water and the air will magnify the image. Or if it's not humid, right, the image will appear to get smaller as it gets farther in distance. Okay, so like at the beach, you'll see the sun be huge as it sets. And then you can be in desert tundras where the sun will appear to be smaller as it goes away from you because the humidity is no longer magnifying the image of the sun. But then it still disappears in the horizon, right? So if we're going to use this horizon phenomena to try and prove the geometric shape of the ground, we got to know the calculatable distance to the horizon. It should be objective, right? I should be able to go to anywhere on Earth and be like, the horizon is going to be at this distance from my point, right? However, when you go out and look at the horizon's always changing distance. So your problem is either you have a geometric shape and it's constantly changing in size, so the ball is increasing in size and decreasing in size, or it's not due to the shape of the Earth. It's due to something else.
And you don't have an answer for what that something else is, because even the sun and desert and the water thing, you're saying that's because of what exactly? The water is closer to the edge or something?
No, I'm saying that the image of the object in the distance is going to change due to apparent effects. These apparent effects can be manipulated by the environment. Weather, as an example, humidity, right?
Hey, yeah, we know that's why the sun in the desert appears different.
Right.
We know that.
From the water, from the beach.
Yeah.
Because there's more humidity at the beach, there's less humidity in the desert.
Yeah.
Now, there's another thing that goes on, right? You're viewing the world around you through eyeballs, right? So these eyeballs have a little aperture in them, right? It's the iris and the lens, right? The pupil is your lens. The iris is the colorful thing that expands and contracts around the lens. That is a porthole. That's going to allow more or less light to travel into your eye and stimulate the retina at the back of your eye, right? Inside that little cavity that's inside your eye.
I failed to see the relevance of where this is going, but I'll let you land.
Angular size of the viewed object will change, right? As it goes away from you, it appears to become smaller, right? And at some point, the viewing angle will become too small for your eyes to register. So it will not be visible because its angular size is too small, right? You can hold a feather of a bird out in front of your at arm's length, and you can see the threads of the feather on the feather, right? Now you get your friend to walk away from you with the feather, you won't be able to see the little strands that make up the feather. Instead, you'll see the entirety of the feather, right?
Yeah, we don't have
And
like
eventually
eagle
it'll
eyes.
be so far away. Yeah, eventually it'll be so far away that you won't see the feather itself. Okay? Because the threads, their angular size has become too small for your eyes to register. You can see the different colors, and eventually you won't be able to see the feather because its angular size is too small.
Okay, let me follow up on this argument you're making right now, okay? Because it's a pretty false equivalency of what I was saying. If it's the same as if that friend held the feather out, was walking backwards, right? And you had binoculars or a powerful telescope. No. I'll let it. Hold on, no, because you made a comparison with something I wasn't saying.
No, you
so
gotta
if
hold
you have,
what I said. Don't go away from what I said.
I'm on what you said. I'm arguing with what you said. I just want to ask something, because your comparison doesn't follow what I was saying. So it's as if you had
eyes work and how imagery works, right?
Yeah. Let me.
It's going to become too small eventually for your eyes to see, and then you're going to say, "Well, I can pull out binoculars." Right? You're going to change the angular size of the object at that distance because the aperture of the binoculars is going to change the angle that you can see, right? So it's going to increase the angular size of that object. You're going to zoom in on that object, right? And then eventually you're going to say, well, you're going to be too far, the feather will be too far for binoculars to see. So then I'm going to pull out a telescope, and then I'm going to see it from a telescope. And then you're going to be like, eventually it's going to be too far for the telescope to see. I should have some better viewing device to be able to see it as it gets farther away. This happens, right?
Yes. Where?
Okay.
In what instance is a boat going over a horizon and it's disappeared over the horizon, the curvature of the Earth? Can you then pull out a different visual instrument and it pop up again?
Yes,
you can't, yeah.
And then showing them come back into view. And then you're still talking about this boat disappearing bottom up, right? What you're viewing is the angular size of the bottom of the boat at your eye line to the top of the water disappearing, right? 2 reasons I brought up already: weather and optics. Okay, for these 2 combined reasons alone, you can have a bottom of a boat disappear, right? The weather's going to cause the image of the light, right, to not be
still water, man. Perfect
seen
conditions
through the medium. Okay, so you can have the temperature above the water be a different temperature than the air that you're looking through at your level, and then the light doesn't travel through it, or it gets redirected. Refraction, right? Miraging, that's an effect. Shrinking or stooping, those are refraction phenomena. And then you got looming, where the boat appears to be floating in the sky, when actually what's happening is the air above the water is reflecting the image of the sky. So it makes it look like the boat's floating in the air when it's actually not. You've been given a false horizon based on the weather conditions.
Yeah, I'm not talking about looking at a boat go over a horizon in a rainstorm or a thunderstorm or a tsunami.
No,
right?
looming happens on a clear day, right?
No,
you can drive down the road at night and watch the little reflectors in the middle of the road as you come up and go down around hills. You'll see looming happening or miraging happening, where the image of the reflector in the middle of the road is actually reflecting off the portion of the road that you're driving on, right? Even though the reflector doesn't actually exist in that spot because it belongs in the middle of the road, the reflector now looks like it's sitting in the middle of the road because the reflectors beyond that specific point are being reflected to your eye from the weather condition, right? The road's a little bit warm, so now the reflector that's beyond that point is being reflected off of that, little temperature difference. And now it's miraged, or it's reflecting, and it looks like there's a reflector there, but there's not.
You went sideways again. In the
I'm
boat.
sorry you can't follow this.
I'm completely following, but you keep not answering the one question I'm asking you. Right?
He is answering you, dude. Look, he's giving you reasons.
Listen.
Hold on. You're saying it goes behind a physical curve, right? He's giving
yes,
you
I'm not
reasons
talking
why
about. I don't want to hear about a storm. I don't want to hear about weather.
No,
rain.
he's not talking about a storm. Hold on a second. He's not talking about a storm, right? He's talking about. You can see this on a clear day, right? I just posted a definition in the side chat there, right? It's called sinking refraction, right? A refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it. And it goes on further to tell you the weather conditions that would cause that. It's not a storm. It's just to do with temperature gradients. Right? Okay. We can reproduce these effects on a smaller scale, where we can prove it's not the curvature of the Earth. Right? Over a pond or over a flat hallway. And there's other reasons as well that Tactical Droid was talking about, right? It can be to do with angles. It can be to do with humidity and heat changes. It can also be to do with a small ocean swell in the foreground blocking at the bottom of the boat in the background. Because a small object in the foreground can block a large object in the background. So that this can be reproduced on a smaller scale. Right? And there's many demonstrations that we can show you, right, where you can see a ship. It looks like it right? It looks like it's disappeared over the horizon, and then you can zoom in on it, and you can bring the whole ship back to view again.
Exactly.
It's not actually... Yeah, we can show you demonstrations of that on large and small scales. There's heaps of them.
Yeah, but what happens if you continue to look? You're talking about the boat disappear.
Hold on a second. Let's. Okay. No. I got you, bro. I got you. And Tactical Droid did explain that to you, right? So if it had actually gone behind something physical, you shouldn't be able to zoom in on it and bring it back, right? That proves that it didn't actually go behind something physical. It was just an optical effect, right? So what will happen if you zoom in on it? Right? Like, let's just say you see a ship, it starts to go over the horizon, right? You pull out some low-powered binoculars, and you can zoom it back into view again, right? And if you keep looking through those binoculars, the same thing will happen again, right? Because those binoculars also have a limitation, right? Then you can put down the binoculars and pull out like a super zoom camera, and you'll be able to zoom the whole boat back into view again. But all optics have limitations. Eventually, it's going to fade into the atmosphere, because the atmosphere is thick over distance. You can't see forever through the atmosphere.
Then it wouldn't disappear bottom up.
It's not disappearing bottom up, right? Because you can zoom it back in, right? When it appears to disappear bottom up, you're able to zoom it back into view again. So that's proving that it didn't go over the curve.
We're talking about the
Also,
ending.
we can replicate it on a smaller scale as well.
Hold on, I was talking about the ending, right? When that last masked telescope sees it, and then the atmosphere causes it to fade out. It would not fade out bottom up then, because the atmosphere
Doesn't
would
fade
affect
out bottom up.
Because the atmosphere
Doesn't
would
fade out
affect
bottom up.
Because the atmosphere, hold on, because the atmosphere would affect the whole boat at the same time. The whole boat would fade away. Yes.
You've never, yeah, that's what happens, right?
Yes.
You've never seen what you're claiming happens right now. The example that I'm giving you've never seen. You're just assuming it's still going to disappear bottom up. Eventually, it's just going to be so small, right? And there's so much atmosphere between you and the object that you're not going to know really what's going on. You're not going to see it disappearing bottom up over the horizon that distant. But the fact that it appeared to disappear bottom up over the horizon, right? And then you could zoom the whole thing back to view again, that debunks that it was actually behind something physical.
So how far away would the horizon have to be on your ball? Because apparently I can use a telescope, right, which is farther than the camera and the binoculars and your eyeballs are going to see, and then it'll disappear beyond the curve, right? What point would that curve be at?
That's a whole equation. What do you? Your eyes cannot see as well as a telescope can, or binoculars can.
I accepted what you said, and I told you, if the telescope is the farthest I can view, then it disappears behind the curve. At what distance will that curve actually be?
That's a Google search, and I don't see the answer to that helping what you're saying.
I gave you the equation first.
Yeah, you give me the equation. What's the equation?
And then
go on.
1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet will give you the distance to the horizon in miles, right? I said that earlier. And then I even sourced it from a university, the mathematics department.
Yeah, this equation's real. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you remember that. Okay, so that's going to be due to the Earth being a specific geometric shape, 3,959 miles radius, right? So that would be the distance to the geometric shape horizon. If you're using a telescope to see beyond that point, then how are you looking beyond that point, right? Because essentially what you're saying is there's a hill between me and the object, and I just looked around the top of the hill and viewed it with a telescope.
No, what I was saying is
So then I don't know what you're meaning by
the
what you're
telescope
saying
in this part would be allowing you to see it go over the hill.
Yeah.
Your
So
eyes are not
basically-
going to be able to see the full effect of the curvature of the Earth. We know this.
Yeah.
Our eyes aren't that good. The telescope is what allows you to see it go over the curvature of the Earth. That's why it wouldn't just vanish.
Yeah, I said that, right? Now, would I be able to lay my head on my wife's chest and then watch her belly button disappear behind her pregnant belly and then use a telescope to see her belly button again?
That's a much, much smaller scale than what I was just saying.
Yeah, but like what you're saying is I can use a viewing device to see an object disappear beyond a hill, and I'm trying to use a viewing device to peek behind a hill, right?
No, let's say you live in a place that is like a flat state. I don't know if you're American or Canadian,
Florida.
Alberta or
That's
whatever.
the flattest state in the United States.
Okay, perfect. If you see, okay, perfect. Well, you can see far. Yes, the telescope you can see further. We know this, right? We can agree. Yes, okay. That same scale you couldn't compare to laying on your wife's stomach or whatever you were saying. We're talking on a much larger scale to understand what I'm talking about.
The thing you're saying is happening is the example that I'm trying to give. Your obvious answer would be no. You can't view your wife's belly button when she's pregnant by using a telescope. Okay?
Yeah.
You would have to actually physically move your head around the curvature of her belly to see her belly button again. Right? So that should be the case whenever you see a boat disappear beyond 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Right? You should have to physically move your body, your physical position, to a different location in order to bring it around the curve again. If you're able to use a viewing device to see around the curve, then you're not looking at a thing due to a geometric shape. It's due to an apparent effect, which is what we went through.
To remove that apparent effect. Yeah, because you live in a flat state. You're not seeing the other half. You're not. Hold on, just because I see what you're trying to say. I'm saying that's not what I'm not talking about that. What I'm saying is that the telescope being used, or whatever you want, telescope, would get you past a point. Because for your eyes, if you see it and you go higher, probably see it. Probably wouldn't see it. Who knows? I don't know. Anyway, the telescope gets rid of this whole eyes thing.
Are you aware of this? What you're talking about happens in reality. People use different viewing devices to see beyond what their regular eyeballs can see.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. Yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
I know that.
If you do that and the boat still disappears bottom up, you can draw two conclusions. The one, what you're saying, illusion's going on, right? Or it's the curvature, right? But what you're saying is if you zoom in, telescope beyond, and we don't have a scope powerful enough to see it further out, it should just fade out all at once, or relatively same. It should not still disappear bottom up.
No, it
Get what I'm saying?
We get what we say, but
You don't understand what I am saying because you're still pushing the same thing that you've been pushing since the beginning. You're not following what I'm saying, because if the ship still disappears bottom up, what you're doing is you're seeing the angular size of the bottom of the boat disappear again because it's become too small for the viewing device to bring back into your field of view.
Okay, so you're drawing the first conclusion.
Period. That's what's happening, right?
Perfect. Yeah.
Because what you're saying is this physical curve changes its distance based on my viewing device, right? Because you think, well, all of this is happening because the Earth is a ball. And what you're saying is that you can view around the curvature of that ball. Just get a different viewing device and I can see around the ball again. But then, oh wait, it disappears bottom up again.
Could I
Like
jump
you
in?
said,
Zach,
go ahead.
All right, Matt. So, brother, to take what Brother Tactical's walking you through, have you researched angular resolution or Rayleigh's criterion?
Or whose criteria?
Rayleigh's, R-A-Y-L-E-I.
The answer's no. Exactly. Not know who that is.
Exactly. So this is
angular resolution. Yeah, of course. That's like science class. Yeah.
All right. So angular resolution, right? This is what's really being discussed. So angular resolution and Rayleigh's criterion, from my understanding, same thing, so to speak. The idea here is that the person, right, is the person perceiving the horizon is the person that sets that relationship. So there's only one horizon that exists, from my understanding, and that's me. And as I gain altitude or I update my position, my relationship with the horizon changes. So if we're watching an object that is literally, and I'm going to be very plain with my English so I can illustrate my point, we have something that is riding along the floor, right? That means if we're standing at a beachfront, we have a ship going away from us. The ship is riding along the floor.
Yes.
That means that as the ship disappears from us, it will get eaten by the bottom up, so to speak. The horizon line will effectively eat the ship as the ship sails away from the bottom up. This is why when sailboats go over the horizon, you'll see the bottom disappear, and then the top start to go down as it disappears. Now we notice the same thing happens in reverse with planes as they go along the ceiling, i.e. the sky, and they ride along the ceiling off into the distance, into the horizon. The reverse happens. Now we take the opposite. I'll withdraw after this point, and I appreciate the space. We take the opposite of that, a ship coming towards us or a plane coming towards us, and the reverse happens. But what we can confirm is that when we view both locations of that person perceiving the ship, we know that there's no curve in between the two of them. Does all that make sense to you, brother?
I followed that whole from start to end, yeah.
Bet. I appreciate that. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I said, welcome to Flat Earth.
Is that simple, man? Is that simple?
That explanation, the plane really put into perspective what I was saying, because the plane disappears. When the plane disappears into the sky, you see the whole thing fade out. Even if it's a clear sky, you're going to see the full plane just fade away. But because I cannot explain fully why it goes over the horizon, it doesn't fade away. Instead, it disappears bottom up, because you can ride along the floor. You can't ride along the sky, if that makes sense. There's nothing for it to vanish behind, right? I cannot explain it.
Do you have your eyes on the side chat or what? Or no?
Because
you have your eyes on side chat?
I've been seeing like memes go on in side chat, man. I'm not gonna lie, I've just been talking.
Yeah, nice. So those are not all memes. Memes are meant to be funny. Those are not funny at all.
All right. Yeah, no, the point that guy explained. I don't know who explained that, but that was beautifully said. 'Cause I got no response for that. I don't. But what I ask you then is, you said the atmosphere is what's causing the plane to all vanish at once. Yes. No. And then when the boat, huh?
Well, okay.
No.
It is not right. The plane or the object is not disappearing all at once, only due to atmospheric effects. Okay?
Well, okay, so hold on, just a quick thing.
I don't know how you got off that, man.
Can kill respond. I'm so sorry. I'm just
right, quick. So remember, right? The person, we're standing on the ground. So if I'm standing on the ground, whatever's riding along the ground is going to disappear the way that I described it to be. Now, if we were able to like, mount ourselves to the ceiling, maybe if we had the advantage of having the altitude to be in a plane, we could then like walk out the observation of maybe watching a jumbo jet or something that's rather large disappear to see how it work, right? But again, we don't have the advantage of being at the ceiling to watch how something would disappear riding along, quote unquote, the ceiling.
Yeah.
So we're close to the ground. So the way that we see things disappearing off on the horizon is going to behave a little bit differently. Thanks for the space and tactical. I'm so sorry. Well, not sorry, but thanks for the space on this, brother. Peace.
So it's because it cannot be, because we haven't experimented on it. It's just a terrible point for me to make then, because the experiments there aren't there yet, is what you're saying.
There will be no experiment watching a boat disappear because you can't manipulate any of it, right? Your experiment's trying to find the cause of the thing that's happening. What you're doing when you're watching a boat is you're making an observation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you can't, like, the experiment hasn't been done yet with modern technology.
And see, brother, again, we're holding you accountable to the words that you say, because words mean stuff. Right?
I'm willing to yield, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so experiment is, right? There has to be a hypothesis, there's got to be like a variable. I'm not good with that stuff. I don't really care about experiments. I care about observations, right? I just want to walk up something, see it's in its natural state, and then make my notes, my field notes according to that, because I don't want to mess with nature. Nature is beautiful the way it is. We take it, we build upon it, we observe level. It's pretty simple, quite honestly and bluntly. Water continually seeks its level. There are all these things. In order to build up, and I'll stop preaching in a quick second, in order to build up the sphere, I then have to like start calculating and working out stuff, put on my glasses and my lab coat and start like calculating things. I'm not about that. I just want the observation. Laws of nature. Thank you. Peace.
Sometimes it's funny when I hear people when someone give them example of a curving surface like tactical give you this example of surface of your girlfriend's belly and being hidden behind that curvature. So you said it's not it's a small scale. So what's the scale that you think that it would work on when you use a zoom power to bring things from behind the curvature? A hill, for example, a giant big hill. You use zoom in power and bring things from behind the curvature of a hill? Or it will magically occur only on the surface of the Earth?
I wouldn't call that magic. I'd say that's a very large scale, and a hill would not give you that scale.
No, it's not a large scale, it's small scale, and the power zoom that you have, just not a telescope, because with the curve of the Earth, you can bring, you will just zoom with binoculars, and it won't be powerful enough to bring more of the boat. You will use a telescope. No, use just the binoculars over a hill. It will be the perfect scale, because for a big curvature as the curvature of the Earth, you will have to use a telescope. Use binoculars, use a camera, high-powered zoom camera, and bring things from over a hill or things from over a cylinder. Make any scale. You won't be able to tell me it won't work on any scale, only starting from the scale of a curving surface like the curve of the Earth.
That's not what I'm saying, bro. What I was saying with that point was that just because it's something that disproves what I'm saying, it would also not agree with what you're saying happens at the horizon, because the scale's too small to prove both points of what you guys are saying, which is that I am wrong, you're right. To prove that, you could only really use really large scales. That's why I tried to keep it as on the atmosphere and the horizon as we could. That's why I understood what was being said when you switched and talked about the sky, right? Because looking over a hill and then putting on binoculars to see past the hill, it wouldn't work, yes, but on the atmosphere it does. So it only disproves one point, but then the second point just kind of contradicts it.
Don't go and do that on a hill in space. No, do it here on Earth, inside the atmosphere, brother. Wait for the perfect atmosphere. What do you want? You want more humidity? What for humidity?
No, what I'm saying, that hill does not agree with the point you're making to describe the horizon.
That the hill is not agreeing with your point, because your point, you say that you can bring things from over a curvature using zoom power. Now we are asking you to do that, replicate that. Go to a curving surface that we are sure it's curved surface, like a hill, like any curving surface. Starting from a hill, it's big, then you can make it smaller.
You cannot do that because of the power of your eyes. That's why I'm saying the hill doesn't work in your favor as much as it doesn't work in my favor. That's why I tried to keep it on the horizon and the atmosphere and different things of that nature, to focus on the horizon. Or the sun, like, I forgot who was saying. Someone's talking about the sun and the desert and the water. I understood that. We're talking about things that are actually affecting the horizon. The main issue. The hill one doesn't benefit you or me.
No, that won't benefit me, because I'm not claiming that I live on a curving surface. You are the only one claiming that you live on a curving surface. The hill is a curving surface. Example of the curving surface that you have, and you can't bring things when you zoom on those things in distance over a curved surface. For me, over a planar surface, I can do that over a street, in a stadium, in a tennis field, everywhere. We put small things in distance, they won't be apparent to me. I can zoom on those things and bring them again.
Alright, I see I understand what you're saying, but I see you're not understanding what I'm saying. So I'll just call it at that. But I want to ask you guys.
No, three. I want to ask you a question right quick. So let me ask.
What's up?
Three words, if you agree with them or not. Stationary. Do you agree that this Earth is stationary?
Oh, in what? In like the sense of space, like. Is it turning? Is it like stationary, staying still?
Telling you that this Earth is moving.
Yes.
What?
The Earth is spinning. We're all spinning around the sun's. Yeah, sun's spinning around universe. Yeah.
Who touched you there? Who told you that? Who touched you in that no-no spot?
Yo, what are you doing?
Because I want to know. I'm curious. I'd like to know who your authority is that told you that we're going around the sun. First question. Second, the Earth is spinning. I need to know more about this. Who told you this? Who touched you in your no-no spot?
Well, hey, bro, your wording is crazy, man. But
I know. I can right through to you right now. This is a conversation.
Yeah, it's great. I like it because I listen. You know, it's science did, of course. Starting from when I was a kid, I would say if you can definitely define it as indoctrination if you want to, because yeah, we weren't told anything different from when we were young. But yeah, science class, and I haven't seen science disprove it.
You haven't seen science disprove it. Okay.
In its totality, yeah.
Okay, fine. So, question being, do you live in a built form?
Yeah, I'd say so.
So, and it's fair to say that the your built form that you live in is a product of the construction industry, correct? This isn't I got you. It's a simple.
Okay. So yeah, I'd say so. Wording, but yeah.
So you appeal to science. I appeal to construction. Would that be a fair authority to appeal to?
I'd say the construction would also have to appeal to science too.
Why is that?
Because science is the study of why things are, and you can't operate outside of why things are.
Right, but what if we just went on the notion of how things present themselves?
I feel like the thing a structure would present itself as is still related to science. But I'm willing to go outside of what main scientist says if it's a study or something that makes sense. Because main science is wrong all the time. I agree with that, yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Are you good with numbers?
Somewhat, but go on.
Okay. So you agree that science claims it's a spheroid. This is a ball, right? Okay. So you know that a ball has a set radius.
Earth specifically wouldn't be a perfect sphere, but yes.
Okay. Are you willing to accept the mainstream narrative's claim of the radius?
Yeah, I'll go with that. Whatever because I know it changes, or it's not Earth's. I forgot the name of the shape, but if you took a sphere and kind of squished it a little bit, you know what I mean?
Okay, so mainstream narrative claim, right, is a radius of 3,959 miles from the magic center out to the crust. Okay, that's what I would call the macrocosm claim, the overall claim. Now, when we take that number through the awesomeness of the evolution of technology and study of numbers, you break that number down to a microcosm, a smaller number, so we can actually look for it, investigate it, and see if it's there. Do you agree that that would be a fair thing to do?
Sure, and if you're going to go through it, I'd ask you to say the number again, just so I could write this down as you go.
Yeah, I'll actually give you a drawing made by a computer that shows it. But I want to walk this through with you verbally first. So we're going to break down and take 100-mile sample set of that 59 mile radius claim. Is that fair?
If we do all the numbers that will come up equally, ratio it, yeah, sure. I'd say it's fair.
Now, here's the thing. Do you understand what I believe it's modus ponens, if P then Q?
Modus
ponens. I don't want to confuse you anymore. Here's the thing. If in fact we're dealing with a ball, right? If we take 100-mile sample set that we observe, we should see a 1.25 mile drop over that 100 miles that we travel.
Wonderful picture. Okay, go on.
1.5 miles equates to 6,600 feet. My question to you is, on the spheroid, like the actual structure claim, do you see this in real life, that you travel for 100 miles, right? Again, we're going over the distance and looking for that required drop. Do you see a 6,600 foot drop over 100 miles, or that 100 miles that you travel?
No, of course not.
Right. And that's the thing. When we go from place to place, I'll withdraw after this because I've been talking for a while. When we go from place to place to place, we keep observing level, right? We go back to the construction industry. We know that the construction industry operates on a principle of level because they have a tool called level, comes in different sizes, 6 inches all the way up to 12 feet. And this thing shows level, and all built forms built upon this place are level. Now, when we go across a cityscape township, we don't see a 6,600 foot drop across that entire place in order to prop up the idea of a globe. Thanks for listening to that, brother. I hope all that made sense. And again, there's a picture in the side chat for you. Peace.
Yeah, that was the most compelling thing I've heard in my entire life for your flat earth theory. Oh my god. Love it. Yeah.
Yay, I want a gold star.
That was the most compelling. I've never heard that before. Most compelling thing I've ever heard. No, we don't. We don't. That's true. Damn. So then you guys all hold to the belief that like space, the like NASA's fake. Rockets going to space is fake, and ISS is fake, and satellites are fake. You guys hold on to that belief too. Just wondering. Elijah,
Hey guys.
is it fake? No beliefs.
Are you asking me if something is fake?
You're the only one who spoke, yeah. So is like NASA fake, satellites fake, stuff going into space fake, Mars fake.
NASA's not.
And then you asked me if that was my belief.
Any flat earther can answer, man. I'm just asking in general.
Okay, number one, NASA is not
You
fake.
didn't hear me trying to. I mean, I introduced myself. I was like, niceness never met. How? If somebody's talking, I don't understand how you guys. How are we gonna do this? Because I don't come in here often. Like, what is it? What's up?
I didn't mean to be hostile. I didn't think you were gonna get
I'm not
offended.
talking about
Word.
you. Don't get annoying before you're not. You just relax for a second.
Yo, you're a dick, bro. I'm asking my question. What are you talking about?
You see what I'm saying? I'm not talking to you. Obviously, two people tried to answer you, me and someone else. You're not even aware that I'm trying to figure out whether or not he's going to answer your question or I'm going to answer your question. And you've just called me a dick for no reason.
That wasn't for no reason. You just said don't get annoying before you are. Like, bro, why are you talking? Like, I didn't come to you hostile at all.
I'm trying to tell you that this is happening and you're still talking when I'm trying to, you know what I mean?
Go on.
So, do you want to take this or what, bro?
No, you can go for it, man.
All right. So ask your question again.
Are these things fake? Mars, NASA, rockets going into space, satellites, ISS.
NASA's a government agency, aren't they?
Yeah, but yeah.
So what do you mean by fake?
Is NASA studying space? NASA says the Earth is round. Like, the premise is space.
The premise of you. What do you think space is?
Outside of our Earth, up.
Yeah, yeah, but describe the environment.
Describe the environment of space.
Mm-hmm.
In the simplest terms, because I don't think we should go crazy with that one. Outs are just what we observe when we leave Earth's atmosphere, stratosphere, all that stuff. Just space, the laws of space, time, sun, gravity, space. Everything space related to space.
So okay. You think that that area is void of matter, right? Mostly. Like It's the amount of space between things is what makes it space to begin with, right?
Yeah, and unknown matter. But yeah.
But mostly the part that I'm getting at is there's a lack of things. There's a lot of space, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Here's the thing. Here's my position, right? And hopefully it will allow you to answer your question for you. I'm breathing air. Air expands in all directions to fill an available volume.
Yes.
So, when they tell me that, I don't know, for example, they sent people to the moon through a place that is supposedly void of matter, and that place is next to the air we breathe, and the air we breathe doesn't evacuate into that space, because that's what air does. That's what we experience always in reality. I don't believe that story. You're correct. I don't believe anything else that comes of that story, because the premise, there being a vacuum next to the air we breathe, is not something that I believe, because it goes against natural laws.
So you don't believe in gravity?
So I say one thing and you say something is totally irrelevant, right?
No, that's completely irrelevant, because you're saying, why doesn't Earth escape into space?
Explain its relevance.
Okay, Earth's air doesn't escape into space because Earth has a gravitational pull.
Prove that.
You're not floating, even if you don't believe in the concept.
I'm sorry. Am I a gas particle?
Are you?
All right. Let me be charitable. Okay. We're talking about air, and as I just told you, and as you know, because you agreed with me, air expands to fill the available volume. Now, when you say gravity is holding it here, that is completely non sequitur to our agreement that air expands to fill an available volume. You're saying, well, the reason? No, it doesn't, because whilst you think that gas expands, you also believe in the grand scheme of things on Earth, the gas isn't expanding because of gravity. So my response to you is, how can you demonstrate gravity affecting air? Is there any?
Okay, I'll explain it using something like, but I'll be charitable. That ocean, if you go deep enough, you'll be crushed and you'll die. Water has weight, right? We know that if you go onto Mount Everest and breathe, it'll be a struggle. You need oxygen tanks to climb Mount Everest, right? Oxygen has a weight to it. That's why it's held down, right? Now, same with the ocean. Water being held down, there's weight of it. But unlike water, it doesn't get necessarily more loose the higher you get. It's just weight. Now, the weight of our air around us, at our level, we can breathe. If you go into a plane, that plane can't have open windows because you won't be able to breathe. Air's not dense enough, right? You go higher and higher up, the air gets lighter and lighter and lighter. That's why fighter jets still can't go too high. Yes? Now, the thing about spaceships or rocket ships, we know, is that they blast things out one way and then the force pushes the opposite way. We know this law works, right? So with Earth's atmosphere, once you get to a certain point, it's not just atmosphere, stratosphere, space. It's not instant. It's a transition. Do you know what I mean? Do you follow?
I got you. So you mixed in something that's true with something that's belief. So you believe that the air on the Earth is held down by gravity. Now, the thing that you did say that was truth, that wasn't belief, is that we have a gas pressure gradient. So gas pressure gradients also require containment. But again, proving your position is the position that can't be proven. You just have to tell me, well, the Earth is a sphere and the air we're breathing is not exiting into space because there's gravity. But there's no practical way you can demonstrate that. Now, you just said, well, air has weight and there's a gradient. Well, we already know that to have gas pressure, it requires a containment. And in order to have a gas pressure gradient, which coincidentally, that's what happens in your room sometimes, right? Until you open it and then the air escapes, or the cold air enters, whatever, however it goes. The bottom line is, in all of those instances, it requires an area for the gas to exist in. Now, you're proposing that there's an area that doesn't require a container for gas to exist in. And like I said, that goes against natural law, and I don't believe it. You say, well, the force of gravity is what holds it. I mean, I can tell you that according to academia, the force of gravity has been debunked. It's never been a thing because it was never scientifically validated in the first place.
Okay, so why is it if you climb Mount Everest, you need an oxygen tank at the top? Where's the oxygen?
Because there's less air there.
Yeah. There's less air there?
Right, because the production, or let's see, not the production, the process in which they're in which the gases are, again, not produced, or the process that it goes through in order for the gas to form, happen, or whatever, that happens here on the ground. It's not happening in the sky.
What's the process?
Oh, you mean for like the oxygen to come out of the ocean and shit from the
No,
plants and all?
you're saying you can't breathe on Mount Everest.
I'm clarifying what I'm talking about. That's where the air is coming from. It's coming from the plants and the trees and the fauna and all
Say
of that
oxygen,
stuff.
not air.
Okay, air and all of the gases, because it's all mixed in, right? Including the oxygen we breathe.
But they
Because
don't all come from plants.
I'm getting annoyed.
You said air comes from plants.
But understand that I mentioned oxygen because we're talking about not being able to breathe on Mount Everest. That's a point that you brought up. Now you're asking me, what about... Listen, obviously oxygen is in the air with the rest of the gases because it's inhomogeneous. Or homogeneous, whichever it is. It's all mixed up. So the point is, that process is happening here on the ground level, not up where the mountains are. So how does it get there?
You are saying, let's talk specific, because there's a lot of gases here, because there's still air on Mount Everest. There's still air up there, right? Oxygen, the concentration, hold on. The concentration of oxygen is lower up there because, yes, the processes happen down here, but the effect of gravity.
I didn't mean to serve at you. You're not responding to what I'm saying. Okay? In order to have gas pressure, you need containment. In order to have a gas pressure gradient, you need containment. Again, you asked me, well, how come there's less air on Mount Everest? Well, the gas is being produced ground level.
And Eli,
what you want?
What happens to gases when they get colder?
What do you mean?
You look like a meatball with legs.
Yeah. What physical properties change for gases that get colder? Do they get denser?
That's irrelevant.
Yeah, they get denser, don't they? which means they should fall.
What does dense mean? Are you saying that when gases are cooled, they, I don't know, somehow go the opposite direction?
Well, if a gas gets denser, I would think it would become heavier.
It would go the opposite direction of entropy, you think? Because no, they're expanding. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, they expand when they get hotter, and they contract when they get colder.
All right, so I mean that's what I'm saying. The opposite way of entropy, is that what you think is happening when air is not hot?
Well, hot air rises, cold air falls. That's how hot air balloons work.
Okay.
So that's why there's less air at higher altitudes, because it gets colder and falls.
Yeah, there's a symbiotic relationship. That's true. You're right, brother. What's the point, though?
So that's why these people say, how come there's less air up there? Because the temperature is different than at the ground level. That's the thing they never look into. They never look into the differences in temperature.
That's true. Again, yeah. So there's a gradient, number one, because gas pressure gradients require containment. That's just a fact, unless you can demonstrate somehow that not being a necessity.
I fully will.
And also, yeah.
Alright.
It's colder on Mount Everest, isn't it?
We have heavy gases. Do you agree? I'm gonna ask, do you agree, so I don't get muted again, because you're tripping up.
No, that's a red herring.
I'm asking you, do we have heavy gases?
And my response to you is that's a red herring.
Are there gases I can put into a cup?
All right. Let me explain to you why that's a red herring. We're already engaged in a conversation about gas pressure requiring a container, and that's why I don't believe that there are people in a second law of thermodynamics violation. Okay? You asking me about heavier gases has nothing to do with the mixture of gases that is the air that we breathe. It's the same mixture on the ground as it is up in the sky. Heavier gases have nothing to do with that.
What? The same mixture? What a crazy take.
That's what this means.
So you think there's the same mixture here with us right now than if you go higher up? Same mixture.
Exactly.
Huh. Okay, now as I was saying, if I could explain my point without you server muting every time just because you're too scared to ask me to explain relevancy. That's all you have to ask instead of server muting.
Sorry, mate. I don't want to hear you crying about crying. It was me that rocked you. If you want to misbehave, I'm more than welcome and happily gonna do it again. So, get back on topic. Elijah and you were having a nice conversation. Back to it, Sonny.
Jeez, once again. Okay. I'm only talking about denser gases so you can understand how gases behave. Okay. Because just listen. It's not a red herring because there's relevancy here. Okay. On the point.
It's a red herring to the point. The point.
It's not. Okay. The point you're making is. It's just with this.
Okay, that was pretty quick. The point I'm making is what?
The point you're making is that gases need containment and concentration. That's what you're saying.
That's not all I'm saying. That's not all I'm saying.
I know that's not all you're saying, but I can't do everything at once. I'm just going to go one at a time.
No, you can't address that point with the other point, because my other point to you is that the air we breathe here at ground level and up at Mount Everest, it's the same mixture of gases. There aren't heavier gases here and lighter gases up there. So you don't need to go on your red herring point about heavier gases.
Okay. Listen. The mixture of gases are different.
No.
If you release helium, helium's not staying down here with us. It's not. Mixture of gas. You can even search it up. Don't want to believe me. There's different mixtures of gases. In the exosphere, thermosphere, there's different mixtures.
Yeah, but prove that.
What do you mean? This has been proved by scientists. What do you mean?
No.
Okay, I can prove it.
Where's the exosphere? Because again, other than up to Mount Everest, because you're talking about layers of the Earth's atmosphere where I'm not talking about any of that. Like the air we breathe and the where we all reside and where we're all concerned with and the places that we experience, that is a homogeneous mixture of gases. It's called air.
Define homogeneous.
It's called air.
I'm asking you a question. Define homogeneous, because you keep using this word, but it's incorrect.
Right?
Define homogeneous.
It's mixed in. It's all mixed in.
So you're saying all of air that's mixed in is the same mixture, homogeneous as you're saying mixture down here as in the thermosphere?
No, the thermosphere is a hypothetical place that I've never.
Okay, it's hypothetical. It's just the way we break things down into titles to explain different things going on in different levels of Earth.
If the Earth was a sphere and if the atmosphere was real, then okay. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the air we breathe. And I'm talking about in order to have the air we breathe, right, it has to be contained. You talking about the sphere is irrelevant.
The same thing can happen on your flat Earth theory. Because on a flat Earth, people will still be wearing oxygen masks on Mount Everest. So if you take the height from sea level to Mount Everest, double it, triple it, multiply it by 10. At that level, right? At that level, would you say it's the same air mixture as was?
I don't know why he thought you can't have gas pressure without containment. Isn't your argument yes you can? Because that's what the Earth is next to the vacuum of space? Yes or no?
As I was saying.
Sorry. Don't mean to be rude here, but I realize that we began somewhere and we're getting further and further away from that. Now, the bottom line here is you asked me if I believe that people were going to the vacuum of space. And I said, no, that'd be absurd because you can't have gas pressure without containment. Now, obviously, that's not what I said verbatim, but that's basically what was said to you. So, isn't your contention that, yes, you can have gas pressure without containment? And wasn't your response the force of gravity that's doing that? Yes or no?
What's with the muting, man?
I'm only going to acknowledge yes or no.
We can talk like people.
No, I'm sorry, guys. If someone else wants to have the conversation with him, you can unmute him. But he's really not. Every time we get to the point, they go, hey, we can all be lovers and friends. Huh? Nah, answer the question. I don't have time for all this.
Yes or no? Okay, I'll give you three ones. Yes, no, or complain about being muted.
I just want a nice, calm, civil conversation. All right?
So are you going to answer the question?
Say the question you asked me.
All right, Eli, you're up.
Say the question, Elijah.
You go, Neil, because I'm done. But good luck to you, though.
What? Just ask me the question. I'm gonna answer with what you want me to answer. Just ask me the question.
No, I'm just saying, good luck to you, though.
Killer, man.
Right.
Yeah. Now, you're asking me gas and containment, but you're making that sound like science believes all gases are fully contained here on Earth. And that is not a belief held in science at all. Not all gases are here on Earth.
Not science.
Not all.
Science and natural law are not the same thing. Jesus Christ. Again, I'm done. It's hard to not react to what you're science and natural.
You're emotional, bro.
Bro, he's struggling. Bro.
Eli, I got you, man. You can power.
My brother Elijah is struggling because he wants to talk to you about science, but you keep wanting to talk about beliefs, and he's like, I'm confused. Which one do you want to talk about? Religion or science?
Everything I say is backed by science. I don't know if you want to start sending studies back and forth. I've only been speaking on science, but what you're speaking about science is just wrong. It's wrong that science believes all gases are fully contained here on Earth and some isn't escaping into space. That's scientifically wrong. I'm arguing science.
Sounds to me like you're arguing for the science. Slightly different concept.
Explain. How's it
The
different?
science is a belief system. The scientific method, however, breaks down things into proofs or null. It either is or isn't. Yes or no,
Yes.
black or white.
I'm not arguing theories here. I'm arguing studies. I'm arguing science. If you can just ask for a study, we can go study for study. Sure.
Excellent. So you'd agree with me that water at rest is flat and level, unless there's an external force acting upon it.
Of course.
Excellent. So how can you have a ball tard if 71% of it's water, flat and level?
Because of gravity.
Because of gravity. Okay, if gravity makes it flat and level, there you go. Welcome to Flat Earth. Have a nice day.
What do you... The gotcha moment. Yeah. No.
He said, how can you have a giant ball that's flat and level? That's what he asked you.
Oh, I thought he asked about the water. Like, how can the water be flat and level on a ball?
Exactly. So, yeah, no. That's not how it works. What you should have said is, no, water's actually curved. You shouldn't have conceded that water's flat, yet simultaneously wrapped around a ball. That makes no sense.
It makes sense on scale. I have a cup of water in front of me. This water, if I put a level on it, it's flat. Because it's a small scale.
Awesome, perfect. What's the scalar factor?
You know what I was just struggling with?
Yeah. The scalar factor is that the scale of the Earth on a large scale is around.
Hold on, three, bro.
Yeah.
Forfeited your chance to talk. You let Elijah begin his sentence, then you cut him right off. Let
Who
Elijah
began the
finish.
sentence? You asked me something.
I know, but you weren't answering,
Okay.
so somebody else decided to speak up. So let him go first.
I didn't hear him. Go ahead.
I know, but that's why I'm the moderator, and I'm telling you who's talking, dude. That's what I'm doing. All right, go ahead, Elijah.
So, like, being held accountable is at work, and it's easiest the closest you are to the creator, right? Like, and that's if you're asking the right questions, looking inward, right? So, looking at you, knowing we just had the conversation we had, like, I naturally, fucking kid, I don't have time for this, but because of the conversation we had, I'm like, fuck. Okay, here's the situation. He's way the fuck on the other side of the Pacific, and I somehow have to get him over here while he's trying to burn his ship down. How do I do that? And it's me trying to do that because I want to be like, oh, you fucking... And then I'm like, no, but you can't. Like there's a part of me that knows that this guy, he just doesn't fucking know. Like, and it's like, what do you do about that? So such a struggle. But I see you, and I'm like, because I was just talking about being a counselor. So by you, I remember what I was just saying, not to you, but really more to my heart, right? If we know what I'm talking about. And it's like, now I gotta do that because I said that's how I felt. If that's how I felt, this is what I'm gonna be doing. Not treating somebody like some asshole. And mind you, let's be clear, I am struggling. Let's keep it real.
I can tell that. Well, as I was saying, when I was talking before you started talking, and we went on the space tangent, I conceded to points. I'm listening to points. I'm a listener, right? I think I was talking to someone who was here, T something, who made amazing points to me. I was like, oh yeah, I concede. That makes sense. I don't know. It was a good conversation. And then with you, with this whole muting thing, we're trying to talk, have a conversation. If you feel like we're going too far one way, I don't know why you don't just say it. I'll go back to the original point. That's fine to me.
Because that's a point. Gas pressure requires containment, and you're missing the point. On NASA's website, look, listen. First of all, talk about NASA. Well, they'll contradict themselves. So what is that worth to you? I don't know. Okay? But you're telling me that the science, so I'm assuming them, right? They're the ones in space, or whoever else, all these other agencies now supposedly in space, right? They have all this data, and the science is saying, obviously, that space, in the way that I'm challenging right now, exists. However, when you go to NASA's website and you pull up the definition for gas pressure, it is the amount of particles exerted on the walls of its container. That's it. So what do you do at that point?
What are the walls of the container of Earth that you're saying gas must exist in?
I need help.
Bro, you're talking about gas pressure. You just said the definition. I'm okay to stick to it. Well, you want to go by the definition, that's fine.
Okay, so that means that that means that Narnia, the place that you think gas particles don't do that, and they just stick to Earth, can't be real. So do you go with your experience and what you've experienced always, which is what we call natural laws? Or do you go with the other thing NASA says in contradiction to that, what they also said?
When you're talking about this, what is the walls of the gas pressure container of Earth that lets oxygen stay here?
Non-responsive.
What do you mean non-responsive? You just asked me a question. Whose definition do I want to go with?
Before I help you realize, you're fucking trapped, because maybe that's where your consciousness is going. You have to first tell me you understood what I said, and either accept it or tell me you don't accept it and tell me why. Because moving past that, because I obviously, this means we're contained, we're trapped. So you're looking for the wall now. You're saying, okay, where's this? I get that. Okay, understand that I get that, but you're blowing past what I said to try to get to that. Understand that.
I see in my eyes, I'm not blowing past anything. What are you asking me? You want yes, no answers? Ask me something. Ask me.
I just explained it.
Yes, you explained. I said, I agree with this definition. I explained. Now you're saying I didn't answer your question. Where was your question?
No, the point is, that's the definition for gas pressure. We have gas pressure on Earth. They're saying, well, actually, there's a vacuum around Earth, and the gas doesn't go there. You said it's because of the force of gravity.
No, this is where we're mistaken.
Yeah. Okay, hold up. I'm about to meet you because I'm not going to argue about that. Did he or did he not say that gravity was holding the Earth, which is why he went to the whole gradient scenario? Am I crazy? Everyone else? I muted him, so I need you guys to say something, or I'm not gonna. I'm done.
I think his point may have been that some gases are heavier than other gases.
Who's that? Because you're not answering either. What? Who is that?
No. I think that's what he was claiming.
Yeah, but what you're not doing though is focusing on what I'm saying. I don't care what he was doing.
No, you asked what he was talking about, and you asked if he claimed it was gravity, and I was saying no. He was saying it was about heavier and lighter gases.
Okay, so you know what? I'm going to ask him. Does weight have to do with gravity intrinsically in your mind? Yes or no? Just yes or no?
Are you asking me?
Just yes or no?
I didn't know I was off. What did you ask?
Does weight have anything to do with gravity?
Yeah. Weight equals mass times.
Sorry. So, yeah, he was talking about gravity. You were saying? That's what I thought.
No. I was telling you what he said, right? Obviously, that has to do with gravity. I was just telling you the way he was explaining it, the way it works in his head.
Yeah, I was here.
He didn't specifically say gravity. You asked me to explain what he was talking about, and that's how it was working in.
I didn't ask you to explain shit. I don't even like you. What I was asking was, isn't he saying that the Earth is not going to space because of gravity? That's the question. Everyone understands that ultimately that's what he's saying, right? Yes or no?
No, you're wrong. Don't talk for me, please.
All right, bros. Am I going to start having to kick ass and take names around here? We're starting to mute ourselves here, fight. Somebody's got to yield and explain themselves without, raising the tempo. You know what I'm saying? So let's all do a Woosah breath, and then let's come back together and parse the argument out. All right, how about that? Is that fair?
It is fair, but he clearly insinuated that the reason that the air is not going, first of all, he said it plainly. It's because of gravity. Gravity is why the air is not going into space. That's what he said initially. That's what he said. So to hear this other fuck say that's not what he said, I don't want to hear that shit.
Well, I heard him say that, dude.
All right. Well, guess what, friends? We got the benefit of having this stream recorded, right? So somebody's right and somebody's wrong. It's very easy to find out who's who.
Well, AI, it's likely he said both, right?
Because he did.
Yeah, he could have been incoherent and said one thing in one breath and then contradicted himself in the next breath, for all we know.
Absolutely, and I wasn't meaning to go against Elijah, but I think that's why, because the guy was denying that he said it was gravity, but he might have thought, okay, his point was that there were heavier and lighter gases. Just trying to help out. I wasn't meaning to undermine what Elijah was saying or go against Elijah. Trying to help out because he was wanting someone else to speak up. So,
yeah, but I wanted you to answer to the over. If you weren't here for the whole conversation, then don't try to help.
I was here for the entire conversation. I've been in here for hours.
So when I say that it's either that it's contained or it's gravity, and he denies it, and then you say, yeah, no, what he was saying was, you missed the part where he actually did just say that, and you could have just said, yeah, he said that, instead of all the shit you were doing. All right, Father, let me know what to do, because I don't know.
You're just highly emotional all the time when you come in here, Elijah. Every time you come in, you just fucking act like a crazy emotional guy.
Oh shit! Shots fired,
I witness it every fucking time.
Well, first of all, I am. So, what's your point? I don't emotionally fuck conversations up. I emotionally try to keep them where they are supposed to be. For example, when he made an argument, no, scratch that. When he asked me a question and I said, well, here's my response, and he tried to get further and further away from it, I wasn't emotional when he was doing that. When he called me out my name, I held myself back from saying the things that I wanted to say. And I'm emotional now because I want the conversation to continue based on the things we've heard, but that's not happening. Why wouldn't I be emotional?
Right. So the topic of discussion of the day isn't Elijah's emotions. Okay. Let's all agree he was emotional. He agreed himself. Now that that's the water under the bridge, what is the topic on the floor that needs to be answered?
Wait, water under the bridge? Is the water curved or?
Yeah, flat water under a curved bridge, brother.
Oh, shit.
So, Mr. 3NSU, while you're listening. Okay, gravity schmavity. The water's flatity. I rest my case.
Bro,
it's a flat catastrophe.
Anyone. Can I talk to anyone but Elijah? I was here for so long and no one's muted me. No one's muted me like this until he comes. Everything's been peaceful. Everything's been good, man.
Hey, Stu, 3, bro.
Yeah.
Bro. You know, when I cleared the air, when I cleared the air, Mr. 3NSU, if we're not talking about Elijah anymore, and then you come out the mic after I said water's flat, you should be addressing the topic on the table, dude.
Okay, yeah, you're right. That's on me. My bad. That's on me. All right. I'll move on. All right. You said water's flat.
Yeah. No, I think you want someone. I think you want someone like Killian. That discussion with Killian was wonderful, and I did like that.
You made the best point I ever heard, but I don't think he's here anymore.
And I heard you say that it was amazing thing to hear, and it was compelling. Yeah.
But thank you. But okay, water's flat point. I would say it was
I know. Yeah, bro. Right. So Killian's point is that no matter where you go, you observe level, and the gold benchmark standard for how you determine level is hydrostatic equilibrium in the physics of water and Pascal's principle that water at rest is flat on the surface. So if everywhere you go is level, and everywhere you go water is flat on the surface, and everywhere you go up is up and down is down, and everywhere you go horizontal is perpendicular to vertical and plumb, then that means everywhere I go, I'm on a level, plane surface. The earth's flat. Water's flat. I rest my case.
See, okay, perfect. Overlord, we're good. I remember talking to you too. It was great because we can just talk. Okay, I love it. Right now, I understand what you're saying. Okay, I get it. But in the cup I have in front of me, right, the water appears flat if I were to put a level on it.
Here we go.
Would you not agree with the globe theory that if the Earth was as big and as round as we say it is, that cup would still appear flat in front of me?
Hey, check this out, brother.
What's up?
See, if you want to engage in hypotheticals, I'm willing to engage.
Sounds
in
like a dodge. Overlord's dodging.
Hold on. Let's set the stage that it is a hypothetical, and it's only a hypothetical, whereas what I said is the brute facts of reality everywhere I go. Okay? So under those terms, I'll engage with you. So tell me all about your fanciful hypothetical that if this was the case, then these other things would be true. Go ahead. Let me know.
Let me just clarify. I wouldn't say it's a hypothetical because it's two different views, yes? But all I'm saying is if the globe view is that the Earth is very big, right? And that this cup would appear flat to me, in the water in it because of how small this cup is and compared to the size of the entire Earth's curve.
Yeah,
So
meanwhile,
could you agree?
okay. No, I can't. Let me tell you why, friend. I'll tell you why. Because cups actually have sometimes surface tension convexity, and meniscus concavity. So you're actually wrong that a small body of water in a cup is flat on the surface all the time. So that's wrong. That's not even what we observe all the time. So you're already off to a bad start.
Wait, but AI, I'm gonna see if I can tie him down to a specific claim. So, are you willing to say 3N that all bodies of water behave the same, or once they get to a large enough size, then something else happens? What's your stance?
All bodies of water, any amount of water, will behave
the same.
Unless, because I just understand surface tension. Unless I know, right? If I put a drop of this water on the table or a puddle, you'll see that there's like a mountain. If on the edge, if I were like an ant, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. No. So let's work backwards from the size of the ocean. So we would say that since all water behaves the same, and the ocean is curved, right, convex.
Yeah.
Right? So let's work back to a lake. Lake is the same?
Yes.
And then a pond. Same?
Depending, but yes.
What would not depend on?
My fault. I mistook the phrase pond and puddle, so yeah, same.
Okay. How about like a swimming pool?
Well, same.
Okay. So then we go back to your cup, for example. So you're saying that the water in the cup is physically, and we're not talking about observably, right? 'Cause your question earlier was like, well, we can't. It makes sense on a globe that we see flat. Let's move past what we see and what the physicality of the water. So let's go back to your cup. The water in the cup is what? Like the ocean? It's curved, convex?
No, because of the size of it, man. You know this. It's the size of it.
Oh wait, but you said all water behaves the same.
It does, but the gravity on the ocean, right? Ocean's a very large surface. Very
you
large.
said it all behaves the same.
It does behave the same as in it finds its level. But because of gravity, the level of the ocean the water would be quote unquote curved. If you know what I mean.
Okay. I don't know what else to say. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, here's my question. I got a question on that. So, like you say, a lake isn't because it's not big enough, right? But then we go to the ocean. So, what is there an exact scale that the water starts curving at? Like, say it's like, I don't know, we have like 8,000 swimming pools, and then we put 8,001 swimming pools, and all of a sudden they all start curving. You're like, wow, we finally did it.
No, it's because of the amount of water. If you took all those pools, 1,000 pools, right, and you put them in a line. If you check every pool, that pool, okay, water's flat. Let's take a bigger scale, like 1 million. You check the pool at the end; it's also flat. But when you remove the borders of the pools between each other to all lay together, you'd walk it appear flat. Yeah. But on a bigger scale, you could come out, fly up in space, look down. This pool would curve with the Earth.
Yeah, no.
Holy.
So now we're going. Oh, here you go, man.
We're trying to establish. Yeah, go, Elijah.
Problem is because I'm decrying the religion, because it's the sky, man. It's hard to talk about that, because again, the thing that's basically him drawing his conclusion is because of what Earth may look like from in space when he imagines it. So it's like, yeah, sure, okay, the pools, all of that, but like on a really big scale, when I'm above the globe, looking at the globe in my mind, of course that's curving.
3N, we're just trying to establish what's the break line of water. Is it 500 yards? Is it 1 mile? Where does it start curving? So you're on the ground, you're checking shit out. Where does it start curving? 2 miles? 3 miles?
I see what you're asking me. Okay, yeah.
We just want to know where it goes from the cup being nice and flat and level, perfect, to the bathtub, flat, level, perfect, swimming pool, flat, level, perfect, and all of a sudden you're going, but it gets to point X and it's curved. That's where we want. What's that point X?
Yeah.
Do you know that when you're standing in the beach in front of the ocean, that line?
You cut out.
Hold on, brother. He didn't cut out.
Oh.
The question is to 3NSU, not to Necros. So Necros, pipe your mouth down and let him answer. Thanks. Go ahead, 3NSU. Answer the question, if you will so desire.
Yes, I do, boss man. Okay, so I'd say that scale, it would be a gradient or like a smooth transition. It's not going to be flat, drop off to get to the curve and then continue being flat. You know what I mean? It would be a consistent.
Yeah, we know,
curve.
but you've told us that ponds are flat, lakes are flat. So what's the line? What is it? 5 miles? 10 miles? Where do you start seeing this curvature? At what distance?
This. When you say see the curvature, you're asking me at what point do you see a clear bend? Is that what you're asking me?
Well,
I just want to clarify that.
Mate, you're the one that claims curvature, not us.
Yeah, for sure. But you're asking me at what point does it curve, or at what point can you see a visible bend?
We know we know swimming pools, ponds, and lakes. We're after the rough distance. So if you said to me at 10 miles it starts to curve, I'd go, great, he's given us a number. We can all nick off outside, check things out that are 10 miles or greater to see if we can spot this. That's what I'm after, is that distance, that number.
For sure, yeah. I would say there is not going to be an exact number. It just gets more obvious the bigger the number is.
What does that mean?
It means he doesn't know.
It just means the curve's always there. That's what I'm saying. It's not gone. The curve doesn't appear because you get to 500 kilometers.
I'm sorry to cut you off.
Enough with the
This is sounding more
hypotheticals.
and more like an imaginary friend.
Fuck hell.
Well, what we're going to do, 3 NSU, jump into side chat there, mate. There's a 28.6 mile laser test. Have a look at that. It's flat for 28.6 miles. And just be warned, some of these laser tests go a little bit further than 28 mile. So there's guys across the world doing this shit.
This is really impressive, actually. What?
Yeah, this is the bit where you come unstuck. So how many of these 28.6 flat sections make up a ball? Interesting stuff to think about, isn't it? But anyways, chaps,
so then
go to work. I'm out for the weekend, so I won't be around to referee. So please enjoy yourselves over the weekend and have a good one. Please.
And I can ask you one thing before you go.
Yep. What is it?
Okay, this test here, right? I'm noticing you can even see the trees on the background of where this man is holding the laser. Yeah. So I just wanted to ask you if you believe like the UK. I think if it was flat, you could see Canada or America, I'm pretty sure, from the UK across the ocean. A laser test, if possible, could be performed with a powerful enough laser where it could, in theory, reach that land. Would that, being able to reach the land, prove the Earth was flat to you? I mean, prove it was flat to you?
If the air wasn't as dense as it was because of particulates, dust, water, who knows, whatever else is floating along in it. And there's another thing called the inverse square law of light. So technically, theoretically, if you had enough power and it was clear enough, there's nothing stopping that light going an exceptionally long way.
Okay, great.
The problem is, it does get blocked by dust and dirt and water and all sorts of other weird shit. But the question is, if it's a ball, why isn't that laser 273 feet up in the air? Why is it only 1 foot off the ground or 2 foot off the ground, whatever the height was? I've forgotten now, sorry. But anyways, mate, I've got to go. You'll have yourselves a great weekend. I'll see you my Sunday afternoon. Peace, guys.
Right, take care.
All right, now that that's been settled, let's do some housekeeping. So, lots of times people ask a direct question to a direct participant. It's from A to B, expecting a direct answer. Somebody else jumps in and interrupts the flow of the question and the answer. Okay? Now, if you're a curator of this panel, you have the privilege to do that. If you're not a curator of this panel, you're most likely going to get muted. Okay? Those are the facts of reality. Okay? The curators of this panel are the ones who decide the conversation flow, not the person who's jumping in to interrupt somebody from answering a direct question. Because what happens when we do that and we allow that is people start to get frustrated. Then they start to up the tempo in their voices. Then they start to get emotional. Then everyone's talking over each other. And it's just chaos rather than just the question on the table being addressed directly. Okay? That's all. All right, go ahead and keep talking.
That's it. That's it for me. You know, I usually chill in the learn about God room, but I thought I'd hop in here real quick and see what you guys had to say. But yeah, it's been great.
I didn't want to interrupt any question. I think that the question was on the table. No one had to take away that question. I didn't erase the question or did anything to the question. I just wanted to add a point to the pool that he said that it will curve from space. Yeah, that I would just want to talk about that thing before it went away, like you did.
Bro, we got it, bro. When you have a panel that you're curate, you can decide how the conversation goes. All you want. Understand?
No, you didn't. You didn't make the rule about there is just two people who.
Hey, bro. The curators make the rules on the fly. You understand? If we want the question answered, that's what's going to happen. I don't need to write. I don't need to write a memo and have it executed in triplicate, signed by the notary of the public, and delivered to your house. Okay? We're not going to argue about moderator actions in here. So, Necros, I'm going to make this simple for you. That attitude has pissed a lot of people off in this room in the past. If you continue to persist, I'm going to have to yeet you from the platform permanently. You have two options, Necros. You acquiesce to what I just said, or you end up gone. Okay? So next time you get muted, when a moderator takes control, don't be bitching about it. Just let it ride. Come back to the point later. Talk about it. But if we have to put up with people constantly bitching in here, don't wonder if you can't access the room anymore. The answer's obvious because we don't want you here. Okay. So play along or go along. All right, go ahead, Elijah.
The addition is he has to apologize specifically because he said he wasn't aware that it was a one-on-one. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, when we were going back and forth, he said he was here the whole time. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, when I began the conversation, and me and I forget his name, but me and the other gentleman jumped in at the same time. The first thing I said was, hey, it's either going to be you or it's going to be me. What do you want? That was me saying, hey, I'm going to have a one-on-one with him. So you need to apologize for that too.
Damn.
All right, fair point. How about that takes place in the chat so that we can use the voice to let Homeboy Sauce know that you came to tell us that you believe the earth is curved, and we told you water's flat, and you agreed that water's flat, and that you believe the earth is curved. So we agree with you that you believe the earth is curved, and I'm all for your beliefs, and I'll go to war to fight for your beliefs. I respect your beliefs. Now that we understand that you believe the earth is curved, but that you concede water's flat, welcome to Flat Earth.
I hope I can get like a cake or something. I'm joking.
Hey, you get a cookie.
Is there a map? Do you guys have like a map or something of how this flat Earth would look or work, or nah? Or like something, like a model or something?
Yeah, maps cost millions of dollars to make accurate.
Like a rough anything, you know? Like, is it a disc? Is it, you know what I mean?
Do you mind if I engage with you again?
For sure. Just don't call me random names, bro. Go ahead, man.
That's easy, and I apologize for that. Okay?
Same.
No. What you're asking for is a view of the world in its entirety, right? Because let's face it, that's what we think the globe is, right?
Yeah.
That's why you're asking for a map. Here's the thing. There's no such thing as a one world map. There's no such thing as the thing that you're asking for. The maps that, in addition to that, the maps that we do use, we can use them because the Earth measures. So the coordinate system we use, the way that we find our latitude to begin with, is because the Earth is flat. So if you look up how latitude is measured to Polaris, it's just an elevation angle. And because of this, we've made some other determinations, and because of this, they've been able to build what people believe is a globe. But it begins with the Earth being used as a flat plane for thousands of miles. So whatever maps we're using comes from that. Doesn't matter what map it is, any map, every map. Because the information has to come from somewhere, right? And what I'm telling you is they come from measurements. They're using the same Earth, not different Earths. If there's only one Earth. So how do you make a map? Well, you need a reference and you need measurements.
Yeah. I could agree with that, yeah. For sure. You know how we have, instead of, let me rephrase, instead of like a map, because I know the Mercator projection is inaccurate in so many ways. I think it's Mercator. I don't know if I'm right, but the current map we know and love and we see today, I know it's very inaccurate, right? Because you can't project a globe onto a flat surface. So what I was asking for, and I feel like I phrased it terribly, I know that much, is do you have what the equivalent of a globe sitting on a desk is for us, for flat earthers? Unless that is what you answered, in that case, I understand your answer. Elijah, are you there?
I didn't know I muted. So yeah, the quick answer to that is no. But in addition to that, the globe that is sitting on that desk is not even a 1-to-1 scale projection of flat Earth measurements, elevation angles to Polaris. That's what that globe is.
I see. So the theory of flat Earth is too early on right now.
The unfortunate thing is, it's not possible. Like when you look into, I mean, it's not possible. Because again, in that respect, the Earth really actually is too big. You can't see the whole Earth.
Yeah. All right, fair enough. Flat Earth isn't a.
Let me go ahead and
Yeah.
Because again, let's say you're as high as you can possibly go. You still have the problem of the air. Not only just the air, but angular resolution. So number one, the air pointed out earlier. Well, the meteorologist, he comes on to explain the visibility that day, right? How far you can see that day. Sometimes you can't see 5 blocks because it's foggy. Okay. But even with a clear day, you can't see through the air from, for example, London to New York. The air is in the way. Second of all, triangular size. You know, if I'm looking at a fly around in my house, it's easy to see. But if it was 2 blocks away, I couldn't resolve it. Why is that so different? Why would someone expect me to be able to see the Eiffel Tower as small as it would be? Now, if I had some sort of device that could, a telescope, the problem with that is I'm just going to magnify into the air, and the air is what? In the way. So the whole point about seeing the whole Earth, you can't, because they're just human limitations and environmental limitations. And we already all know that.
I get that. So it's not that it's impossible, it's that it's impossible to get something completely 100% accurate because of those variables you spoke about.
Well, yeah, accuracy implies that you have all the moving pieces, and then it's like, well, what's missing? That's the degree of accuracy, right? But we don't have all the missing pieces.
Yeah. All right. I'll settle with that. It's been great talking to all y'all, though. But
I'm glad we could turn our friendship around.
yeah, for sure, man. Y'all take care. I'm sure I'll come back here again. Yeah. Adios.
Soon.
Oh, it's quiet.
Hi. I haven't been in here in a minute, so just stopping by to say hi.
Oh, hello. What brings you back?
I mean, it's on my, it's I have several friends in here for one. For two, I'm on the PNR server a lot, so I see you guys when you got in here. So
Cool.
mm-hmm. Hi, Democ. Elijah! Wow, it's been a while. Hi, Heretic. I know you don't like me, but hi, Quetz. Hi, T-Dub.
Wait, you said I don't like you? What are you talking
Hi, Uber.
That's quasi-codal, by the way.
I know, but I like to say it how I say it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, it's Allison. I thought it was Dubs. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Dubs.
So, yeah, you know why I said what I said. But no, I was just saying hi. Been a while, but
Hello, good to see you.
yeah, you too. What are you guys talking about?
Nothing now.
Yeah.
Had a good conversation with the guy who had some questions and they were answered. He said thank you and he would come back.
Mm-hmm. Nice. No, it's good to see this channel up and busy again, actually.
Do you have Twitter?
Yes, I have Twitter, but I only really use it for specific reasons.
Okay. Yeah, because sometimes when we're not here, we're, Alpha Veritas making. He also runs Spaces on X, sorry, not Twitter. And
Elijah, I'm just getting caught up in, like, I haven't heard your voice in so long, and it's just nice to hear your voice again. Sorry, go ahead. I interrupted you.
Stop buttering up. His head won't be able to leave the room.
It's not, though. It really is. It's nothing to do with buttering up. I've for a long time. I feel like I was in rooms with you pretty regularly, and now it's just been a while. So it's just like nice to hear. It's like nostalgic. I don't know. Anyways, but you were saying about Twitter.
We have shared some spaces, and a lot has happened since having been around. But yeah, Twitter or X Spaces. We basically just the same way that we carried ourselves into these places like politics and religion and all of that. We're just on. It's blowing up. It's everywhere. I don't know. At some point, the Jim Pandas of the world said, "Oh, flat Earth is dying." It's blowing up all on its own. Probably not in the way that I like, but it's still happening.
Yeah, that doesn't track for you to be like, oh, it matters that it blows up, or it. Yeah, I don't know. You've always been very much like, I go where I'm needed. Where it can be useful. Not I'm trying to be everywhere.
Right.
But I haven't been in like flat earth conversations in a very long time, or shape of earth conversations, I should say, for a very long time, but I again made friends through that, so I'm thankful for that. But I do host an open mic night. If anyone, people come and read their poetry, slam poetry, they play music, they sing music. It's growing and it's really fun, and it's kind of a departure from all of the kind of the sort of like tension that you get in debates and things like that. So if you guys are interested, let me know. It's every other Saturday. Just send me a message and I'll invite you. It's really fun. It's really awesome. It's like all these people that you may disagree in so many ways with all these people, but you come together with a common love for whatever it is, some sort of expression like music. So it's just really fun, and you wouldn't believe the talent that people are hiding, So it's just cool.
I can clap.
But Elijah, I thought maybe can you play the tambourine and the maracas?
The triangle as well.
Nice. I encourage you, Democ. I think you've been there before. Uber, obviously, you've been there. There's another Necros that's been there. T-Dub, I think you've been there. T, maybe. But yeah, it's really fun. So Elijah, if you you could express your, if you have flat earth music or whatever it is, you could, or if it's just something that's completely unrelated, I don't know. It's just a fun way to kind of get away from all of the tension and realize how much we all have in common. And anyways, it's just like a little shiny light in my life. It's every other Saturday. If you guys are interested, just send me a message. No?
I'm definitely glad that, that's something positive for you. We all need that. I may pop by. I may. I guess my only apprehension is, coming together in this oneness despite our differences. It depends, because, to make it as simple as possible, what I'm trying to say, that I'm struggling to say is, I'm not going to come together with Diddy because we're playing basketball, That's just how deep it is for me. I understand.
Oh no, yeah. There's no, as far as I'm concerned, there's no like sex traffickers in the group, so it should be good.
Yeah, but finding out that someone is a liar, right? I found lately is, and them knowing it and me knowing it, and them trying to look past it, and then me deciding, should I, because of this love for this friend, forego this murder that just took place, and just continue and act as if that didn't happen, right?
So what we could do, sorry. Good. What we could do is you just come try it out. You can leave anytime you want, if you feel like it. I don't know. If you are a music enjoyer, if you're an enjoyer of people expressing their passion, like I said, sometimes it's people reading their poetry they wrote, right? Sometimes it's people not singing but just playing music. Sometimes people are singing without music. It's just I don't know. I think just showing up, that's what's going to make you either like it or not, or see it for what it is or not. So
well, I respect it. I used to be a part of what I called the new Renaissance, when I got everybody doing music stuff, and I was in a different place at the time. I don't listen to music right now. I am a music creator, but I don't have anything to write or anything to sing. Not that I'm not happy. I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's a level of loving the entertainment that you have to have, and I'm not about entertainment right now. I'm in another headspace, where political spaces where, we were just talking about the elections and things like that. Those are the things that I found myself interested in. And now, as the election has moved on, I'm no longer in those spaces, So it's just like you said, whatever needs me most. And music doesn't need me most right now. I love all of the creative people because I am one at heart, but that's not where my heart is, and I don't want to put a damper on that.
You know what? What's your thing right now? It echoes exactly what I had heard one other person explain this to me. One of the little sweaty creatives that come in and do their thing, and they're freaking talented, And but what they say is like, I used to do this. I'm not doing it right now because I feel like it's a lie. It's a lie if I'm not feeling what I was feeling when I wrote it, when I first got into it, and I don't want to put a lie out there. You know what I mean? So they want the passion to be real. So she's pausing. It just reminds me of exactly what she said. She's extremely talented, and she's shifting and transitioning to a different genre of music because what once was isn't anymore for her.
Do you think the world's a globe, or do you think it's flat?
I gotta go. Did you hear me though, Elijah? That last part.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, you guys have a good day. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Chad level interjection.
She was definitely globe.
She doesn't like to talk about her beliefs about the globe.
Hello, guys. Is anybody here? Hello, guys.
Yeah, we're here. We're here.
Okay, can you answer? Do you know anything about flat Earth? Can you answer me?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so why do you think that the Earth is flat?
Because it's covered mostly in water, which is flat.
Okay, nice answer. Can you prove to me that the Earth is flat?
I just did. It's covered mostly in water, which is flat. You don't need anything else.
Define what is water. What is water?
Water. You don't know what water is, dude?
No, I don't know. Can you explain?
Oh, you're just an idiot then. I think
Okay,
this
is water and fire the same?
It's going to be above your pay grade if you're struggling with water. So.
Okay, so you're saying that when you walk, why do you walk and not take the bike?
No, I'm not saying that.
You just did.
No, I just didn't.
Okay, so you call yourself a liar then?
No, I don't.
Okay, bro. What? Are you Christian?
No.
What are you?
Are you a dumbass?
Like, bro, I just asked you, why do you use your foot when you can go with the bike?
Why
and
did
you just said no. Like, you just denied the fact that the earth is not flat.
So poetic.
How do you know that the Earth is a globe? Water must curve, which it doesn't. So what are you talking about?
Water, what? You see, bro?
Water
This is
must curve if the Earth is a globe, which it doesn't. So why do you think it's a globe?
so water has to rotate to make it flat.
Oh no, that's not what I said either.
Okay.
You got brain rot, bro.
Yeah, I can understand, but do you think I care about what you said?
You obviously do. You're upset.
Bro, you
Why are
just
you
said
asking
something
questions,
and I answered you with totally not what you said. So does that make me wow, bro?
Makes you a complete imbecile.
Exactly, bro. You're a dumbass and you just admit it.
By saying that you're one?
No, by saying you take your bike, right?
You seem to have brain rot.
What is brain rot? Can you define that?
That's like a form of severe mental retardation, perhaps as a result of low IQ. I don't know.
And how can you get that?
I don't know. Smoking crack or whatever it is you do. Probably masturbating, eating Cheetos, and watching TV shows all day long. Stuff like that, I imagine. I don't know. It's probably genetic too, to an extent.
Okay. So you just defined what you are? Okay.
No, I don't know why you assumed that.
You just said it. What? You just said what you said, bro.
Yeah,
What
I
do you
gave
mean?
you a definition you asked for, bro.
No, I did not. Why are you lying?
That's all.
Bro, can we have a decent conversation, Antonio?
I don't think it's possible with Antonio. Brain rot.
What did you say, guys?
Do you want to engage your brain for once?
Yeah, sure. I can try to.
It'd be more interesting than this shit you're doing right now.
Okay. Yeah, you can. What did you say? You eat shit? Why would you do that?
You're not funny.
Can you
dude.
define? Can you define why you eat shit?
Well, I guess you get one more chance. That's all over.
Okay, so how are you feeling?
Okay, that was the last chance.
Okay,
so
okay.
so there you go.
Thank you.
What a shame.
Yo, heretic, check your DMs.
Hey guys, while it's quiet, I just wanted to ask, I didn't really get to touch the show today. Nathan show. The reason the show was in the arena.
Is it just my end, or is there not much going on here?
Not much going on. People are afraid to speak.
Was what's
The
up?
man, the myth, the legend, JP.
Oh man, that's you, big. What's up, dude?
Yeah, we're just on the road here. Anything good on your end of the line?
No, man. Just came from my county courthouse. Chilling today, man. Just trying to prepare for a better tomorrow, man. Getting everything organized.
Love the sound of that, my man.
Any good conversations that I recently missed?
No. I'm still kind of laughing about the fellow who was telling us about the 8 inches per mile squared, and then didn't realize he's being punked by his buddy. That Rob Noxious, he was in Earth Awakenings. I was kind of listening in there for probably 5 minutes or so last night, and he was trying to tell Geo and some of the others, oh yeah, well this Willard fellow or whoever it is that's planning this trip, this Willis or Willard or whatever the hell his name is, like, yeah, he's open to have a conversation. You ought to reach out to him. And they're like, well, we've talked to him before.
Yeah, dude, I clipped it if you want it, man. I can give it to you if you want it, dude. I had to clip that one. Now that was classic, man. That was fucking classic.
Yeah, I don't know if both of them were punking us or if it was just rocket scientist punking Rob Noxious, but I got a feeling that both were just trying to punk us. But it does make for a good sound clip, so that way you can play that.
Oh yeah, no, dude. The way he argued about it, he was dead serious. He thought it was 4. He was looking for any reason to try to come up with why that should be able to be seen on the globe.
Yeah. Did you clip like the whole hour so they could put it into the music bot on the home server, or did you just clip like the few minutes of it?
Man, I wish maybe I don't know how to clip as good as I should, but it only lets me clip for a minute. So I can only do like 1 minute increments, I think.
Well, that probably depends on the software and if you paid for it. So fair enough. No worries.
Gotcha.
No worries.
Yeah, I got 3 parts of it. I got the very first part where he says, that observation would not be possible on the globe. Then I got when he conceded that the observation was true. And then when he said, okay, well, the only amount of curvature is the 4. Sorry, I got a call. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
You gotta take the call. Take your call.
Oh, no, it's nothing. It's a robocaller. But, yeah, then I got the part where he's like, well, I asked the scientist, and the scientist said 4. And, yeah, I got us going back and forth for a couple of minutes on that.
Yeah.
All the way down to the ending.
Though, Pseudo Killer. There's one important fact you need to bear in mind when you're talking to this guy. He's from Detroit.
What does that mean?
4 feet. 4 feet, man.
He's from Detroit, man. Fuck.
My bad, man. For whatever reason, I'm missing the joke.
I finally got that math problem solved. It's 4 feet.
Oh, no, Rob.
Rob.
He
doesn't know what he's talking about.
Hey, please don't try to save face, man. It's over, dude.
Trust me, my buddies are tearing me up more than you guys ever. So don't worry.
That's why I came over to tear him up some more.
Many Brits think that's because they speak similar language than we do, then they know things about America. That in Hollywood movies they've seen, but they don't know
Yeah,
much.
Peter, I used to live in America, so fuck off.
Likewise.
Okay. Whereabouts?
So cordial, man.
Probably in New England.
Actually, JP, I stopped by. I got a fish tank out. I'm gonna load it up with water and sugar in the next couple of days. I'm gonna do some experiments. I'm gonna record it. And I'll bring it in. And I'll play it for you.
Rob, you've grown to my favorite Glober overnight. I just want you to know that.
I hear that a lot, man. Everybody loves me. I'm a likable guy, you know. I'm friendly. I'm nice.
It's just like
you go to Michigan.
It's like you're that person you can actually instill some stuff in and like actually teach and stuff.
There you go, man. See?
We got here. All right, so this ain't an anti-flat Earth squatting zone. So, anybody want to add anything of any substance?
I got a question for Peter the Globe Prover.
Okay, that's good, or else he's getting muted.
So when we're watching a pendulum, that's it has to do with the Coriolis effect, correct?
A pendulum? No, it does not.
Yeah, you're wrong, Peter. But actually, you're actually right. You're actually right. It doesn't, but it would.
Control your
I thought
emotions.
it were true. I'll just control you. How about? Yeah, he's wrong, so you don't need to talk to him. But also, he's kind of right. Like I said, it doesn't have to do with the Coriolis effect, but it would if it did what they said it does.
Hey, let him get to a point. I want to hear kind of what's the point of where he brought up the pendulum and Coriolis.
Okay.
Well, I brought up that point because I've been looking into reference frames, and when I was looking into the Coriolis, you need 2 reference frames. So from what I see, as the pendulum swings, it's in a rotating or accelerated reference frame, which would be the Earth, right? And then you need a second reference frame. So would it be that because the pendulum's mechanism is freely floating, would it be in its like kind of own plane, its own reference frame, like isolated from the base's reference frame? Like a pendulum is isolated from the rotating base's reference frame. So would that make it the second reference frame?
So I'm going to help you and say you're talking about Foucault's pendulum, not just a pendulum, right? You're not talking about a pendulum powering your grandpa's clock, are you?
No, yeah, I'm talking about like the original Foucault's pendulum.
That's not the original. Pendulum is a generic thing. Foucault's pendulum is a specific kind of pendulum that has a pivoting, gimbal, whatever you want to call it, right? That's a very specific kind of useless pendulum. It's only useful for investigating certain things regarding the possibility that the Earth might be rotating, right? So when you ask me, do pendulums use Coriolis force? And I said, no, I was right, but I was right in a different way than heretic thinks I was right. I was just right about pendulums.
I stand defeated.
GG.
Man, we can't win over here, man.
It's just too hard.
We still like you, Heretic. Don't worry.
Hey, was there a point you wanted to wrap up about with the pendulum, Mushkane, or did you just have a genuine question about it?
No, I was just thinking about the reference frame.
So here's what happens. Here's my understanding. You can build a Foucault's pendulum. You can forget about the Earth, rotating or not, being a globe or not globe. It is attached to the frame to which it's attached, and it's allowed to pivot in addition to its motion as a pendulum. It is connected to the ground. Think of the ground as a platform. Build it on a platform. Now swing the pendulum. If you rotate the platform underneath it, You just put it on a whatever merry-go-round and you rotate it. What will happen to the pendulum? It will precess in relation because the platform is moving underneath it, rotating, right? You can test this in complete isolation from the Earth. Even if the Earth is rotating, it is rotating very slowly. So if you do this test, quickly, it will be the control variable. You don't have to stop the Earth or whatever to control for it. You can do it relatively quickly. So you'll see, sure, the device I built demonstrates the rotation of the platform underneath the frame to which it is attached. Now, the whole kicker with the Foucault's pendulum, the way us globetards use it, is that when you set the pendulum in motion and you do absolutely nothing, it precesses. And there are two possible explanations for this. One, there is a yet unknown interaction in this universe that we have never discovered that is causing pendulums to precess like that. We just don't know what it is. The other one, favored by Mr. Occam and his razor, is that the platform is indeed rotating, meaning the whole thing is rotating the Earth, because we ain't touching the platform in that case. You're welcome.
Mushkane, you satisfied with that, or you got any other remarks?
Yeah, that was pretty good. Appreciate that.
Hey, Peter, I just want to make sure I can kind of understand the two possibilities. Is it that the sky could possibly be rotating, or that the ground is rotating, or did I miss that somehow?
So the two, because I was being too sarcastic, so there are two possibilities I can think of. If we set this pendulum in motion, and indeed it is precessing, either the ground on which the frame, to which the frame is attached, is rotating, thus creating this precession, or there's something else happening in the sky, in the air, in the electromagnetic field, in the yet undiscovered field that we simply don't know of yet. Something is happening in nature that causes pendulums, regarding of the metal they're made of, or wood or plastic, to process in a very predictable, regular way, right? That is a function of latitude, by the way, also. So that's a mystery. Why is that field a function of latitude? Okay. One of them is considered a very straightforward explanation by Occam's razor, the ground rotating. The other one is very far-fetched. It does not mean it's not true. It just means it's an appeal to mystery, which is not a completely invalid appeal, but it's an appeal to mystery. Hey, I am refusing the more obvious explanation on some grounds, and I am appealing to a mysterious yet uncovered force to account for this observation. That's the honest truth. In science, there are no proofs. There are only questions of what is more likely, which explanation is more likely to be closer to the truth than the other. So you have at least these two. We choose the first one. And by we, I mean 8 billion people who live on Earth, give or take. But, to each its own.
What is it, favorite color science? Which one do you like?
You're an idiot, Demak. I'm not going to talk to you. You're a complete waste of time.
Your life is a waste.
Did you have your meth for breakfast? Are you here to tell us about your breakfast?
I couldn't get it out of your mom's dog food bowl. She was guarding that shit and growling real mean.
She does like her meth.
Wow.
Next time I'll just take a pork chop over there and trade her the pork chop for the meth.
Why don't you get on it right now?
Come here, Susie. Here, Susie. Good bitch.
The joke's in you. Susie is your sister.
No, it's your mom. We've already established that. So anyway, when you get done picking and choosing your favorite science techniques,
Hey, is it true or false, man? I could have swore that I saw something, and like it's vague. I'm not gonna pretend I'm a Foucault's pendulum, expert. But is it true that they would sometime rotate in opposite directions?
yeah.
Peter, do you also agree with that?
At the different poles, they precess clockwise and counterclockwise.
The processing, the amount of sometimes they don't process at all. It's a function of latitude.
It's always different. They gotta hope and pray for the best, and they don't do 20 of them next to each other. And they don't
Just
do
ignore
20
the math addict.
They don't do 20 on top of each other.
The rate at which they process.
Stop talking over me, you stanky bitch.
Well, I am talking
they
over
don't
you
do
because
them
you're
on the
completely
top.
useless.
They don't do them on. I know you are. We've established that. So they don't do them on
There's
the top.
a man who wants to have a real.
They don't do them on the top, and they don't do them on the bottom floor, and they don't do 20 of them next to each other to say, I got 20 of these going, and they're all going to hit the same number every time. If the thing is doing what the Earth's telling it to do, and it can only do one thing, one way, they would all do the same thing. There would never be a difference. You understand that, right? You couldn't do 20 of them next to each other. You're going to get 20 different numbers on each one, brother. If you're on a globe, you got to get the same number.
Hey, also, does every single pendulum that's ever been, does it have to be manually started, or can I just create it, then like the Earth shows what it does? Or do I have to start it?
No, it has to be manually started by like lighting the thing or using a candle or something else. Because the thing is, it's not supposed to be manually started. Because you and I know if we actually get a sphere and put an object on it, the action or reaction and the attribute of such thing is going to act accordingly back and forth to each other object off each other. Correct?
Right.
So you don't need little guys on there spinning shit on the ball. If you spin that ball, the thing on it is going to start moving. So you don't need. Yes.
Right. I think I'm understood. So, Denmark, what you're saying is that if it was spinning, if I gave them the hypothetical that it was spinning and we just set up the Foucault's pendulum, it's going to spin on its own.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It should start spinning on its own.
I mean, that kind of passed the that passed the test of logic. That passed the test of logic for me. Mish Kane, do you deny that? Or Peter?
Oh yeah, 100%. I deny that.
He's never got a ball. He's never had a ball. He doesn't have any reference. These guys don't have a reference for a ball and a cat toy gyro or a pendulum. They don't have a reference other than flat Earth. You understand that, right? They don't even know what they're talking about.
Yeah, well, you got to abstract. That's the whole point of using the pendulum is because we cannot get off Earth.
No, you get a ball, dumbass, and you make a fucking little one. And then we watch it do what it do without a human on there while the ball spins. Loser. And we don't got to believe stories. We can watch what the ball does and how the thing processes on it.
Man, why do you feed your mom through a dog bowl?
All right, cool, man. All right, cool with the meta jokes. But, I mean, Mush Kane, does it make sense to you that as far as the way that...
talking to Peter like that.
Holy shit. I can't keep up.
Wait, I'm sorry, brother. You're right. You're good. I was just letting him know he's talking to Peter.
No, like I literally lost the train of thought. I was on to don't worry about it.
Movement. The actual ball moving versus
there we go. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, I mean, every time that I've seen it conducted, true, I will say it was on a level surface, like, literally a level platform or something like that. Has it ever been done on a ball that was spinning, Mish Kane?
No, and that's another thing. How are you getting processing readings on a flat fucking floor for a round object? Shouldn't it be a rounded floor? Dummies? Not you, sir, the Globers.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Talking about all this round proof of this round precession, this round stuff on all, and everything's flat and level. The string is a fucking plumb bob. You got a plumb bob. You're telling us that proves it's a globe by you having to spin it. What idiocracy? What stupidity?
Well, yeah, that's what I would say. I mean, depending on the way that I release the pendulum. Hey, so he posted here. It's not the swinging motion of the pendulum that we care about. It's the precession. And of course, every pendulum needs to be set in motion by something. So my whole thing is that
have to have a
hold on. So my whole thing is that would it not be dependent on what sets it in motion as far as how it's going to process? Like I could make
you
it.
need a reference. You're asking all these questions and you have no ball to reference anything. They're not going to be able to answer your question. Nobody can answer your question without a ball, brother. I'm telling you that right now.
It really doesn't matter if it's a ball or what it is, because the whole point of using a Foucault's pendulum is rotational motion. So you can do that. Yeah, you can do that on something flat. You can do it on a merry-go-round. You can use it. You can use a smaller example.
What are you talking about? If the Earth's not moving, what are you talking about? Flat Earth doesn't move. It can't be flat or round on the. Dude, you're just shut up. You're making me mad.
Yeah, you don't understand.
Because you're a fucking retard without a ball. What am I understanding? Your no ball demonstration? Cool, Imaginer.
Yeah, just a flat
Yeah,
platform.
you're no ball. Yeah, no balls moving nowhere with no strings. I'd wait to talk to the ball and string. I don't want to talk to your dumb ass. I'd rather talk to the ball and string. I'd have a better conversation.
Go get your dog food ball.
Peter's mom's got it at your house. He's giving it to your mom right now.
So this is the way that you guys would say that you prove that the Earth is rotating, Mushkane. You would say the Foucault's pendulum is a proof for you that that's why the Earth is rotating. Is that right?
No, it's not. It's not a proof. It's just some evidence. You can use a Foucault's pendulum to show relative
It's not a proof.
motion.
It's not an evidence, dumbass.
Proofs are only in like mathematics. You know, you can show
Proofs
mathematical
are
proof.
proven. My car is black. I can prove it. That's not mathematics. Shut the fuck up.
Prove it.
I just did, bitch. My car doesn't change colors, and if I smack your head off a tree, we don't need mathematics. Your head's gonna hit a fucking tree, and the doctor will prove it to you. Don't be retarded, bro.
Is this your first time encountering D-Mark in the wild? Whoever was engaging with him?
Wake up, bro. Wake up.
I mean, you just gotta respect common sense being like.
Yeah, respect common sense a little bit, and I'll be really nice to you. I wouldn't have to say anything weird.
Somebody took your bowl away. That's why you're so aggravated.
Stop talking to your mom, bitch.
Oh. Damn, boy. You got fried, bro.
The show is supposed to be for proof and evidence of how balls work and how strings and things and toys process on little ball toys when they spin, with no little humans on there to do anything.
Yeah,
So
evidence.
you don't need little humans now to see if Earth is processing, because you wouldn't need little humans on a little ball to watch it from far away, and it would be proven itself. Wouldn't need your opinion. Wouldn't need your evidence. It would be proven. It would be proof of itself.
Right, and I mean, we would have kind of different type of Foucault pendulums styled type of tests, right? Like Mushkane, would you say that I should be able to, the same place that pendulum is at, that I should be able to put a drone or a helicopter right above it?
No, absolutely not. No. Drone, helicopters, those are moving massive amounts of atmosphere. They're moving. You know, a pendulum is a very precise, very sensitive mechanism. So no, that's completely.
It's a string.
But you would also say that exact same rotation would be the reason why, like, a bullet would veer off or something of that nature, right? I mean, you would use that exact same type of logic, right?
a football being kicked during a field goal, brother. That's their logic.
Right. I mean, you would say
No.
it for different situations. So why would it not be the same for pretty much anything that's in the air?
Well, no, because it's not any situation. Just because the Earth is rotating doesn't mean any object that leaves the Earth you're going to be able to, see, measure, perceive the rotation. That's why a very specific tool is used.
But you should.
Yeah, a string's a really specific tool. It does so much. A string.
No.
I got my shoelaces right now. I got shoestrings, and they're real specific tools to tie my shoes with. But what we're gonna do is, what if you fit one on the equator, one on the North Pole, one on the South Pole, one on the other side of the equator, and then one diagonal between them? Are they all gonna make the same fucking design? I think that would be humanly impossible.
No, they wouldn't make the same design. That's the whole point.
So let's see them all do their crazy different things.
It's not different things. They do
You got a
constant
sideways one. You got one coming from the horizon this way hanging down. You got one hanging towards the horizon. No? Something wrong. You don't got one pointed from the horizon facing me somewhere down a little bit, down a couple feet. Something wrong, son. You got the horizontal pendulum ready? Not just vertical. Please don't say they're only vertical. One of them's got to be horizontal from my fucking position, right? On a ball? One of them got to be sideways.
They're all vertical to some horizontal, because it does use plumb.
I'm vertical. I'm the only vertical on my ball right now. Me. You're talking to me. I'm standing right here. You're only one human. Now, another human on the side, or a little bit over past the horizon, his is supposed to come down this way to me, right? Supposed to be horizontal, not fucking vertical, right? Stupid. We're talking about a ball here, not a flat earth. Remember that. Flat earth, all vertical. Gotcha. We know that. On a globe, where is the horizontal one? Where's the upside down one compared to the other one upside down to itself? What about those two?
They probably fell off because they're upside down.
Probably don't exist. You probably only got vertical ones. I'm just waiting for your 45-degree plumb and your horizontal 90 plumb. I'm waiting for those two to get working. Work on those. Plumb to the horizon. Plumb from the horizon. Plumb on the boat, down past the curve. Plumb on a boat. Procession on a boat. Why don't you put one on a boat?
Boat. But I'd like to know, right? I'd like to know. How do you know that? The reason that a pendulum processes in the way that it does, with, like, as in with the Foucault pendulum, being, separated from a non-inertial reference frame. Do you know that?
Yeah, that's kind of I was asking about reference frames, so I'm investigating that.
Because you would have to have established that this happens definitely. This will only happen if, right? So that means that you tested it on an absolutely 100% certain, known to be non-moving surface, and says, see, look, it doesn't process when it's on this non-moving surface. When we move it to this moving surface, processes. See, kids? See the difference?
Well,
so you got one side. How can you test that when everything, there is no inertial reference frame, everything is in motion, no matter where you go, no matter where you put that pendulum or gyroscope, right? It's going to be in motion. There's going to be a relationship between it and something moving.
I think
that's the claim.
Yeah, it's impossible to calibrate. How could you calibrate that? How could you calibrate gyros, any inertial navigation system? You can't calibrate them then.
Right. When did they get a gyro and say, this most definitely keeps its orientation in space?
Nobody. They never had one in space. I don't think it keeps its rigidity anywhere. If you turn it upside down, it's going to fall. If you put it in water, it's going to do different. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Hey,
How did someone come to that conclusion? How did someone come to the conclusion that gyroscopes maintain their rigidity in space? They see it not changing its orientation in space?
Yes.
That means it must have been. It must have been on a non-moving surface.
Yeah, where'd they go for that? Where did they go for that? It could have been Earth.
Well, where did they go to know that anything's processing like the way they claim?
Hey, that last one hit me a little late. Say that one more time, T-Dub.
You'd have to get into an airplane and dry or fly 500 miles per hour in the opposite direction of Earth's rotation at 45 degrees latitude to maintain zero movement in that direction, and then calibrate it.
With the pendulum, we're just talking about an accelerated reference frame, correct? And that would be linear motion was when you're talking about airplanes. So with respect to the pendulum, it would actually be slow, right?
Earth isn't in linear motion; it's in uniform circular motion, which means constant acceleration.
The guy that keeps talking doesn't have a reference. What? Get your ball out and show us what you're talking about. What the fuck?
And traveling above the surface of that sphere, right, is a curved path as well.
So, Mushkane, I mean, and like I said, you may want to talk to these guys a little bit better, but just from my understanding, so you would say that if I'm in a plane going against the spin of the Earth, right, going from west to east, that the Earth wouldn't spin beneath me? Like there wouldn't be a direct correlation of that?
The Earth would be spinning, but it wouldn't be a direct correlation. I think with flying through the atmosphere, it would like wind currents, things like that.
But a string doesn't have wind current. Have you ever dropped a string and seen it just float that way for no reason? Oh, these strings are so accurate. They don't worry about the wind. Where'd this guy come from?
If you're saying that the swing of that pendulum is gonna maintain its motion in the same plane, if the surface underneath it is not accelerating or in motion or is burning, then show me that it would stay in the same plane. You do that?
Wait, show you that a pendulum maintains its plane of swing?
Show me. Yeah, show me that it most definitely would. You're saying that it wouldn't appear to deviate if the surface underneath it wasn't, in motion, circular motion.
Yeah. Well, people show that with people show that with smaller examples. Like they'll take a pendulum and you can put it on, merry-go-round or some rotating platform. And as you're on the platform,
I want to see it not processing.
Not processing. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you just put it on the ground, it would appear to you to not process just because it would because the acceleration is slow. So you wouldn't see it. It would look as if it was maintaining just a planar swing.
Why would they have to start in the first place? If it's divorced from the other reference frame, then they should be moving with respect to the other reference frame already. There should be no need to start them.
That's what I'm saying, right?
What do you mean divorced from the other? Like the pendulum itself is isolated from the Earth's reference frame? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. If the whole point is to show that Earth is rotating beneath it, then why not just hang it dead ass still and watch Earth rotate beneath it? Pull the arm of the pendulum device and cause the pendulum to chase up to where the arm is moved?
I think it's because it's a phenomena of the swing of the plane. That's how it keeps. That's how a pendulum is able to keep that plane, is because the swing of it.
Well, so I'm saying, why do you need to swing it at all, right? Because if this is happening to airplanes and bullets, and if this is happening to fucking helicopters and everything else, why do you have to swing this? Why not just leave it dead ass still and wait for Earth to start moving it?
Great.
Where's the work energy being generated and transferring through? You know, there has to be a transfer of momentum through the apparatus. And that should be measurable in, like, I don't know, joules or whatever. Nobody's ever done that.
You really believe that?
Earth is stationary.
Do you ever get a headache from all of this cognitive dissonance?
Yeah, I have to take breaks every now and then and come back to Discord.
Huh.
Anyway, yeah. So, like, can
But wait, Coriolis is a fictitious force.
Fictitious. I love the fiction section.
Right, it's an apparent deflection and not a real one. So,
But what's causing it?
and then we ask, well, show us it in the first place. Like, show us a meta study. It sounds, if it's this easy to do, let's see some school project where schools all over the world, China, New York, you know, Australia, Norway, whatever, high school kids, all set up their Foucault pendulums on webcams and synchronize them and do something amazing where they all show their predicted latitudes all at once. You know, if this is such a slam dunk, how come none of this is happening? And instead, what you find, you read through the literature, these Foucault pendulums are hot, sloppy messes. They're unreliable. They never work. It requires a little nudge. The ones in museums have electromagnetic drives built into them to keep them going. Well, it's like, well, if Earth is constantly moving, why do you need to input energy from a motor to keep them moving?
Motor? There is a motor, man.
Yeah.
What kind of literature have you been reading? I'm interested.
Oh yeah, we pulled up the manufacturer's manual for a Foucault pendulum sitting in, I think, a museum in France or Columbus, Ohio, or one of these places, one of these museums. And the company said, yeah, here's the magnetic drive. Here's how to operate it and turn it on. Because it's quite embarrassing for museums to set this shit up and they don't fucking work, right? It's an embarrassment.
All right.
When the scientific establishment says that these things work and they don't.
Without the magnetic drive?
Wait, are you saying that the pictures that I just posted of those Foucault pendulums are electronic?
I can't see what you're posting in chat, but I could certainly, somebody here, if not me later, can go pull up documentation. We have like two manufacturers of these devices.
No, yeah, 100% they are. Yeah, they are.
So you think you would see the same results without the electromagnetic drive? Or motor, as we call it? No, he ran away. Ah.
Now, apparently, people have trouble getting it to work. It's like, doesn't always check out. And then there's the strange anomaly during is it a lunar eclipse? Right. There's all sorts of weird shit. Something. What's the effect? Something effect. Somebody help me out.
I'm talking about
Maybe
the
it'll helping hand, man.
Selenilian eclipse.
There's an effect where a pendulum does weird precessions or weird motions, like the Foucault pendulum during a lunar eclipse, and it sort of like it's a mind boggler.
Gotcha.
It's called the something effect.
Elias effect. If I'm saying that right.
Say again?
It's like the Elias effect or something. I'm not sure if that's the right way.
Yeah, it's something like that.
Yes. Yeah.
The alias effect.
Oh, Dimor, what's up, guy? Bro.
What up?
Yeah,
And why does the word got lie in it?
Papa.
Elias? LIGO? LIDAR?
Everything DMARC says is so profound. When are we gonna uncage Peter? When are we gonna uncage Peter?
LLAIS effect.
What, heretic?
What do you mean we?
Oh, sorry. I meant the.
It's always we with you guys. We're gonna uncage Peter. We're gonna go to the moon. We're going to Mars.
Well, you're a taxpayer, right? Yeah.
He committed genocide. Oh wait, no, nobody says that.
You get your money stolen from you just as equally as I do, so it is
when it's something positive, right? And it's they when it's something negative, right?
No. Still we. It's under my impression that the motor is there to reduce friction, right? Or so it can keep moving. Would be why they have the motor. Oh, he's not here. That's unfortunate.
It's nothing but affirming the consequent anyway.
Wait, so what would cause it if... Alright, so let's assume, just to get this affirming consequent out of the way, let's assume that this is an effect we see on Earth, where things rotate in a certain direction based on latitude, right? What would be the deduction of why that's happening? What would you deduce from that?
I've got no claim about it. I don't know. Does it even happen? Like Amish was saying, where's the simultaneous live streams of this occurring at different latitudes across the world. Is it accurate?
I mean, that's like asking are any
Is it
pendulums
reliable?
Yeah, it's like
Is it
asking are
reliable?
any pendulums reliable? Yeah, pendulums are reliable. You can predict period and stuff consistently. It's about the precession of the pendulum. That's why it's so important. It's not just because it swings. It's not about the Earth making it swing or something like Amish said, I think. That's not what it's about. It's because the Earth moves under the pendulum.
That's the claim.
That is the claim, yeah.
What's the evidence?
The pendulum's path.
Circular reasoning.
It makes no sense. There's
circular reasoning.
How can-
Well, we know
how is it circular
we know the
reasoning?
pendulum precesses because the Earth's in motion. The Earth's in motion because the pendulum precesses.
No, we know that the Earth moves because we do an observation with the pendulum.
The pendulum, so that's affirming the consequent.
Holy shit, you're horrible at reasoning. No, I do not.
No, that is affirming the consequent. If you've observed the pendulum do something and concluded that it's the Earth that's the reason is the Earth is
if
moving.
pendulum is
Right.
moving,
That's literally affirming the
Right.
consequent.
It is affirming the consequent because we can't rule out every other possibility. But just because it's affirming the consequent doesn't mean it's not any
okay,
type
so
of
then
evidence.
what's the other possibility other than the Earth moving?
We don't know.
And I don't need one.
Okay, so then it's just
Don't need
appeal to
one.
a possibility. You're like, oh well, it could be something else. So you just have no reason to think it otherwise, other than your ideology. You have cognitus. That's why.
No, I can have no position. I can have no position and critique yours.
So no, your only rebuttal to that was just, well, it could be something else. That's the only thing you said to that. But then
I can make that argument as a glober.
for anything.
A
It's so
glober
lazy.
can make that argument.
It's so lazy. It requires
It
zero
doesn't
thinking.
matter what you think Earth is or is not or is doing or not doing. An argument it has fault, then you can point it out legitimately, and it's
All right, if
no longer a
pendulum,
valid
if
argument.
pendulum precesses, T-dub.
I'm not saying your
Yeah,
premise is wrong. I'm not saying that you can't. No, we know that the Earth isn't moving because you made a bad argument.
Yeah, you just appeal to
not saying
possibility. I know, I get it. Appeal to possibility. Well, it could be that Peter was he
No,
farted.
it's just a
inside
critique of your argument. It's no, there is no
it's not even a
alternative
critique. It's not a
presented.
valid. It's not a valid critique. It is not a valid critique.
Yes,
Yes,
to point out a logical fallacy is a valid critique.
It is a logical fallacy because what you're saying is appeal to possibility. It's appeal to possibility.
I'm just saying that your argument has fault.
Why? Because I set up an experiment where my hypothesis is
it's not an experiment.
How is it not an experiment?
It didn't manipulate an independent variable.
Yes, I do. I manipulate where I place the pendulum. I place it in certain latitudes.
Where so where is what causes it, not what the ground is doing. It's like where on the ground it is.
Yeah, which is my independent variable. I can change where on the ground it is, can't I? I can move it around.
So not the ground moving then that causes it, just the location on the ground that causes the precession.
But I can change.
Oh. So when does the motion of the Earth come into it then?
It's always there. But when I move it around,
always knew.
Oh my god! When I move it around on the Earth, that is me changing a variable, and I can.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the
Grant you
independent
that
variable.
for now, even though that's not really a variable.
How is it not a
science,
variable?
But I'll
'Cause
give
I
it
don't
to you for now.
How is that not an
all right?
independent variable?
Because you haven't manipulated what you think is causing the for a start, right? This isn't a natural observed phenomenon.
Why is it not?
You haven't observed pendulums processing in nature, right? I'm giving you the dependent
We
variable.
do all the time.
Right? Now I'm being graceful enough to give you the independent variable, but you haven't mentioned motion of the surface underneath the pendulum. You've just mentioned location. Location causes pendulum.
No. I'm saying that when you can determine that the Earth is rotating from the precession of the pendulum, and if I vary the latitude of the pendulum, I will get different results, which corroborates the fact that the Earth is a globe.
Why have you got the motion of the Earth baked into this already?
Because that's the only explanation for it. It's my hypothesis, right? I can have that in my hypothesis, which is that something happens because of something, right? I don't have it. It doesn't have to be true yet. Hypotheses are supposed to be falsifiable.
So the precession is the something happening, right? Pendulum precession, something happening. And what do you think is causing that?
The Earth rotation. The Earth rotating.
Okay, so how did you manipulate that Earth rotation?
I didn't. I manipulated it where on Earth it is, though.
Or you're just going to assume that it is spinning. You're not going to confirm it by manipulation of your independent variable or varying the variable, changing it in some way, doing something to it in order to show that that's what's happening. Already got your conclusion baked in. Just get go. Earth is spinning right now. If we go to this location over here, pendulum will precess.
And then what happens when it does?
In this manner.
And what happens when it does?
So you're going to affirm that your premise was true. Your original premise was true. That's called affirming the consequent.
But what other mechanism could cause it, T-Dub?
I don't need one. I can just point out that it's a logical fallacy.
It's just a
I only need to point out that you're begging the question and affirming the consequence. I don't need to do anything else. It's an invalid argument.
I use an observation. I form a hypothesis, and then I use an observation to see if it corroborates with my hypothesis. If it corroborates my hypothesis.
No, the observation comes first, dude.
So if the Earth is rotating, then pendulum will precess. Yeah. Pendulum precesses. The Earth is rotating.
It's affirming the consequent, dude.
I don't know how this is faulty logic. If I do an observation,
P then Q. You literally just said if P then Q, Q therefore P, is a classic textbook example of affirming the consequent.
I honestly don't get how can you not do science with this? This is literally deductive reasoning. If I have a hypothesis,
manipulation of the independent variable. Thing you think is causing the effect. So you got to do something with Earth's motion to show that it's definitely the case. Not with location. Stop the Earth moving. Show that that's what that's why it's happening.
Well then, okay. Well, if I stop the Earth from moving,
slow it down, speed it up, something.
But you do that. You do that when you vary in latitude. You're changing how fast the Earth is.
That's
at that
begging
point.
the question. That's assuming that it's already in motion, and then you go, okay, the Earth's in motion. I'm going to change location, right?
That's
on this spinning ball. That's begging the question.
It's assuming it's a globe, not necessarily that it's
coming to the realization that it is the Earth's motion, right, that's causing the precession due to manipulation of what you think is causing it, not having baked in already that I'm just going to presume that the Earth is in motion. Now, if I change location, this should alter the effect, right, because the Earth's spinning. No, you need to do something to what you think is causing it to occur in order to conclude that it most definitely is the reason that thing that you observed happening is happening. Can't just skip past it and then use a different independent variable, right? And just give your original one a pass, a free pass, and add in some other variable. Not manipulating Earth's rotation by changing location. You're just assuming that it is in motion and then using a new variable. Location. begging
But
the
then
question.
again, I asked the question again. What other effect could cause it? And then if you just say, well, yeah, because you have no answer to it. You can't answer it at all.
I don't need one. I don't need one. I'm not making a claim about it. You are, and I'm just pointing out the fault in it. That's all. I don't need to take a
So you
position.
can't. I know this
I
is
can make
standard
this
flat.
argument.
It's standard flat Earth shenanigans, which is that
A glober can
it's
point
an
this out.
observation.
It doesn't take a
It's
flat
already been
earther to do it. It
observed.
takes anybody that understands formal logic.
It's already been observed, and then when I ask you what other possible effect could cause it, you're like, oh, I don't know. I can't, because you can't make a claim. You cannot make a claim.
I don't need to. I don't need to.
It's not necessarily that you don't need to. It's because you can't make a claim, T-Dub, because you know that there's no other possible reason.
Why? I'm not making a claim about it. I'm not,
because there is none. You can't make another claim. There's nothing else that can explain it.
Show it then.
Why do pendulums
show
show
the elimination process? Show the elimination process.
Why do pendulums process?
Showing the elimination process is not asking me a question. Show how you eliminated these other possibilities.
Now I'm just asking you the simple question: is if I change in latitude, why does the pendulum process at different rates? What other possible explanation could be there?
That's not showing me how you eliminated other possibilities.
Because there's no other possibility. Unless you want to claim ether, which would be probably your go-to.
Oh, I'm not making a claim about it. You are, dude. This is your claim. I don't need to answer questions about your claim. You need to present the evidence that you've somehow eliminated any other possibility. Concluded that it could only be this one reason. You can do that using the scientific method if it was an observed natural phenomenon and if you had a viable independent variable without begging the question.
I don't think he listened to not one word you said.
Huh?
I buy a bad sandwich from somewhere, like I take it back. The guy doesn't say, "Will you come into the shop and make a better sandwich then?" That doesn't happen. It may happen sometimes. No soup for you. Not my fault that your sandwich stinks, man.
I'd come back and make it. They'd be like, you come back and make it. I'd be like, watch the hell out.
Yeah, I'd love to see the elimination process, right? All other variables conceivable, right? Like, show us that. Otherwise, all you have is incredulity. Well, I can't think of anything else that could explain what I'm seeing. Do you explain it then?
But a string doesn't explain stuff. A string hangs. Only people explain shit.
Theoretically, you cannot eliminate all of the possible variables in any experiment.
Well, then stop making up claims, Magic Man. You feel like blue's your favorite? I feel like this evidence is my favorite.
This also applies to you if you make any claims.
Claims of what? You haven't done it with a real ball? That's my claim. Globers don't do it with a real 3D ball. They do it on flat Earth and say it's evidence of what? No ball? Cool. Everything you guys do on flat Earth is evidence of no ball. There's no other way to put it. Without you having a ball to have a reference of what the fuck a ball's going to do with something, for you guys to keep saying what this ball's going to do, it's kind of weird to me that anybody buys this shit.
So, I don't personally think that because we cannot test for all of the hypothetical variables, this means this variable that we propose, which is the rotation, has the same weak power as all of the other ones, because we can actually test it being the cause in other cases of a pendulum. You can just set up a pendulum in your room and rotate something under it, and you will see that it will start processing. So that's an explanation that can actually be tested. And there's yet, so far, there is no other one that was proposed.
Who have to propose it?
Someone who claims this isn't exclusive to a rotating sphere.
No, you the one that's making a claim. You making a positive claim that it is a rotating sphere. So you the one that has to propose something, not us.
Isn't I propose my explanation, which is that it's because of the rotation and I can actually test it.
Your explanation is not validated.
It is.
And that's
because I can test that this is what tends to make pendulums process.
Show. Show.
Here you go.
That's the Earth.
Not only the Earth, anything that rotates.
You making a claim about the Earth rotating. Show.
I already showed you how a rotating object can cause a pendulum to process.
You making a claim that the Earth is rotating.
So?
Right. Now show. You putting the pendulum on of the Earth somehow. So the Earth should be rotating under, right? It's something, the Earth being a reference frame, so should be able to show something being not on that reference frame, and the Earth still moving under it.
Exactly. Which one confirms the other?
Because this is not the
Where does it go?
What are you doing?
So if you're in a rotating reference frame and you observe things accelerating without any forces to apply to them, that implies your reference frame is accelerating.
Yeah. And where's the pendulum at? Is the pendulum not connected to the reference frame? Let's go. Look at the Earth.
It is connected to the Earth via a string.
Exactly. So you need something that is not connected to it, right?
Not necessary. I just need something that is moving in the reference
You saying that the Earth is spinning. You saying that the Earth is rotating. It should be rotating under something that is not connected to it. If it's connected to it, that means it is rotating with it.
It's not a matter of it being connected. It's a matter of.
That's why the pendulum is faulty in the first place.
It's a matter of the object being able to move in that reference frame. If it was connected rigidly, then indeed it would
Are you just going to keep repeating? Are you just going to keep on repeating what you said earlier to me and what this thing is basically supposed to be explaining, or are you going to actually address the point that I'm making? The pendulum, based upon this miniature experiment, not even an experiment or demonstration that you're showing right now, is connected to the Earth, which is one of the reference frames that you're supposed to be proving is moving underneath the inertial reference frame. So that means the pendulum shouldn't be connected. I mean, the pendulum should not be connected to the Earth. That's what I'm saying.
Why? It has an ability to move in relation to the Earth, so it can show a precession.
You're claiming that it's moving with the Earth.
No, I'm not.
So the Earth is not rotating then if you're saying that it's not moving.
Yeah, the damn thing's tied to the string of a building that's built into the foundation of the very fucking ball.
Yeah.
It's all connected. And then you say, that's not connected. That doesn't care about nothing, but it is directly connected. Then a drone will be sitting in the air inside that room with no air moving around crazy to do anything to the drone because it's blocked by the room. And then you guys are saying, oh, but magic wind now and all this other magic shit is going to keep the drone from not moving any different than the Earth.
It would be more valid for the drone than the pendulum. The drone is not connected to the Earth, so therefore the Earth should be turning or rotating underneath the drone.
Correct. But the reason they switched it is because they know damn well the drone blew flat Earth because there ain't shit moving underneath it.
So we ain't moving. So you got explaining to do, not us. Because we don't experience the Earth rotating. We don't experience the Earth going thousands of miles in rotation or going 62,000 miles around the sun. We don't experience any of that on a cool summer day with the waters and by the lake where the lake is completely still. We don't experience any of that. You're the one that's making an outrageous claim of, no, this is what's happening. And we going these crazy speeds. And the sun is going 500,000 miles throughout the galaxy somewhere.
Can they demonstrate where a string attached to the ball is going to do, tell you what the ball's going to do and be like not with the ball compared to a drone flying above a spinning ball? So if you spin the globe in the classroom and you put a drone above it, the globe's going to spin underneath it freely. If you put a magnet on the drone and a big magnet in the ball.
Sorry, could I interject?
How do you guys show your different movements and how a string does this on a ball, but the fucking drone stays still with the moving ball, but the string doesn't? How do you show that? Where do you show that on a real ball at? That's what we need, gentlemen. If you don't have that, F off.
Here, wait, look at the video I'm going to send in the chat.
Why you keep talking?
Better not be a cartoon. I hope it's not a fucking cartoon.
No, it's not. It's just it's him talking about a ball flying on the truck. The same nonsense that Professor Dave tried.
We don't need a ball, dude. We need a ball spinning with a little cat toy on it and a camera on it, watching it do what it do. However, you need to set that up. Get her done. We need the little baby Foucault's globe, at least 10 foot. A 10-foot ball with a little pendulum or whatever cat toy you want to put on there, spin it, the equivalent of what you claim, and let's see what it do. Put a magnet in there, put a piece of metal at the end of a string. We'll even give you your magnetic gravity with a magnet that's way more powerful than gravity. Show us what you're talking about. We'll give you whatever tool you need to make up your fucking story with.
Well, the only thing you should need is just a helicopter or a drone. Right?
It's exclusive. No, it's exclusive to pendulums and gyroscopes. That's it. Work for other things.
But pendulums is already faulty because pendulum is connected to the earth.
Nah, he's being funny. What he's saying is there's no reference with all three on a real ball. There's no who got the idea any of this can happen anyway on a damn ball at all ever.
So
Anyway.
The plane of the swing of the pendulum is isolated from the reference frame of the earth.
On what ball though? On what ball? Not flat earth. On what ball is it doing
What's
that?
your reference for that? Yeah, exactly. What's your reference for that?
It would be an effect of the mechanism by which it swings.
What the fuck are you
What's
talking
your reference? What did you say? You say that
so you got to make it
maintains
swing.
the plane.
So you got to make
maintains-
it swing.
Repeat what you just said before, dude. Like about the plane in its plane.
So I was saying
It's moving because we're making the pendulum move. Not
So
the
let him
earth
get this
itself.
Well, somebody else was saying it doesn't work because it's connected to Earth, but the whole reason the pendulum is used is because it's isolated from the rotating reference frame because of the mechanism by which
Is it connected to Earth or not?
Yes. It's connected to the ceiling that's connected to the four walls that's fucking posted in the fucking bedrock.
Exactly.
Yes.
And who's making the pendulum swing? Is it the Earth?
A guy with a candle.
Exactly.
He lights
So
the
the
candle,
pendulum is swinging because somebody's making it swing.
A candle burns the string and the pendulum goes out and does its thing. That's what pendulums strings, when you release the string with the weight on it, that's what it do. It moves, it reacts. Now, I don't know why the fuck they think that means ball, and I don't know where they got the story from, but where is the reference of this with a ball? This is the very thing they need, is a ball with their little cat toy string on it. Show us what they're fucking talking about. Do they have that? It's the only thing they need to prove what they're talking about. That's it. Get a ball, put your stuff on there. We'll watch it spin and do what you claim. If it matches what the fuck you claim, and then we do it in reality and it matches, we're good to go. We got to do exactly what your ball shows us to do. So if your ball gets stuff moving without a human, then Earth needs to get stuff moving without a human. Somebody got to be able to do work with this shit somehow. If the string mechanism, your shoestring can do it. Shoestring science is crazy.
The string is a separate mechanism. It's isolated, but it's connected with the damn pendulum. This is so.
Well,
silly.
when Jethro Bodine ties his pants up with the knot, with the cord, with the string, Jethro Bodine, he ties his pants up with a string. It's isolated from his pants. It's not connected through the belt loops.
So everything else anything else that's isolated from the non-inertial time reference frame would also show this effect, right?
Yes.
Then we point that out. We got reasons, excuses. What's the reasons and excuses, dude, for why other things don't that are isolated from?
Helicopters and drones aren't isolated. They're moving. They're moving a whole bunch of.
Isn't the pendulum moving?
The pendulum moving side to side.
Hey, wouldn't you say that the helicopter or the
drone would have to have like precise movement to go exactly with what you're saying. Like it couldn't just move freely or on its own or how it's made by the manufacturer. Like it would specifically have to move that way to do what you're saying.
Yeah, they're constantly correcting and constantly moving in all directions. The reason a pendulum is different, it's not moving in all directions. A pendulum is moving precisely in its plane of swing.
What do you think? You think a helicopter, when they say the helicopter is hovering, you think a helicopter is? You think a helicopter is correcting for the rotation of the Earth?
Yeah, it's called relative velocity.
Show that.
It makes sure it's staying in tandem. Right?
Prove that.
Yeah, I sent a video of relative velocity.
So now we're looking for the precession of a helicopter?
Yeah, he's saying when a helicopter hovers.
No, hold on. Listen, bro, stop talking over me. Dude, hold on a minute. If they say the Earth is precessing under the fucking cat toy string, but then they say the helicopter's locked to it, the helicopter needs to precess too.
Very true. Very true.
Where the fuck is the precessing helicopter at? Either way, your helicopter needs to move. You're saying it's stuck. Welcome to Flat Earth, goof.
Yeah, because what is the purpose of you showing this video with the truck when you claiming that the ball is moving with the truck?
Yeah, the helicopter's supposed to be rotating the same way the Earth is if it's stuck with the Earth. And precessing. How could that helicopter blade ever spin against the spin of the Earth? Oh me, oh my. No, something's wrong. How could the helicopter even fly up in the fucking air and exist anyway? How could it fly forward, guys, if it's stuck to the Earth? How could it move at all?
What
I'm
makes
lost.
the pendulum so special? Why is it independent, of the turning non-inertial reference frame, but helicopters, drones, birds, clouds, all that isn't?
The mechanism by which it swings.
And what does
What
does the mechanism do to make it independent of the atmosphere that all those other things are also in?
Well, I guess it wouldn't be 100% independent, but it gets really close because it's a free motion, freely rotating mechanism, like very frictionless.
It's free.
Heard of a stunt plane? Stunt plane not
free, dude. It's connected at the end. It stopped. Brother, look, free means I throw the baseball. It goes away from my hand freely. If I have a string to my hand and it goes out and gets yanked back by my hand because it's connected, that's not free. It's the opposite of. Sorry.
So the mechanism that makes something keep its velocity, its orientation, is inertia, and inertia is dependent on velocity. So you need to have velocity for it to keep itself moving in a straight line. But if you don't have velocity, so if something is stationary, then there's really no inertia.
You got a ball to show us that? Why do you guys just keep imagining shit and saying all these fucking words like you make sense or like you're trying to act like you're smart when you're just showing your
physicists accurately predict things with these properties.
Stupid, with no ball. With no ball. Your words accurately predict something, huh? Your words do? Because this accurately predicts stuff. Because your excuse. Okay, cool.
Well, it sounds like you're just saying, well, so, because something leaves the Earth's surface, it should behave exactly like everything else that leaves the Earth's surface.
To you,
but it doesn't, because there's a different mechanism for things that are not connected to the Earth.
But then you're going against the claim that your friend made earlier. Then you're going against your friend then.
Guys,
you want to be interesting to make the way to
just begging the question.
Y'all arguing, you and your buddy arguing with each other. Then go ahead, y'all figure it out.
Sorry, to step into the weeds just a little, right? What would be interesting, right, from a Globus perspective, would to have the weight of the pendulum, right, be a gyroscope, That would be interesting. Have the pendulum and the gyroscope in the same fucking demonstration.
It's amazing that in 2024, these guys are still talking about a pendulum from the 1800s, sticks and shadows from the BCs.
Correct.
Just like
I mean, a lot of people get flat Earth from the Bible, so you know.
Not one of these dudes, not one of their professors.
No, we're not.
They stand on the ankles of broken ants, the cankles of midgets, and they don't have any balls to show for it.
The Bible is like 3,000 years ago.
Yeah, we're not talking about the Bible. You guys are the ones pulling up Eratosthenes. We're not pulling up the Bible, so don't try that shit.
You've heard nobody.
Some people do like clay under seal.
Quiet, Embo. Quiet. Who's the new guy? Gnome's Body? Haven't spoken to you before. What's up?
He's triggered.
Gnome's Body, you triggered?
No, I'm fine.
He's having a hard time.
All right,
so what's up, Gnome's Body? Why do you think the Earth is a ball?
Because I have no reason to think otherwise.
Well, do you have any reason to think it is?
Aerospace engineering is based off of the principles of the Earth being a globe, and so is air, and so is cosmology.
What do you mean by that? Be more specific.
Yeah, so like analyzing star position is based off of a global perspective, like the Southern Cross, for example. Or if you're on the North Pole versus the South Pole, the stars will go counterclockwise or clockwise.
That's just movement of the stars, though. How would you know that tells you the Earth's a ball?
It's not movement of the stars. It's...
Yeah, you just said they're moving clockwise or counterclockwise.
Well, as in, it looks as though they're moving counterclockwise.
Yeah, the stars look like they're moving. So how do you get to Earth being a ball? That was the question.
One sec.
I love these. Kick back and eat popcorn now.
I love myself too, thanks.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. So the stars move. That's what makes you think the Earth's a globe.
Well, among other things.
Like what?
Like the fact that, well, like I said, lights are based off of the model of the Earth being a globe.
That doesn't mean anything.
You're
just talking about the lights. You're just talking about the lights in the sky again moving. It doesn't tell you the Earth's a ball.
Like planes?
Planes.
Yeah.
So you see a plane moving in the sky, and you think it must be the ground moving, like with the stars.
No, I'm saying that plane navigation from place to place is based off of a globe model.
Nah, pilots treat the Earth as flat and motionless. They don't account for curvature or motion.
They're the distance to their destination is based off of that.
Well, it's not.
No.
Yes, it is.
They're flying. They don't account for curvature or motion. So how could it be?
Except for Haversine formula used to calculate field distances.
Haversine formula that they say with the below.
Cyclone is spiraling? Okay.
Cyclone is spiraling.
Wow, look at him go.
Yeah, calm yourself down, Glober number 2. You're not required.
Calm yourself down? Dude, you were the one who was spiraling. You're like,
oh, here we
what is
go.
wrong
He can't contain himself as soon as he hears me.
You couldn't contain yourself.
To be fair, Cyclone, you literally didn't address anything he said. So
yeah, he's kind of crashing out right now.
Okay.
I mean, he can interject.
We're still waiting for the evidence for the Earth being a globe. You just said a bunch of vague shit that didn't tell you the Earth is a ball. You just said that planes tell you when pilots treat the Earth as flat and motionless.
Yeah, so like distances from place to place rely on the global model.
What model?
The model of the Earth.
Okay, could you post that in the chat?
Yeah, where they
Let's
get
see
this
this
model?
model that you're talking about.
Yeah, where they get this model from?
We've been waiting for this model for like what, 15, 10, 20. I mean, a long time. The globe model. I've never seen one. It's gonna be awesome.
Hey, doesn't the gyroscope and the pitch data, doesn't that both prove that it's flying level as far as the plane goes?
Well, it certainly doesn't show any curvature.
Google Earth is the model?
Yes. Is it not?
We could give you the actual data from the planes that you're talking about.
What kind of model would Google Earth give you?
A model of the
Wait,
Earth.
you just posted Google Earth as your model?
Yeah. What kind of model did Google Earth give you? What type?
A model of the Earth.
What type of model?
What do you mean? What
So
type
when
of
you say
model?
model, you
Scientific
just mean
model,
a computer.
what
You just mean a computer
It's based off of
generated
satellite data.
simulation.
Satellite data. Satellite
Correct.
where's the satellites again?
Orbiting the Earth.
Orbiting the Earth, where at?
In Earth's orbit.
And where that's at?
Is it
You're
under?
asking for a destination inside
Is
the
it under our
destination I
feet?
already
Can we
described.
watch it drop from 3 degrees to 2 degrees to 1 degrees to 0 degrees? Can we watch that live?
Can we watch
So this
what?
can't be your model.
Above
This
the
can't be your
horizon.
model
Why not?
because it's not showing you that. Well, it's a computer representation of a ball Earth, but it doesn't have it's not going to show
How
you
else
how the
could you model
eclipses
it?
work or anything like
It's not going
that.
to
Is
show
it?
us water or friction or anything like that. It's not going to show us
Well, also
rotation,
when you go for
precession.
navigation
It
on
sound like he
Google
just
Earth,
said. It sound like he
you
still ain't
realize
give us the
you
definition of the
realize that
model.
when you realize that when you zoom in and it becomes a map for navigation, it flattens out into a flat map.
Oh, it's a flat Earth model.
Yeah, it's supposed
It's a
to
flat
say a
map.
ball.
You zoom out.
When you zoom in on a round object, it's supposed to say round the whole time. As far as I know, I didn't know round things flatten the fuck out. I never seen that before either. That's pretty awesome. Computer, you know?
Oh, you've never seen round things flatten out?
No, idiot. Go get a cue ball and show me the flat part, or shut the fuck up.
So
You said
are
this
you
is
saying
a
that
satellite
Google Earth?
model? I never heard of a satellite model.
So you're saying that this Google Earth is what makes you think the Earth is a ball? And
No,
the
not
stars moving?
exclusively. I never said that.
Okay, so
You asked me for a model, and I said a
asked you
Google
what
Earth
makes you think.
model.
Yeah, it's not really a model though. It's
It's just like a program.
What else would it be?
Cartoon
It's a
of a ball.
program.
What would a model be?
Well,
A
okay, so
miniature
when you
model?
said model, you just meant computer graphic animation.
Program.
What else would a model be? Like, it's a
Be
representation.
like a real ball. Something you're allergic to. 3D physical balls.
Okay, well in that case, you have predictive models which are supposed to tell you how natural phenomena work and things like that. But this isn't that. This is just a computer image representation.
Well,
So
it's a map that you can use to navigate.
no. But the map part. Remember, when you use the map part and you zoom in,
Yeah,
that
it's
turns
flat
into a
Earth.
flat map. That's flat, not a ball anymore. So the actual useful bit is flat. The other bit's a cartoon. So that doesn't tell you the Earth's a ball. Yeah.
I mean, again, if you zoom on something curved enough, it does look flat.
No, it's not. It's not still curved though. Like you see the transition into the flat map when you zoom in.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not just like you're zooming into a flat, a spherical object which is remaining spherical and just appearing flat. It transitions into a flat map for navigation.
At what point?
When you zoom into it.
For navigation.
So if it turns into a flat model, wouldn't I hypothetically be able to find the edge if I kept going on this?
Well, no. Well, only if they model an edge for you, because it's a computer model. It's not an actual.
Is he conceding that it's turning into? Is he conceding that it's turning into a flat model?
Here's the goddess.
Well, you'll understand this. This isn't going to convince anyone that the Earth is actually a ball. I don't understand why it's made you think it is.
I never said it made me think it is. You just asked me for a model, so I gave you one.
Well, yeah, but no, because the reason I asked for the model, listen, the reason you were asked for the model is because you were asked originally, what makes you think the Earth is a ball? And you said, I have a model. And so we said, okay, show us the model. And this flat map that turns into a cartoon globe is apparently the model. So this is why you said you believed in the globe. This was one of your reasons. First was the stars move. Then
Here, wait, at what point does it turn flat?
The navigation bit.
When you zoom in, turn it into a map for directions.
Have you looked at the Google Earth thing, or you just?
I'm streaming it right now.
Or you just typed in Google and then?
I'm streaming it right now.
All right. So you're not seeing it turn. You're not seeing that it actually flattens out whenever you got to do any navigations to it. Because I'm streaming it right now too. You're not seeing that part. I'm definitely looking at it. You're not seeing that part.
Right, so a computer representation of a map, that's not, so you're saying now that's not what makes you think the Earth is a ball? Or it is?
I mean, among other things, it accurately predicts navigation patterns that planes use.
Yeah, that comes from flat Earth measurements.
Yeah, the navigation bit's flat. We've already been through that. Okay, so that's
Like
not the only
this,
thing.
that-
So what
that's
else
flat.
is it? So what
That's
else
flat.
is it? The stars.
Do you
the
see that
stars
line
are
right
moving.
there?
No, I'm not. I'm not looking at my phone at the moment. I'm just talking.
Oh, well. I mean, it'd be
What
pretty
line?
helpful if you did.
It's
Oh,
okay. We've all seen Google Earth, bro. We know they can make a cartoon ball of CGI and post it to the internet. This isn't new information, so don't worry.
I
But
mean, yeah,
obviously it
but
doesn't
this is
prove
the
that the
model
Earth is a
that
ball.
planes use to
Give me a
navigate.
citation for that. Give me a citation that pilots are using Google Earth to navigate.
Well, not specifically Google Earth, but just a global
Okay,
model.
so talking nonsense then. So what model do they use if it's not Google Earth?
I'm not sure they holistically use one specific model.
Well, this was supposed to be your point. This is apparently your whole point. We've got a model that's used for navigation. Show us your model. It's Google Earth. How do they use it for navigation? Well, they don't. They use another model. What model? I don't know. So you don't know what model you have that proves
I don't know what model specifically they use.
Okay, so then
But
not much of
again,
an argument.
things like Google Earth can be used to accurately predict destinations.
Yeah,
Accurately
using flat
predict
Earth measurements.
destination. Doesn't make any sense.
Do these look like flat Earth measurements?
Yes. How did they get them?
How did they get them?
Yes. How did they do the? How did they do the navigation? How did they calculate that or measure it?
With square measurements?
With square measurements. So there's curved lines. and
measurements.
Square measurements.
What do you mean square measurement?
As in the area of measurements?
You think they're doing that with square measurements? And that's
Do you know
what
what
it's for
a square area is?
Yeah, that would be a flat area.
Exactly.
Right. Not a curved area.
Yeah,
Square
we
is
can
flat,
literally
you
use
understand.
square miles.
You understand a square is
You
flat.
don't understand when you say square, you're talking geometry.
Yes.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
what lines
So
are
this
in
is
squares?
basic shapes. Squares are flat.
Yeah, we can use square miles on Earth.
So
Like-
where's the
No, if it's a
square?
ball, you
Okay,
can't.
but where are the curves and the square lines? Where are these
Where the-
curved lines at?
On Earth.
Okay.
Not a square. Not a square then.
Not square then.
Well, how is it not square?
Because square is flat.
Right.
Square is a flat shape. You understand this?
Yeah.
Right.
And how are they taking the
curved
square
shape,
measurements
then.
anyway?
So that wouldn't be conforming to a curved surface then. That'd be flat.
Well, 2D shapes can be curved.
So pretty much Google Earth is assuming that Google Earth is assuming
2D shapes can be curved.
Right. A 3D shaped ball, and but they're utilizing, in order for practical use in navigation, they are utilizing straight horizontal line measurements that you call in squares. So they assume that the Earth is a ball, but whenever they have to do any navigation or measurements, they have to use angles and square measurements, all horizontal flat lines, in order to do any measurements.
Here, look at this.
Have you been looking into this topic for long, Gnome's Body? Or is this...
It seemed like you only looking at cartoons.
Look, straight lines on a circle.
Straight lines on a circle, not
on
a
a
sphere.
curve, even.
Yeah, the curve is in the 2 dimensions, right?
What do you mean the curve is in the 2 dimensions?
Yeah, like round describes a coin. So that's what you have there. You have a flat surface.
Well, yeah, but
and you've drawn a circle on a piece of paper.
A circle is essentially the circumference of the Earth, though.
Not essentially. You've drawn a 2-dimensional figure there.
Yes.
A circle is also a flat shape.
Exactly.
Flat shape, circle, triangle, hexagon.
In order for you to my question, I was asking how long. Hold on.
We can use 2D measurements to predict 3D measurements. Like
no,
you cannot.
If you have the circumference,
you have to measure the Earth flat.
Okay. Circumference. What's the circumference of the Earth according to you?
I'm not entirely sure what the circumference of the Earth is.
Okay, so if I was to say that you don't have a measured or known circumference of the Earth, you wouldn't be able to rebut that.
Rebut what specifically?
That you don't know. No one's ever measured a circumference of a ball Earth.
I'm sure somebody has.
Well,
but I wasn't even specifically referring to Earth, but I'm just saying if you have the circumference of a sphere, you are able to predict other things about it.
This topic is about the Earth, as you know.
Well, sure, but this is synonymous with the Earth. Even if I don't know the exact measurements of the Earth, I can use geometric comparisons.
I'm sure you can look it up. Go and look it up. Learn something. Learn something about the thing you're trying to argue for.
I don't need to know the exact circumference of the Earth. Why does that matter?
Well, because if I ask you to prove that there is a circumference of a ball Earth, how are you going to do that if you don't even know what it's claimed to be?
You can find circumference of spheres.
Okay, so who did that for the Earth?
I'm sure several people have.
Okay, could you name one?
No.
Well, then you don't know.
Can you
dismiss that? No.
I mean, do you not think we can find the circumference of a sphere?
It's your claim.
Well, the Earth isn't a sphere to have a circumference measured of. So, no. You don't have a sphere. You don't have a circumference. If I'm wrong.
So you can't get circumference of a sphere?
Yeah.
Well, that is the distinction. Yeah, you can measure a sphere, but not the Earth being a sphere.
Why not?
A calculation, but a calculation is not a measure.
Okay, that's a circular argument, dude.
No. Well, if I'm wrong, prove it. Who measured one? You just said you don't know. So how are you going to argue with me?
It's not you the one that had first off, you the one that had a circular argument. You assuming that the Earth is a ball to begin with, in order to prove that it is a ball. And your proof is that it is a ball. It's a circumference because it is a ball. That's a circular argument.
Not
It's a
him
ball
asking
because
you
we're
to-
able
not
to
him
find the
asking you-
circumference.
Not
Yeah.
him asking you to show where
No, you
it's at.
can't. You can't say we can find the circumference because I asked you how they did that, and you said you don't know. So you don't know that anyone did do that.
I mean, you can find the circumference of a sphere. I said I don't know anybody specific who found the circumference of the Earth, but you
can
can.
find the circumference of an Earth being a sphere? Can you find the circumference of Earth being a sphere?
Why not?
Okay, well, who did it then? Who did it?
No one is arguing the fact that you can have a circumference of a sphere, but you don't have the circumference of the sphere Earth that you are imagining. That's the only thing that we are talking about. We are not denying that you can have circumference of spheres.
Right, you changing the
He
argument.
knows we're not. He knows
He
we're
know
not.
we're not. He
we're
know
not
he's
saying
trying
that.
to-
This is a tactic. This is a tactic. So we're not going to fall into that. We're just going to keep it on. If we're wrong, and if you're right, and the Earth is a ball with a circumference, you'll be able to tell us who measured that.
Right.
If not, it's a fantasy. And I don't know why you're being stubborn and not just looking it up. Like you don't want to educate yourself on your own argument.
He's looking it up. He's trying to find who found it.
Yeah, maybe he looked it up and he realized measuring shadows doesn't measure the circumference of a ball. There.
He's looking it up now.
He's looking at it. That's shit.
It's pretty hard.
Hey,
ain't it?
give him props for doing the research, boys. Come on.
It's pretty hard, ain't it?
No, we are not saying that.
Well, I'm not jumping the gun yet. We don't even know that he is doing the research. No,
He
you
is
looked
doing
up
the
yet?
research. He's looking it up right now.
I'm actually the most intellectually dishonest person of all time, just so you're aware.
He's actually Googling it, so.
That's okay, because listen, it doesn't require your intellectual
At least he's trying.
honesty. It doesn't require your intellectual honesty for the globe to be exposed, because all we have to do is ask these questions, and it exposes the fact that the majority of globe believers don't know the very basic fundamentals of the claim they're trying to argue for. And that's fine. It doesn't require you to be honest or dishonest. It will come out in the wash either way. So you found it yet? Who's
It would
measured,
work in
who's
your
measured the
benefit
ball
to
there?
be. It would work in your benefit to be honest. Honestly.
Well, it's
Yeah,
not,
so
it's- you're only
Aristophanes was the
deceiving
first
yourself.
person, but I'm pretty sure he was corrected on
go.
some things.
So
So
Eratosthenes, what did he do?
How far did he dig to get these measurements from hell?
So this guy measured the circumference, you're saying?
Yeah, but it looks like he used some inaccuracies.
Okay.
Okay. So
he's
he
not
didn't measure the circumference. So who did?
He inaccurately did. He miscalculated it.
He didn't then.
He inaccurately measured the circumference of the Earth.
Uh-huh.
So
So what did he measure? What did he measure?
The circumference of the Earth off of incorrect premises.
No, that's not what he measured. That's what you
was he
calculated
doing
after. What
Did
did
he
he
actually
actually
do? What was his methods? What did he actually measure?
I mean, you've been reading for a while. You should have like at least a base understanding of it, where you could answer the questions in your own words without trying to look.
I
for
mean,
that.
he used shadows.
Shadows? What did he do with shadows?
He put two sticks on a donkey's butt, and then he saw the shape of the donkey because he had shadows. Oh, no, that's wrong. Go ahead. I'm sorry. That was the wrong one.
So this guy in the BCs measured the Earth being a ball by looking at shadows.
Oh wow!
How do you do that?
Looking at shadows.
Has anybody ever seen a ball with that? You got the 20-foot ball that you stuck sticks on and gave us the radius and shit of? By sticking sticks on it? Where the fuck has that ever happened?
How would looking at shadows tell him that he lives on a ball? Much less what size of ball.
Yeah, what they saying about that? Maybe go on ChatGPT.
You need a whole bunch of excuses. No ball for that either.
Yeah, so Eratosthenes just assumed a ball. He didn't actually prove one. And you can do the same thing with shadows on a flat surface.
Well, sure, if you assume a ball, you'll expect to find a circumference. That's basically the scientific method. It's a testable and falsifiable hypothesis.
You got a flat
really
answer.
No, you don't know
Not
what
the scientific method.
is.
But
Okay,
regardless,
explain it to me
before we
then.
get waylaid into that,
Right.
assuming the ball to begin
Explain the
with,
scientific method to me if I incorrectly
we can
represented
get
it.
to,
You
we can get
misrepresented.
to that once we finish with Eratosthenes. But assuming the ball to begin with, that's called begging the question.
It's called hypothesizing, and
No, it's not. That's not how you
it's not
construct a hypothesis.
Because he's not observing a natural phenomena in terms of a curved ball Earth.
Right.
Right. He's assuming that whole element.
Yeah,
And
because
then
everywhere you see
what he is observing, he's then
Right.
applying to that assumption.
He's
Here,
not even.
Yeah.
He's not even past the first step of constructing a hypothesis. So
the hypothesis would be
he's not at the first step yet.
If the Earth is a sphere, then I would
No.
be able to calculate the circumference.
No,
And
that's not.
if the,
That's big in the question. That's not
You're
science.
butchering the scientific hypothesis, please.
what would the hypothesis be then?
He didn't get to the first step yet. You don't
It's
have
not a
one
scientific experiment
at all. You in the category area.
He's not. Yeah.
Yeah, geometry isn't subject to the scientific method.
Geometry is
It's a different thing. Don't get hung up on whether it's a scientific experiment or not, bro. It's just not. And that's not to say that just because something doesn't follow the scientific method, it's not valid. This is invalid for other reasons.
Right. You just in
I
a
just
category.
don't see how
You
it.
just in the category era.
It's a
You could say
falsifiable. It
you
was a
could-
falsifiable hypothesis. So I don't know what to say.
Just accept you in the
No, it
category
wasn't.
era. It's
you were
not
trying
science.
you were trying to make a logical syllable, but you did a classic affirming the consequence fallacy.
It is.
So
but you-
there,
which
it's
I'm
not
gonna get
logic is or science is a method, a very stringent method, and it is a logical method. So using a logical argument is no way in shape and form science. End of story.
You already said it. You already said it, right? You said, of course, if you assume the Earth's a globe, you can calculate a circumference of a globe. That's it. Doesn't tell you that it is a globe.
Right.
You can theoretically calculate for it to be a globe.
And
Doesn't make
remember,
it a globe.
and
Yeah,
remember,
and with those
you're the one that-
calculations,
remember,
you can
you're the one that-
accurately predict
and remember-
phenomena that occur.
remember, okay, remember, you're the one that brought up a circular argument. And right now, you're using a circular argument. You begging the question that the globe exists, and then now you're trying to affirm the consequence. You saying, if P is true, I would see Q. I see Q, therefore P is true. It's affirming the consequence fallacy.
I mean, would you be able to find a circumference on a flat Earth?
Now I got to ask you, do you know what a circumference is? What is a circumference? I mean, you just
I don't know the exact definition. It's like,
well, you looked it up. I sent you. Because you asking, can you have it on a flat Earth? That's what it seems like what you're doing.
circumference.
It's obvious to answer if you know what a circumference is.
Oh yeah, it's the perimeter of a circle. I didn't. That's obvious.
Exactly. So, you're talking about stuff you really don't know about. I think you really should just go back and study this stuff.
What do you mean? I'm literally a math student.
You're a math student, you know what a circumference is?
Yeah, you a student.
I didn't remember the exact definition of it, but I know how to calculate it. It's 2 pi r.
You a student then. You need to go back there.
Well, if you're going to be a good student, you should start listening more. And asserting
Okay. I'm a great listener.
You don't understand.
Your teacher would have.
Sorry, I couldn't define circumference on the spot, even though I knew what it was in my head.
Nobody accusing you of that. I'm just saying maybe you should go back to your teacher and ask your teacher, can you have a circumference on?
Also, you never answered my question.
What question? You're the one that got to prove something.
Yeah, I asked, would you expect to find a circumference on a flat Earth?
I thought you answered that.
No, I didn't.
Well, I'd be assuming that it's a flat circle, which we're not claiming.
Exactly.
So anyway, this is non sequitur. We're going to have to go back Because
well, would you expect to find a circumference on anything else?
You said you're a good listener, and then you just spoke right through me as I was in the middle of talking.
Well, I feel like I'm being ignored.
You're not being ignored. We're just going to refocus it because, as we've just discussed, this guy didn't measure a circumference. He measured shadows, and then assumed a circumference of a ball in calculation.
Mm-hmm.
So we're still back to: has anyone measured it, or has it just been assumed?
I'm fairly sure Aristophanes was not Aristoph. It's an annoying name to pronounce, but he was not the only one that's measured the circumference of the Earth.
Well, but he didn't measure it; he assumed it. We just said there's a big difference. So who's actually measured?
He did measure it,
on the
though.
surface? No, he measured shadows. Yeah, not the surface of the Earth. He assumed the Earth was a ball already in his calculation. You understand that?
Yeah.
This is the major point.
His calculations were fairly correct.
No, he measured triangles. He measured angles.
Well, you said his calculations were fairly correct. Okay, so who measured to confirm that his calculation was correct? Who measured the Earth?
And also, he didn't just assume the.
Hold on, Necros. I just need an answer to this because he's going to jump around if we let him. You said his calculations were fairly correct, so someone must have measured it to confirm that, right? Or has it just always been an assumption? In math?
Measuring the distance around the equator using satellite data to pinpoint locations on the Earth's surface with high accuracy. Along with things like GPS.
Okay, you're just reading things out now?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it seemed like you're not understanding
get that information from.
Okay, so what do they say they measured?
The circumference of the Earth.
Who?
He don't understand what measurements and calculations is.
Who measured what, how, and when? So you
give the methods. Look for the methods. What is he actually doing in reality? What is he's looking at something? What is he looking at? What is he measuring?
And as importantly, is this something that we can verify at all, or do we just have to believe whatever's written down? We'll give you some time to think about it. Yeah, take your time.
It's hilarious because he think like we don't have rebuttals for Google.
Not good ones.
But it
Well,
seems like
we're trying to make you understand what it is that you're trying to present at this point.
It seemed like we've been rebutting Google this whole time.
Okay, you want to answer my question then?
Did you say reboogle? Yeah, we've been reboogling.
Right. Can I ask you a question? If I'm making a claim that a flat Earth has a circumference,
okay,
a supposed center that we get measurements from. Can you answer that one first?
Repeat that.
Am I claiming that flat Earthers, or am I making a claim that flat Earth has a circumference where we're getting measurements from?
You wouldn't be able to find a circumference.
Have I made that claim?
We don't even need to go back to this.
No.
I've already clarified with him that we are not claiming this.
Exactly. So why you keep acting like we ducking the question?
Okay, well, would you expect to find a circumference on anything other than a globe?
Why you keep acting like we was ducking the question?
You haven't found a circumference. This is the whole point. This is why we're still on the question of who's actually measured one. You haven't got one yet.
Exactly.
You've just assumed one in calculation, or you've just read.
He's trying to get you to validate your claim
about a guy 2,000 years ago who assumed it. That's hardly proof.
Satellites and GPS.
Oh boy!
Right? Can you validate any of those?
Middle of the Earth. This is.
Bro, anyone can make that claim. We're talking about what can actually be verified. So it went from a guy 2,000 years ago assuming it to these guys measured it, but no one can verify it.
What do you mean nobody can verify it? There's more than one organization with satellites.
You're not privy
NASA isn't the only one with satellites. China, Russia has them.
Yeah, so a few governments claim this. That's hardly accessible.
SpaceX has them. They're a private company. There are private companies with satellites.
Elon Musk is with Trump right now.
Listen, bro.
Yeah, nobody has a problem with satellites, buddy.
If your evidence requires you must go on a rocket and go into space, that's not verifiable.
Why not?
Because we can't do that.
Some people can.
Yeah,
it's a violation of natural law.
So you believe. You're just giving us hearsay stories. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for verifiable evidence. Do you know what verifiable means?
Able to be verified.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So you can figure out if it's true or not. With these are just claims that you don't know if they're even true.
So exactly what evidence would prove a globe Earth?
Well,
like, what's your standard of evidence? What would convince you?
A measurement, actually.
It's a measurement.
The thing that you said you was looking for, you was going to get for us.
The thing you said you assume someone has done, a measurement that we can go and verify. We should be able to see the physical consequences of this curvature, whether we're doing long distance observations, laser tests, whatever else. There should be predictable obstruction due to curvature. Yes? You agree?
What was that?
If you were on a spherical object, a curved surface that's curving down and away from you in all directions, there will be obstruction over a distance from your line of sight. Right? You can't see round the curve. Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I understand where you're going with it. I've seen a ton of pictures. I can pull up pictures showing the opposite thing, so I'm done with pictures.
Oh my god, that's so offensive. Why is your name Negros?
Earth is obviously flat, okay? Earth is obviously flat. Come on, please.
So the point is, there would be.
It is obviously flat, bro. Like, just do a little amount of research and you know.
Why is your name? Why is your name? N-word.
Mute these guys.
No, shut the fuck up, Wolfman. I like you. You look hairy. Are you Turkish? Is that why you're a wolf?
Bro, why are you coming here embarrassing yourself this quick?
Because I fucked your mom.
Abu, show some respect to yourself.
Whoa. Calm down, everybody. Calm down. Whoa.
Mute that shaming your family. Have some self-respect.
Niggers.
Embarrassment.
Yeah, he's trying to.
Yeah, what is it about this topic anyway that does this?
What makes them howl at the moon and shave their forehead and palms? Globers are crazy.
Yeah, it exacerbates their condition.
Anyway, where were we?
I think that guy left.
Did he leave?
No, Gnomes is here. Gnomes body?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, no, the conversation's good with Gnomes. Like, he might be foolish in some of these things. He's reifying models and he's reifying concepts into
he's fine.
Physical
What
beings.
the hell were we just talking about before those two came spazzing out?
What
Also, I can only be here for about 20 more minutes because I have a good chunk of homework to do, and I'm not going to waste my time in here.
No, well, yeah, we ain't trying to do that.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Good
We were
times
looking. You were saying what would convince us?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We're looking for empirical evidence, right? Empirical meaning observable in the natural world, experienced, measurable, detectable, repeatable, testable, right? Science, basically.
So what would that look
Dealing
like?
with the natural world. Well, what have you got? some measurement of the surface, the drop over a distance? Say like 10 miles, right?
No,
You know how
like
much
what would it look like? I don't understand what it would look like for that empirical evidence.
Well, you're the one that's making the claim. You should
Okay, well, for
understand that.
example, a geometric horizon, right? You know, they say boats are going over the horizon as a curve of water.
Yeah, their bottoms vanish first.
Yeah, right. So that's a geometric distance away from the observer based on the curvature of the ball that they're supposed to be on.
Mm-hmm.
So for a 6-foot observer, they tell us it should be around 2.5, 3 miles max. This horizon,
like
this curve. Yeah.
I can find plenty of photos, but you're not gonna believe them. So.
Well, we've got plenty of photos. We've got
We
videos.
got plenty of photos too. Our photos.
Exactly.
That's fine. Yeah, so we can compare.
So that would be a black swan because our photos
you
shouldn't exist on the globe.
So you agree that the horizon is supposed to be a certain distance away based on the curvature of the smaller?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's what's being tested.
But do you think this picture here on the right is fake?
Let me see.
With these power lines here.
What do you think it's
Where
doing?
he posted it?
He's streaming or whatever his
I can
screen is
send
live.
it to the chat.
It's soundly.
Yeah, soundly.
Oh wow.
We already debunked
Holy
that.
shit. Pack it up, boys. We're going home.
Somebody actually brought Solly. Oh, whoa.
So you
Pack
think
it
that
up.
those power lines are curving over a curve of water there?
What do you mean? The power lines themselves aren't curving, the surface is curving.
Mm-hmm. That's what you think going
Which is
on,
why
right?
the bottom is disappearing first.
Oh, okay. That's what
Yeah,
you
how
think
far
going
away
on?
is the curve? How far away is that curve in this image? Do you have any idea at all? Does it
No.
match what the globe should be? You don't have any idea. Yeah, nobody knows. We do have explanations for this, and this is reproducible on a flat surface. You know, if you look at Google Earth, you can actually see those power lines. They don't go straight. They actually zigzag a little bit. On top of that, this is taken in Louisiana, where you've got humidity, lots of temperature inversions causing miraging effects, all kinds of crazy optical phenomena that takes place right above the surface, right where you think you see curvature.
Things where you go is called.
So like refraction.
Oh, something the Glovers.
Yeah, how about that? Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
And it's not the only thing present. You've got all kinds of reflection. You've got absorption and scattering.
Yeah, would you say, Gnomes, you could really consider all the possible options for what could cause this effect? Because, I mean, you're being presented with this is Earth curvature, but you'd have to consider whether or not there's other possibilities at play with perspective, optics, things like that.
I mean, I'm sure there could be similar things depending on optical circumstances.
Yeah. So this is why we would ask the question, okay, well, what is the observer height and how far away is the horizon line in comparison? Because like you said, that's supposed to be a geometric calculation away so that you can predict where that line will be, the horizon. And people are testing this and finding that it's
what exactly is the
not where it's
horizon?
supposed to be. Good question. What do you think the horizon is?
Let's see.
And why should we see that on the ball?
The line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. Cool.
Appear to meet. So it's an optical phenomenon.
I mean, it's observer dependent, yeah. Horizon by itself does not prove flat Earth. Horizon is not etymologically linked
Why
to
can't that be-
horizon or horizontal.
Why can't a closed question just be yes or no?
Well,
Sorry?
regardless of all that, I mean, horizontal, I mean, clearly does have relation to horizon. It's essentially the same word. But regardless of that, we're not saying that it proves the flat Earth necessarily.
Oh no, just a guy in the chat was.
Well, it kind of does, but we can get into that later. But the point is, it's even defined as an optical phenomena, not the geometric curve of a ball Earth.
Well, yes, that's because observing anything is based off of the limits of the observer, though.
Don't be so quick to respond like that. Think about it. There's a significant difference between an optical phenomena and the claimed geometric curve of water on the surface of Earth. Because you were saying before, yeah, boats go over the horizon, meaning it's a geometric curve of Earth. But now you've looked up the definition. That's actually not what it is. It's an optical phenomena.
I don't see it say optical phenomena anywhere. Where's your definition
you
from?
did, where it said appears to meet.
Right, appears to meet. So would you think that means that the sky is literally touching the ground?
No.
Here.
Okay, so it appears to meet this. So it appears to meet the ground, right? The ground appears to meet the sky. It's not physically touching
appears in relation to your optic.
Right.
So yeah, that's been debunked. This geometric curvature of Earth horizon has been debunked. Because the horizon isn't geometric.
This is not
geometric. The horizon isn't geometric. It moves on a daily basis due to the atmo conditions and the observer.
It's apparent. It's an apparent horizon.
It's an optical limit to our vision. It's not a physical limit of a curved surface.
I know. I didn't disagree.
Well, so so when they say that boats are going over the horizon, it's nonsensical because they're not going over an optical phenomena. They're trying to make people think they're going over a physical curve. But now you know that's not the case. It's an optical phenomena. So no curve.
Sorry, I was just reading what somebody was saying to me in the chat.
Yeah, just don't.
Right. You got ADHD, TikTok brain or something, bro. All right, someone else can speak to you.
No, I think you need to go back and do his homework.
Yeah, go and do your homework, bro. Good talk. You were all right. You were pretty chill considering.
Right.
Most of you kids flip out.
I mean, yeah. My policy in debates is that I almost always answer questions, so, and most people don't do that.
No, you were good. You did better than most people, so I'll commend you for that. Just look into it, yeah? Just have an open mind and just think about what we've spoken about. And if you've got questions, feel free to ask.
Well, you should answer well, and then don't just rely on question, because that'll just be question begging or question proof. Someone's not making a claim. You don't have no right to ask them questions about things they're not making claims about. It wouldn't be right for us to ask you questions about the gnomes or Snow White or anything of that nature, and you're not making claims that Snow White or the gnomes exist.
Well, I assume if you're a flat earther, you believe that the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
And my question works under those premises, according to how I'm trying to make you believe it.
Well, how you know what the premises is? If we haven't gave you the claim yet.
Well, are you not a flat earther? Like, how do you want me to view you as a flat earther?
Yeah, but flat earthers already have very specific claims. If you just say, "Oh well, I'm just going to assume what your claim is and ask you questions about this and that," then you will be stereotyping because I'm not. I didn't make the claim yet. You
Well,
have to hear it.
you're welcome to correct me then. Like,
Well, I'm told Merriam-Webster and Oxford Languages are flat earthers, and to say otherwise would be a no true Scotsman fallacy. So you're standing on the shoulders of giants. You don't realize a lot of the legwork has been done for you.
Well, I mean, you can ask questions like, "What do you guys actually think? Why are you saying the Earth is not a ball?" And this would be a way to establish what we're actually saying.
And we
instead of
answered all of
assuming
those
what we're saying and asking questions about that, because a lot of the information you've been shown about flat Earth, quote unquote, is propaganda and nonsense and just trolls. So you've got an opportunity here to understand what's actually being discussed. So
and I want you to leave understanding that we did answer all of the questions that we was making claims about. Nothing was unanswered. We was only trying to get you to prove the claim that you was making.
Well, what do you expect to find a circumference on your view of the flat Earth?
Did we make a claim about the circumference on the flat Earth? Did you make a claim about the circumference on the flat Earth, Cyclone?
No, we're not making shape claims here.
Yeah, the only one that brought up that was you.
Do you not have a shape for your ideal model of the Earth?
See, flat isn't a shape, and we're not claiming a shape. Right? We can be on a surface that has no curvature and understand it's not a ball shape, but that doesn't mean we know what other shape, quote unquote, it is, or if it even has a recognizable shape. What's the shape of a lake? What's the shape of a tree? Right, we're not making these claims.
Typically cylindrical.
What if you're living in a construct?
What if? Who knows? Who cares? I wouldn't be able to prove that.
Neither will
Measures
I.
flat.
That's why we're not making claims about it.
Yeah, you can prove that.
We know it's not a globe that's spinning in outer space in an ever-expanding vacuum. There are very few things we can know in life, and this is one thing that we can know, and we cling to that.
That the Earth is flat?
Yeah, it measures flat. It's used flat. There is no globe. The globe is a mathematical model.
Yeah, that predicts solar cycles and navigation and weather phenomena
Not
relative
like you
to the
think, and
seasons.
not as good as you think. The globe has major problems.
How would you explain airplanes then? They can fly in a straight line and get to the same spot of origin.
They never do.
Is that a conspiracy?
No. I mean, there are air currents. It's like a boat, man. You can't take a boat in a straight line. It gets pushed along every which way direction. Airplanes also fly through international corridors. They're subject to ETOPS regulations. They have to be within a certain number of miles of another airport at all times, based off of their engine rating. Airplanes are definitely not ways to measure the Earth.
So you don't believe in compasses?
What are you talking about?
If you go straight north on a
What's wrong
compass,
with compasses? Why would you think I don't believe in compasses?
you're saying airwaves is pushing the plane in circles, pretty much.
When did I say that?
And it doesn't matter anyway. It's the plane going straight. That means it's going horizontal, parallel to its surface.
Right. Right. With a slightly nosed up pitch to maintain buoyancy in the air, to maintain pressure differential between the top and the bottom surfaces of the wings, and in order to maintain lift. Airplanes don't have any measured rotation, ass over nose, according to the curvature required for the globe to have a circumference. We can pull up pitch data, attitude data from the National Transportation Safety Board website, which shows all these airplane incidents going back to the 1960s, and their black box recordings, taking telemetry data from all the avionics equipments, all the sensors, everything throughout the airplane, for legal insurance indemnification purposes, for quality assurance purposes, every single nut and bolt accounted for. And there is not a single shred of evidence in any of this that Earth is a globe, that a plane is making a gentle rotation. You can pull up thousands and thousands of miles of telemetry data from airplanes, from NTSB records, showing that the airplanes are not rotating. Just 1,000 miles would have almost 15 degrees of rotation around a ball. But it's not present. So if it's not there, where is it? Where is all the evidence of Earth being a globe? Pictures from space, right? That's the best we get, it seems. Pictures from platforms that are gate kept. Only exclusive access is possible to obtain such data from these things, to verify that they are where they say they are and they're doing the things that they say they're doing. We looked into some satellite data, what's available for the same rotational information. Rotation at the gimbal of the satellite.
Whoa,
Satellites need to be pointed down. Satellites need to be pointed down as they go around a globe, and the low Earth orbit satellites are supposedly making circles every 90 minutes, which means they're doing a 360-degree rotation to maintain constant down. Well, where's the rotational vector in all their data? We can't find it. There's no evidence of it. Would love to see some, especially if it's verifiable.
Hey, also,
we don't have anything.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Just to back that point up, I just posted in the chat 2 separate sources, one being NASA, one being aerostudents.com, that both say the way that they even build the plane and the way that you fly it with their flight dynamics is as if you're on a flat Earth. And now this would be impossible if the Earth was indeed curving. So I just want to throw that out there as well, just to back up the fact that they're flying level and they're literally built to fly over a flat Earth, which would be impossible if it is in fact curving.
Right. They fly level with respect to a horizontal reference plane. That horizontal reference plane itself is not shown to be rotating either. If so, we need evidence of that. It's going to be like turtles all the way down, folks. Big infinite regress.
But you haven't really answered my question.
And what's that?
That if you start in one point and go straight, you end up at the same spot.
No one's done that. That's what he addressed it
Depends how you're
all the
doing
time.
They're doing that in airplanes all over the world.
Sure. Just like
All the
taking a
time.
car and driving around your neighborhood and coming back to where you started. There's a rotational vector that needs to be present within these airplanes. They're not there. We can't find it. Nobody can produce it. We've been looking for 10 years as a community for such data that would be pretty hardcore. It's just the tip of the iceberg of what's missing. A lot of us became flat earthers because we were looking for globe data. We wanted to show that flat earthers were a bunch of morons. And we grew frustrated when the deeper we looked and increased in our own understanding and knowledge of these topics, that we couldn't find any. And then we took to the internet and started interviewing people, emailing university professors, aerospace engineers, talking to them on various platforms like Discord, asking them for the data. Where is it? Everybody thinks it exists and nobody can produce it themselves. Everybody seems to think somebody else has it. It's some other university department, some other type of engineer, some other guy might have worked on that. Over and over and over again. Measurements aren't there.
Whoa, what the?
It's frustrating. It makes you go, what the fuck is this place? What is the sun and moon if this isn't a heliocentric globe model with the Big Bang and all that? What the hell is this reality? Oh my God, where am I? Who am I? It invites all these existential questions that's very frightening. And I dare say that the social cost of being a flat earther prevents people from even looking into these questions in the first instance. Go tell your wife, girlfriend, whoever that you're a flat earther and see how long that relationship lasts. Everybody's been conditioned to think that we're a bunch of fucking morons. We're just asking for evidence.
You guys like graphing calculators?
I haven't used one in like since the early 90s.
Oh, yeah.
And who did not play Drug Wars or whatever on their Texas Instruments graphing calculator? I mean, our community has people from all walks of life, and it really takes all kinds of different people, different backgrounds and skill sets to really crunch this situation down and figure out what it is that we're dealing with. So, you know, we've got engineers of our own. We've got our own pilots. We've got our own laboratory scientists. We've got our own pizza delivery guys with 160 IQs who have photographic memories. It takes all types. We've got artists who understand visual space and perspective and optics. So it's been very useful in these discussions because it seems like whenever we get an expert in their respective field to talk to, we could probably match them up with somebody in our moderation team or, you know, within our ranked team or trusted team members who could have that fruitful discussion with them. And it's usually pretty good for the audience if everybody behaves. Our YouTube channel has recorded, I don't know, I think 6 years. 6 years of discussions in our Discord channels and elsewhere.
Oh, wait, am I being recorded?
24/7, 365. Yeah, everything's recorded. Make great evidence, right? If we had to bring NASA into court someday and ask them to produce, you know? When we get people who claim to have worked for NASA coming in here and not being able to cough up any evidence of their own. In fact, we got some flat earthers who used to work for NASA. We got one guy who used to set up satellite uplink, downlinks through Antarctica for NASA. And he's like, yeah, Earth is flat. Kind of makes you wonder, how did he come to that conclusion?
Honestly, I'm probably going to leave this server, not because it's like, oh man, everybody here's so stupid. It's more as though I don't really have the time to be debating people online at the moment when it comes to my academic prospects.
Right. Well, that's a wise choice. You can always come back to this topic. It's never going to leave.
Yeah, and it's not like it's that dear to my heart.
It might start to chew in your brain and gnaw at your soul. So try to stay focused on what matters, get good grades, get a good job. When you find the time, if you find the inclination, you'll probably be back. I mean, this movement's growing and you're going to see a lot of this in public. There are a lot of moronic flat earthers out there making crazy science fiction claims. That's not us. It's not us at all. We're not the pizza shape earthers. Oh yeah. Yeah, education. I've got a couple degrees. I enjoy academia for all its faults.
Wait, what do you have degrees in?
It's not really worthy of this discussion. But, you know, many of us you'd be surprised what kind of fields many of us come from and who we are and what we've done. but it's really immaterial, right? I mean, the best thing about this topic is you don't have to trust anybody. You don't have to go on any of my credentials or background or anybody else's. You can discover the nature of Earth yourself. You can do it cheaply. Just go to Home Depot or Lowe's, get yourself a hanging door mirror and a friend, go to a large body of water, maybe 3 miles across, and try to mirror flash the sun to your friend, whose face should be right above the surface of the water. If you can do that, you've debunked curvature of the Earth.
I want to make a weather
$20 in a
balloon.
Saturday. We've got flat earthers who've launched weather balloons. You can check out Dwayne Cullum's channel on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, we've got flat earthers who've taken high-end optics way up in airplanes, infrared optics with super zoom lenses, and with the knowledge to use it. RF engineer, this guy I'm referencing right now is a RF engineer, and he also does surveillance. He specializes in ISR applications for the military. And he's like, look, guys, look how flat this shit is. We're looking out to mountains that should be 14 miles below any perceived curvature of the Earth, and yet there they are. In infrared. So yeah, you can't argue, well, refraction, optical effects, and blah, blah, blah. No, man. You're up at 35, 40,000 feet where the air is super thin and uniform because you're away from the surface and you're gazing out in beautiful infrared, mitigating refraction, seeing through the haze. If the Earth curvature was there, it should pop out and say, hello, here I am. It's not there. You can see farther. It's insane. This is the craziest thing. And the more you look into this, the more convinced you are. And you're like, holy crap. At some point, you're going to think the world, it's going to be harder to believe that the world is crazy with this globe delusion than it is to believe the truth is right before your very eyes and always has been. And to me, that's the hardest pill to swallow, is that the whole world is mad with this heliocentric Big Bang globe delusion. It's not the reality that we really live in.
I'm curious, do you know of any flat Earth atheists?
There are a few.
Are there any in here right now?
Not it.
Atheists don't even really exist, so.
I mean,
like, what
yeah, that's
degree
another.
are you talking about?
Oh, what do you mean atheists don't exist? You want to elaborate?
You think they exist, so you tell me what you think it is.
People who don't think God exists.
Yeah, those don't exist.
They don't? So they're all just intrinsically lying to themselves. They do know God exists.
No, they have gods. You're gonna have to serve somebody.
I mean, they'll have metaphorical gods that you'll find labels to attach. But
okay, well there you go.
They don't have theistic gods.
Oh, okay, so now more qualifiers. Okay.
I mean, it's about theism, not metaphorical gods.
Oh, okay, so you're talking about anti-theist then. So not atheist. Okay.
No. Atheist just means not theistic.
Okay, yeah.
Anti-theist means opposed to theism.
Opposed to theism, not atheist. Okay.
But yeah, I'd say they definitely exist.
Well, yeah, you just said people that are opposed to like the theocracy of the church. So yeah.
Oh no, I wasn't referring to anti-theists.
Well, in your description, you were.
I was trying to describe anti-theists. I don't know if you heard that part.
Yeah, I'm hearing it all loud and clear, buddy.
Okay, yeah, well, I'm just saying atheists are people who don't think there is a God. they're not exactly opposed to belief in God. That would be what an anti-theist is, but an atheist
Is that
is
you?
just...
You're
Is
opposed
that
to a
me?
god, but you've made a god. You worship this globe.
I don't worship the globe.
Your god is gravity, and
My god is not gravity.
And your symbol of worship is this globe, this sacred idol that you worship.
I don't.
And it really
take
just
mo-
goes back to you worshiping the sun.
I don't consider
You
anything
worship
more
the
when
creation,
it comes
not
to
the
the
creator.
globe or the sun.
Yeah, you practice. You're worshiping. You're a worshiper.
In what way?
So I wouldn't say you're atheist.
I'd say it.
I know you would, but then you qualified that you just don't like the authority of the church. That's all.
No, I never said that. When did I say that?
In your description
of anti-theist.
Yeah, of atheist.
It's not the same.
I didn't say it was. I asked you what the atheist was. Then you were telling me about all these different things.
Yeah, an atheist is somebody who doesn't believe there is a God.
Yeah, but you believe there's a God.
No, I don't.
No, we already went over this. You just don't like the authority of the church and their idea of God, but you have your own God as gravity.
I don't have
you
my
wouldn't
own
be here
God.
if it wasn't for the globe, right?
What?
Are you a panspermia guy, or are you a rocks amino acid puddle of life guy?
I don't pray to the globe. I don't take moral considerations when it comes to the afterlife,
Well,
considering the globe.
Okay, yeah. Where'd the morality come from? From those rocks that leached the amino acids into the puddle, and then the lightning struck it? That's where it came from?
No.
No, in your world,
Morality
there's
comes
no
from
such
our
thing as
brains.
morality. Yeah, see, there you go. Morality comes from your brains. The mind of the wet rock, the wet machine. Yeah, I don't accept your morality, because your morality can change at a whim. You have no basis for.
I mean, I don't care. I have no reason to accept your morality.
That's why you confuse non-physical concepts with the physical reality.
Like what?
Like when you're all your conflations that you've been doing.
Could you give me an example?
You're confused. You're trying to conflate. Oh, this is round on a two-dimensional surface, and that's supposed to equivocate into 3 dimensions. And then you take this conceptual model and you think, oh yeah, I'm going to put that as actually representing your reality of the Earth, right? So you draw these non-physical concepts, and then you'd reify those. And this is Earth. Earth is this glob. Earth is this glob model. That is a mathematical concept.
Earth can be represented in that way, and models are made to create predictions. I never said that the Earth was exactly that model, but I said that you can use those models to make predictions about the way things work, which is true.
Yeah, well, we use the regularity of nature to inform logic. That's why we have a lexicon, and we can make have a coherent back and forth, a discussion.
Yeah, that's a really good point into the break. Real quick, just so we can own these globies, could you just give a valid, unsound argument real quick? Just so we can own the globies by being very
Go ahead and
logical.
mute him.
Go ahead. Into the break.
Wow, yeah, valid, unsound. Okay, yeah, go for it. This is your construct. You imagine that. It's like Peter coming in here yesterday asking if an inanimate object has a mind. Absurd.
Yeah, so sorry, I'm hardly religious in the same sense of Catholics going to Mass and eating Jesus.
Yeah, I'm not saying does your sacrament have to be the same? Do you think the Scientologist sacrament is the same as a Catholic's? Like, what do you're just confused about everything.
No, but I don't believe in a personified God.
Yeah, you're like stuck in the calculator. You're like, I am this in the calculator. Like, no, you are outside. You're not in the crystal. You're outside of the crystal. And Trump will
I
put you
have
in the
no
crystal.
clue what you're talking about. Sorry, I'm not a theist.
Yeah, I think that is the explanation for the entire discussion for the last 3 hours.
Okay. Well, I have no reason not to be one. So.
To be what?
An atheist.
Okay, that's just some term you identify as an atheist. It's a fashion statement. Okay.
I mean, it's a label I attach to my beliefs, that being, I don't believe there is a God, which is an accurate label for the things I believe.
Okay. Well, I'm bored with it.
You know, talking about this, we could talk like wasting time with somebody who thinks the Earth is a globe, talking about art and atheism, religion and shit.
Well, what have I said that's wrong? Like, come on. That's called the genetic fallacy, my
Let's talk
friend.
about why you think the Earth is a globe.
No, I gotta go anyway.
All right. Well,
I've
it was a fun discussion, anyways.
Yeah. Thanks, see you.
Yeah, that was the most cordial discussion that I've heard in weeks.
Yeah, true. Hey, to make sure I got a good recap. So he first said that his reasoning for the globe was because the way that the stars move. Then we went past that for him to say the way that the Foucault's pendulum process. And then we went past that to Google Earth. Did we have any globe Earth proof?
Nope, none was provided, not at all.
Sheesh.
No, and it's because potentially our standard of evidence, as reasonable as it is considered to be too tall an order to fill. So
I don't know, man. Seems pretty religious for me for an atheist. All that belief.
right. For somebody who considers themselves to be well grounded in empiricism and rational thinking and all that. So someone like this has to work through all kinds of other issues in their mind before they can really approach the table and discuss some of these deeper implications that we're bringing up.
Totally agree.
Yeah. It'll be good for him to focus on his studies first.
First step is an actual realization. I actually I feel like my knowledge on the Foucault's pendulum went up a little bit. I was researching it while they were talking about it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I
Come
mean,
up
it's
with
just,
anything interesting?
I mean, the only interesting part to me is that, yeah, it's not in its own independent reference frame. Like, that's just, it's attached to the Earth. That's the biggest thing. And it's like, if you're saying that the helicopter or the drone is in somehow not its own reference frame, I don't get that. But then if you say it's attached to the Earth, then it's the same as the pendulum, so it's a process. So, I mean, yeah, it was a circular argument at best.
Yeah, you got to think. I mean, if the apparatus is attached to an accelerating platform and a plumb bob is hung from a rope, then the rigid arm that's holding up the rope is going to move with the accelerating platform. And the weight at the end of the rope is going to be catching up to it.
Right. It's like literally going to pull it.
Yeah, exactly. Literally going to pull it. And you should be able to measure the tension, right?
Yeah, and like I asked him, I said, okay, well, let's just say as far as the drone or the helicopter, are you basically saying that, because he's like, because it moves the air. And I'm like, okay, so are you saying that it moves it in such a way that it would be undetectable, or that it would just be, weird ways that we detect something because it's, actually being processed the Earth is processing under it, so it should have some type of measurable effect.
Yeah. Yeah, and everywhere that these things are tried and attempted, it seems to be very fickle. They're very frustrating.
Yeah.
I know they've been done. Sorry,
it's hard to understand. No, I'm sorry. It's just so hard for him to not understand and see the point that the apparatus is attached to the Earth, and the actual drone is not attached to the Earth.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Right, and so is the gas or the air above the accelerating platform attached to it?
Right.
Right. I mean, there could be something said about undulations of the surface stuff causing friction and dragging the air as a gradient across. But there's going to be some kind of measurable transfer of energy.
Right, because it's on the moving frame, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, you can't get around the idea of work required to apply forces and stuff, right? I mean, you can diagram this out thermodynamically.
I mean, he literally said out of his mouth, though, it doesn't apply to other things in the sky that's not attached to it.
Right. There are exceptions, you see. There are exceptions everywhere.
It's like Foucault's pendulum is the best way to do it.
Yeah, this guy comes in every day saying the same thing.
That's wild.
I don't know. Is he really convinced of this, or is he just troll? Does he have a shtick? You know what I mean? I don't know.
For sure, if they keep coming in, like, especially like that guy there, the way that he's been flat smacked over the last couple of days, because I've been here about the last couple of days pretty often. And yeah, I mean, the amount of dumb arguments he's had and the common sense that's been put forth, I can't understand that he would be anything more than a troll.
What
Have you
happened?
noticed this too? I mean, it seems like there's a theme of the week. For whatever reason, all these people come to us. They're seemingly unrelated to one another. They might find us on different channels, different platforms, right? But they'll come to us and they'll all ask us the same questions around the same time.
What happened?
Like they're
what
being
occurred?
influenced. Maybe, somebody put out a video or something and they all watched it. They want to go test out their arguments. But it seems to be that this one is pretty...
Yeah, for sure. And then you got people like the guy that just left not too long ago, the I can't even remember his name, but comes around, the ham guy that comes around, just straight troll action. It's because he's already came in with his arguments. They've been flat smacked, and now all he got is troll action.
Right.
It's like a literal cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, cognitive dissonance.
Has he ever spoken up in VC, or is he always just kind of skanking inside?
Oh, he's spoken up, and then after that, all we hear now is, "Yeah, we killed them, flat earthers," and just straight troll action.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, sometimes I think that about flat earthers. Sometimes they just be trolling. I feel like, It's like, yeah.
To be honest, most of them are hard to get along with for me.
Flat earthers?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
As one myself, I can say that.
I mean, I can't have a conversation with any of them. They all tell me that I say something and then they tell me to prove it, and then I prove it, and then they tell me that's just a claim, and then it goes back and forth and back and forth. And I'm like, yeah. Well, that's what's happened to every single conversation I've ever had with a flat earther.
Man, don't put your face out there if you don't want it flat smack, man.
What do you mean?
Sounds like he's begging for it.
You're writing a check right now. Make sure you ask him cash it, man, before you keep progressing.
What do you mean?
Make it make sense, and then come back with your final answer.
What do you want me to make sense?
What kind of where have you been? Where have you had these discussions? You know, with what kind of groups, which communities? Have you been around ours? I'm kind of trying to get a feel for
I've been around here, but I've never had a conversation. Well, yes, I have. I've had one conversation in here. I've also been to the politics thing and their politics Discord server, and I've also had these in real life too.
Yeah, you might find a bit of a mixed bag amongst our group.
Yeah,
sure. It's even crazier outside, though. I can tell you, like, you wander into some of these other places. Sounds like science fiction fantasy land, dude.
Yeah.
Don't want anything to do with those guys claiming to be us.
They really don't know what they're talking about, man.
No. You know, bunch of pseudoscience, bunch of nonsense. Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's unfortunate too, because you know they could actually open up some textbooks and engage their minds and study and learn real things. But I think it's true that a lot of these folks have such a deep-seated skepticism of their environment that they feel the need to have to reinvent the wheel themselves, and they're just flat out wrong about so much. They don't have the foundations of the topics that we discuss in here to bring them forward and articulate them responsibly or accurately. Mm-hmm. So I know a lot of us on our side of the fence here have spent many years being very careful to speak only on these things that we should know.
Supposed to get you free.
All right, I gotta go.
Good luck.
So have you figured out the argument yet?
What argument?
The glob argument.
The what?
The argument for your glob model.
My globe? Yeah, I mean, well, there's a big one, I guess. I mean, I was the one who figured it out, but, you know, credits to the scientists before me, which I'm not a scientist by any means, but, you know what I'm trying to say.
Well, you don't know what that means, so you don't know what it takes.
I don't know what it takes.
So I wouldn't have pegged you as being one. So
don't
worry about that.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, but are you asking me if I understand the flat or the globe Earth?
Yeah, what is the globe argument?
What do you mean? What is the globe argument?
What is it? Like, what do you know it? What is the globe argument?
The Earth is a globe.
Earth is globe. That's the argument.
Yeah. Now, do you want evidence or what?
What do you mean by Earth?
I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Just the Earth.
The Earth is what?
It's a globe.
Is globe. Okay. So classic affirming the consequence. That's your argument. Okay.
I don't mind you presenting your evidence.
What are you asking for? What else is there besides the Earth?
Go ahead and present your argument, Ron. Present your evidence.
Present my argument and evidence?
Yes, you just said you have evidence of your globe Earth. Go ahead and present your evidence.
Okay. That's easy. Okay. All right. So everything that we have observed for what is that time period called? I don't know. I don't remember the exact time period, but everything that people observe, like almost every single day, proves directly towards the flat Earth. The seasons, the day-night cycle, observing a ship disappearing over the horizon hole first is one thing. Round shadow casted by the Earth during a lunar eclipse is another thing. What else is there?
You did say these are all flat Earth proofs, right?
No, these are globe Earth.
You're going over flat Earth. No, these are all flat Earth proofs. Everything you said is a proof of flat Earth. You haven't said a single thing that is alternative to that.
How? So the seasons are a globe Earth proof or a flat Earth proof?
Yes.
How? Explain. No, actually, here. I want.
No, you make the argument. You make.
Well, you
make
just
the argument.
interrupted me while I was making an argument. Do you want me to continue with my evidence?
I tell
Or
you
want
what,
to interrupt me again.
you spewed out a lot of stuff, right? You're about to try to say, hey, this and that and this and that. Go ahead and start with your first one and let's dissect that, and then we'll move to your second one.
Okay. So here, one thing. Let me pull up a picture of the flat Earth real quick. Okay, so here is the flat Earth. I can put it in side chat too.
Hold on. Who took your picture of the flat Earth?
This is just the model that is widely recognized by the flat Earth community. Sorry. Oh, I can't. I'm sorry. My copy.
I use the Apple model actually, so I'll post you the Apple model real quick, okay?
Okay. The Apple model. I'm curious to see what this is.
You're supposed to be posting whatever garbage you have.
Oh, right. Sure. Okay.
Right. The first thing you said is you're going to post a picture of flat Earth that nobody's claiming. Come on now.
I mean, well, you interrupted me and said, well, let me actually post my Apple model first. I was like, okay, I'll let you do that. But here, I mean, I can't fucking get my copy and paste to work, unfortunately.
And no, I didn't say I would post it first. No, you were supposed to be posting yours first. And I said, well, you were making my claim for me, but here's my claim. I posted it for you.
My copy and paste is not working. This is something here. Let me get a different picture then. Will this work? Yeah.
You were going to talk about that model that I posted for you, right?
That's a joke, and you know it.
You were going to post the exact same thing, right?
No, I was not. Okay.
All right. So what are you giving evidence for right now, Prawn?
My copy and paste isn't working, but there's the link I posted for you is the widely recognized flat Earth model. So I'm sorry I can't put an actual picture in there, but just follow the link and I'll take you exactly to it. Like it's the first thing you see. But
Go ahead. Actually, I'll digress. Go ahead.
No, I just want to be clear. Is that the flat Earth model that you guys follow, or what?
No, I don't have a flat Earth model that I follow.
Then what do you think the shape of the Earth is?
Flat isn't a shape. So flat is a description of the surface. I don't.
Then what do you think the Earth is? Like, what is the Earth to you?
I'm at my daughter's soccer practice right now.
Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry. Take your time.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just curious.
I was saying that to say that I'm looking at the Earth right now. You said, what is it? What was your question about the Earth?
Yeah. What is it? Like, if it's not like, what is it to you? Like, what shape is it?
I just told you I don't have a shape claim. What is your evidence, dude? You can't say your shape claim is my evidence. What is your evidence?
I was giving you evidence, but then you asked me to post a bunch of stuff. Okay, so my evidence.
No, you said your evidence is posting a flat Earth that no one claims.
I never said that. I just said let me put this in side chat real quick. Okay, so this flat Earth model does not work at all with the day-night cycle. It does not work with the seasons. It doesn't work with anything, right? It doesn't work with the observations that we can make with star constellations from different latitudes. It does not. This is the widely accepted flat Earth model that people will use like flat earthers will use, and it does not work with any of our observations that we can easily like observe like on Earth all the time, 24/7.
All right, cool. What was the first observation that you wanted to go over?
Constellations, I guess.
Okay, how do you get
more flat Earth proof?
Huh?
Okay, cool. So how do you get that the observations of the celestial stars prove the globe Earth?
Okay, so when you're in Australia, all right. So if we're both looking at this map, right, of the flat Earth that people use all the time, right? If you're in Australia and you look to the south, you're going to see the Southern Cross. If you're in South America and you look to the south, you're going to see the Southern Cross. If you're in Madagascar or Cape Town and you look to the south, you're going to see the Southern Cross, right?
Are they at the same time? All three locations?
All three, yeah, roughly at the same time.
So you can see the stars. You can see it during the daytime.
No, you can't see them during the daytime. They're stars.
Okay, so not at the same time.
Okay, then. Yeah, don't lie.
What do you mean? I'm not lying. If you look at them at night, if you look to the south, you're going to see the Southern Cross.
Yeah, not during the day.
Right, yeah, because the sun's out.
Right, all three of those places don't have the same. If you don't understand what we're saying, I don't know how to help you right now.
What do you mean? Yeah, of course you're not going to be able to see them during the day.
You won't be able to see it at all three locations at the same time. That's what you need.
Right.
And you're conceding no, you can't, because there's day and night.
Okay. Right. Okay. So that's also not my point. Like my point isn't
that's the refutation of your point.
No. Listen. My point isn't that you can see them all at the same time. My point is if you all look in a direction, like if you all look in this towards the south, right, you're going to see this during the nighttime, right? This makes no sense on a flat Earth model because on this model, you're all looking in a different direction than the other person, right? So I don't understand how you're going to be looking in a different direction and you're going to find the same thing as the other person, right? That's just my point right there.
No matter what your point is, the point of any type of, if you actually put celestials into practical use, you'll find that celestial navigation is used based on a flat Earth. So it only works with a flat Earth.
That's not my point. I don't know what you mean by that.
When you put it into practical use, that's when you have to use the flat Earth.
You're not addressing what I just said.
100% I am.
Yeah, we are addressing. You're taking elevation angles. Get out of your mind in these concepts. What are you actually doing? What are you measuring? You're measuring a flat Earth. You're measuring a ramp of vision.
That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just pointing out the simple fact that if you look at South Australia, you're going to see the same thing as somebody who's looking to the south in South America and somebody who's looking to the
trigonometric
south in
functions
Cape Town, right?
In
that works on a global
navigation
model. It doesn't work on a flat.
Is the perspective included?
What are you pointing this on? Like, what's your explanation for this?
That what you're doing is taking elevation angles.
Elevation angles. Explain
to know. Yeah, I posted the GIF there. You're trying to look at what your direction is based on looking at the sky, and so that's a horizontal. That's a level that you're looking at.
But Prawn, just to give you something to entertain your mind with right now, if you could imagine, right, we see the stars go from east to west. I would hope that you would agree that all stars rotate from east to west. Do you agree there?
Depends on your horizon, or not your horizon, your hemisphere.
Do you not agree that all stars, not some, all stars rotate from east to west?
Depends on your hemisphere.
Wow.
It depends on the hemisphere that you're in. I don't know what to tell you. If you're in the northern hemisphere, they don't.
So what hemisphere do the stars rotate from west to east?
West to east, the southern, or east to west to the south. Southern or northern.
When you're in the north, the stars rotate from the west to the east.
East to west, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I could have them mixed up.
Sorry, let me help you. Just
when you're in the southern hemisphere and you like flush a toilet, I don't remember if it rotates clockwise or counterclockwise, but it does one. And if you're in the northern hemisphere, it does the other.
Ron, let me help you for just a second. So they're talking about east to west when you're talking about clockwise and counterclockwise. Make sure you differentiate the two.
Okay,
right.
Thank you.
Right.
All right, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
and that too would be referencing a plumbing, which you'd have to do your water level. So again, that's more flat Earth proof. Everything you have said just proves flat Earth.
How does that prove flat Earth water level? Okay,
Yeah,
this
you're referencing
level
the
thing
water
that you talk about
table.
is silly,
Plumbing.
because the water level thing that you talk about is silly. Right? Like the water always finds its level. Like if you look on a
It's silly.
horizon, then it's always like flat. Like the horizon.
Human history and engineering is silly to this guy.
No, like the way that you take the fact that water finds its level and you use it as flat Earth proof is silly. I didn't say human engineering is silly, right? Like when you like if you look out on a horizon and then you say, "Oh my goodness, like look, it's flat," then the water always finds its level, guys, right? Like that's just
No, you say that.
Huh?
You say it looks flat.
No, you say it looks flat.
Dude, this is demonstrable. I can give you a teacup, and we're going to see that it's going to fill.
Right, but is a teacup the exact same
Hold on.
as
Sorry,
the Earth?
sorry, dude. I got a call. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I can take I'm just showing you how this can be done micro all the way to macro. So the way that this would go, I can give you a teacup. It's going to fill the available space, and the surface of it will be flat, level. We can go ahead and then upgrade that to your kitchen sink. Then we can upgrade that to your tub. Then we can upgrade that to your pool. Then we can upgrade that to your goddamn lake nearby you. This is the nature of water. Only you're saying that water naturally curves.
All right, go ahead and upgrade that to an astronomical object the size of the Earth, right? And see what happens then. It's going to turn into a ball because of something called gravity, right? Like, yeah, I don't understand.
So are you saying the water in a lake doesn't curve?
I'm saying I'm saying, like, well, yes, I'm going to concede the fact that water finds its level, but I'm not going to say that's like flat Earth proof, right? Like,
You know that level means without curve?
no, God, no. Okay, look, all right.
Right. Level is without curve. If somebody told you to level their house or draw a level line or any of that, it'll be without curve.
Just fucked myself, dude. Oh my god, I just fucked myself because of a definition of level. Okay, I'm not going to be able to win this anymore.
Wow.
Yeah, everything's been wrecked. Everything, your whole epistemology is done.
I
You threw it away.
but I just made a
ambiguity of language. You
error,
say when
and
you
now I'm
say
not gonna be able
when
to
you
put it
say
down.
terms, you don't actually mean what you say. We can't trust what you have to say now. You have now concluded, or you have now conceded that you can't have a conversation in good faith because you're going to be using ambiguous terms.
Do you
And you're
know
not gonna
why
actually
it looks
mean what you
flat? Do you
actually
know
mean.
why a lake looks level?
No, just
Do
like
you know why? No, I'm just curious. Do you know why a lake is level?
According to UPRON, stars rotate from west to east, and you said it a couple times. Like,
Alright,
you've been wrong this entire time.
All right, but do you know why a lake is level? Do you know why that looks level?
Because that's the nature of water.
All right, no, it's because it is being attracted by gravity towards the center of the Earth. That's what water
Gravity
does.
is a
somebody else got it.
too. Like that's a reference up and down. That's a geometric claim of level as well. Level is a horizontal condition, so that's perpendicular to the horizon. Yeah, flat earthers now take your term gravity. Gravity now proves flat Earth. It's over. It's checkmate.
I've never met somebody so sure, and then his first two arguments was completely wrong, like literally the opposite.
Did he really run away when I took his gravity away from him?
Fucking crazy.
If there's no gravity to hold him down, then what's going to keep him to the conversation?
Yeah, there's a heaviness to the situation for them.
Did he just say gravity proves flat Earth?
Yes.
Words.
Yeah, it's a geometric reference to flat Earth geometry.
How did he explain that? How does that work?
Well, how doesn't it work?
No, like how does it work?
Well, it's plumb is perpendicular to the horizon.
Can you describe what that is? I don't know what that is.
Plumb is exactly vertical.
Plumb?
90 degrees to horizontal.
What does this have to do with gravity and the Earth? I don't get it.
Oh, I mean, I said it's a reference to geometry. That's up, down.
How is the Earth flat?
Exactly vertical.
From.
So I guess what
because
you
level horizontal is parallel to the horizon. Plumb is perpendicular to the horizon.
For you to understand this, Samurai, can you, just so we're not commenting your notion of gravity, can you explain what gravity is to you?
Like scientifically explain it.
However you like, man. We'll try to rock with you if we can.
I guess it's a force. I don't know how it would.
It's hard, huh?
You want the flat earthers to explain it and you can't explain it to the flat earthers?
Oh, I'm not here with a claim. I was just asking how it works.
But you got my conclusion was concise, very easy to understand, right?
No, but I didn't get how that had anything to do with gravity and the Earth.
Yeah, that's a geometrical reference. Vertical.
Like
okay.
that's why it would help if you could give some type of connotation of what gravity was to you, and then we'll tie it up for you.
All right, I'll just get the scientific, because I don't want to. I'm not a scientist. So I don't want to say anything that's not. You know, I mean, right?
Gotcha. If a scientist says it, it's correct, right? No, sir, I don't want to go. Never mind. I don't want to go there. Never mind.
I mean, yeah, okay. Gravity is the force by which a planet or other body draws objects toward its center. So what does that have to do with, like, vertical geometry?
Is that like a magnet?
Huh?
Like a magnet?
Like gravity?
Yeah, is that what you're talking about?
No, I was just saying that was the definition of gravity.
So a force, that's interesting. Let's get into that. Like what think the force is? Where is it? Where would you say, oh, here's the force? Because like I can show you a magnet, right? Or I can like blow on something, right? There'd be a force there.
Yeah. Like what
you could have gravity? Maybe you could fill a tire with pressure, blow a balloon.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all observe gravity.
Well, no, we observe those things. That's what I'm saying. Where is this gravity force?
Where is it? We're like in the world? What do you mean? Where is it?
Like, where have you observed gravity?
I can see you fill.
I'm observing it right now.
You can pump your tire full of air. Where can I see the gravity?
I'm not floating.
Well, I see clouds in the air.
They're made up in a certain way that is completely different from a human being.
Wait a minute, but if I let go of a helium balloon, then that's also going to float.
Wait, so are you saying that
air around it?
Are you saying that because you can't see it? What is the point? What is like?
No, I know. I acknowledge magnets. I acknowledge, you can blow into the balloon. I don't see what's inside the balloon.
But what is the claim?
This is what you're going to find.
No,
This is
you're
what
trying to make the claim.
Right. This is what you're
Me?
going to find. One person has a belief in gravity, and others have things that they can actually prove and demonstrate to you.
So you don't believe in gravity? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out what is like what are we talking?
Yeah, I said it's a reference. It's a geometrical reference.
If we're talking about in your mindset of what you just said, as far as it's a force that keeps us humans down, but not the anything less than the air around it, then yeah, that's the one I'm saying is not true.
Wait, did you just describe gravity as a force that keeps only humans down?
That's what you said.
No, that's not what I said.
You said that he gave you another scenario, and you said, well, that doesn't have the same properties as a human.
Yeah, because
so basically you're saying only humans would be effective. That's what you're saying.
No, multiple things are being affected. Everything that it actually clouds are being affected. Everything is. It's just that they're the way how they're made is a completely different thing than the. Hello?
Yeah, I'm listening to.
So why are there planets floating in the air?
Hold on. Before you go there, you're trying to just point in a direction with your eyes closed, like pin the tail on the donkey. Like you're saying, it is this, it isn't this, and it is that. It is.
What do you mean?
Right. We're trying to find what is it, not what
is gravity?
Isn't.
Gravity is a force which tries to pull two objects towards each other.
Yeah, where is that?
Right, where do we observe it?
Where is it? What do you mean, where can you observe it? You're observing it
where
right
can
now.
we see that force? I want to see that happen. Okay. Like I can see a magnet happen.
Stand up and jump. And then you're going to go back to the ground.
Now, let me ask you this. Is it plausible is it plausible to tell you this, that when I jump, I'm about 200 pounds. The air around me is less dense than me. So the air can't hold me, which is 200 pounds. So could it just be that I'm more dense than the medium that I'm in?
No, not at all.
Well, look here. Okay, well, let me ask you this. Does your gravity apply to gas as well?
It applies to everything.
Awesome. So if we took that exact same logic that you said, is that when you jump, you'll come back down. If I let go of a helium balloon or anything that's less dense than the air around me, it will not go down.
Say that one more time.
Okay, by your logic, you said if I jump, I come back down. Therefore, gravity. Cool. And you said that it works with everything. So I said, okay, well, here's a helium balloon. Drop that. But it didn't drop. It went up. And anything that I can give you that's less dense than the air around you is going to do the exact same thing. So do you not understand how your concept of gravity do not work in that scenario?
You're not disproving gravity. You're just describing something that has a certain makeup to it that allows
I'm disproving your logic of gravity.
Other things can't do. You're not disproving gravity. Wait, are you?
I'm disproving your logic of gravity.
Oh, okay. So what is gravity then?
You're the one that made the claim. We're trying to figure out if what you're saying is true. You just said the reason I
never made a claim. I came here and I asked, did the guy just make the claim that gravity proves flat Earth? I said, how do you get to that conclusion? So
he gave it to you, and then he gave you a very articulate answer, and then
he never described gravity or like the Earth. He just said vertical geometry. What does that have to do with anything?
And then we tried to clarify what gravity that you're speaking about, and the one that you're speaking about, we do not observe.
So what is the one that you're speaking about?
Dude, this is ridiculous. You don't get it.
I'm talking about a scale that we use to measure gold with another weight. And that would be even, or you'd call that true or just.
Whoa, I don't even know what that meant. Like, wait, what does that have to do with what I'm talking? Like I'm saying, how does gravity prove a flat Earth? You're talking about gold? What is gold? How does that? I'm confused.
I'll be a little honest, man. I don't know how he's trying to draw the conclusion of gravity proving flat Earth either. So, I mean, I'll give you that. I'm not too certain on that.
Oh, so that's what I'm saying. I didn't know how that could work.
I definitely don't agree with your notion of gravity because I mean we just showed that your logic did not hold up, right? Even when you said that it applies to everything, just gases.
You just kind of don't know how it works, and I'm not saying that I know how it works. I'm just saying that I can provide you with how it works. You can just look it up, read a book.
You gave a hypothetical. You said if I jump, I come back down. I said, okay, does that apply to everything? You said yes. I gave you something that was lighter than the air around.
I said gravity applies to everything. I didn't say that specific scenario applies to everything.
If gravity applies to everything, and you're saying that it's the force that pulls things down, when we don't experience things getting pulled down, such as a helium balloon or anything that's less dense than the air around it, we don't experience it getting pulled down. If you let go of gas at the ground level, where gravity is said to be the most, if you let gas go at ground level, it goes in all directions. So what you're saying does not hold true.
I'm very confused. How does what I'm saying not hold true?
Because everything does not go down as you just necessitated it would because of the force of gravity.
I'm not saying everything goes down.
So what is gravity?
I'm saying that you jumping up and going down is a way that you can observe gravity.
No, because when you jump, the only thing that changed was your position in the medium that you're in. You're standing on a medium that is heavier than you, that's more dense than you, right? You're standing on a medium that's more dense than you right now. Or else you would sink in it. The same way of your medium that's when we're talking about gravity. Or I'm sorry, when we're talking about a helium balloon. It's just less dense than the air around it, so it rises. I'm more dense than the air around me, so I sink until I find a medium that's basically more dense than me. That's the way the world works around you.
Are you just describing like how gravity affects different things?
No, I'm describing how what you're trying to say is relative density. That's how I can describe what happens when you jump up and why a helium balloon does something completely different because of their densities, not because of their gravities, because of their densities and their medium.
Things don't have gravities. That's not how it works.
Of its gravitational pull. There you go. Better for you.
Okay, so basically, when you jump up, you exert a force, right? To push off the ground. Right?
Cool.
This is you temporarily overcoming gravity, right? So you jump up, you are applying a force to the ground, jumping up. The thing that makes you go down is we literally have we can measure gravity. It's not like something that's like just fake. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what that means. Like there's an equation that measures gravity.
Have you ever measured gravity?
Do you want to know the math of gravity and how?
No, I want to know what it is.
Something. So okay, so if I jump up and down, the thing bringing me down is my weight and the gravitational
That's not a definition. You're telling me what it does. I'm asking you what it is.
What?
You're telling me what it does, and I'm asking you what it is.
He already told you. He gave a definition of gravity. He said it's the force that pulls bodies to the center of mass, right?
The loaded definition. You're assuming a sphere Earth pulling things to its center, plus you're assuming Newton's mechanics. So then I guess Einstein would be wrong.
Well, these things are true. These things are the Earth is round. It's not flat.
Prove that.
Could not be flat.
Since that's part of your definition of gravity, better prove that in the first place.
What'd you say?
Man,
What'd you say?
Prove the Earth's a globe in the first place, since you smuggled that into your gravity definition.
Okay, so basically, a majority of people believe the This is not proof for it. I'm just saying something. I'm going to ask you a question. I want you to prove to me how a flat Earth works and why everything about science that we know is false. Can you describe to me why that is? Huh?
You're deflecting from your burden at this point, so I'll just take the concession.
Okay, so all right. You want me to like describe gravity in depth?
Well, you said that it depends on a sphere Earth, so you've already pre-assumed the sphere Earth. I'm wondering what the evidence for that is.
Okay, the evidence for a sphere Earth. Okay, I got you.
Sorry to butt in.
No, you're good, man. It was going nowhere fast. He didn't understand what gravity was. And
So one way you can observe a sphere Earth, I know you guys are not gonna like this. Visible horizon, ships disappearing, bottom first. I don't know if you guys ever went to a beach.
Refraction.
You just look.
There's
you can like see a curve. I'm just describing.
No,
Where do you see a curve?
No, I can't.
What?
No, I can't see a curve at the beach. The horizon's horizontal.
Okay, so when you look straight at the beach, it just keeps going
until the light dissipates and your eyes can no longer angularly resolve what's going on. Yeah. Like if you look at my picture, if you look at my avatar right now, that's just a regular picture, and you'll see that horizon is flat. Anytime that you see the horizon, it's horizontal. That's how you get your horizon. It's a horizontal line. That means
okay, I'll ask you this question. Why do we observe the moon and the sun at different times in different places on the Earth?
No, but I mean, let's go ahead and go with your first point to make sure if that makes sense or not. You said that the horizon proves your globe Earth, right? That's what you said?
I'm saying that you can see that the Earth is a globe when you observe certain things, like a ship sailing off and it goes, it disappears, like your eyesight sees it go down bottom first. It doesn't just keep going and then it doesn't keep going and then disappear. It goes down. You can observe it.
Is it physical or merely optical?
It is physical, but you can.
How do you know that?
All I did was describe an optical way of observing it, and then
how do you know that that's due to a curve and it's not just some optical effect?
Okay, let's say it's an optical effect. It doesn't really matter. I was just trying to describe a way you could observe it.
Yeah, but then it's not a curve, so then we're still wondering where the globe Earth is.
I'm saying, forget about that point. I was just trying to describe a way you could observe this.
I'm not observing any curve.
That's not a way you can observe it. So what you're saying is that the horizon, right? You're saying the horizon would block the ship in the distance, correct?
What?
So what is your reason of bringing up the ships disappearing over the horizon?
Because they go down bottom first. They don't just disappear in sight. They go bottom first.
You do understand that bottom-up obstruction can happen on flat surfaces as well, correct?
What did you say?
Bottom-up obstruction happens on flat surfaces as well.
What does that mean? How does that work for what we're saying?
It's crazy that you're not keeping up. So you said that bottom-up obstruction on a boat is how you know that it's going over a curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So again, do you know that bottom-up obstruction can happen on a flat surface as well? Therefore, it can happen on your globe or a flat surface. Therefore, it doesn't prove your globe. You see how that works?
Okay, sure. So I'm going to ask you the question again. If the Earth is flat, why do we observe the sun and the moon at different times and different places?
What you should have said is because the Earth is flat,
we see the sun and the moon in different places.
How does that work? Oh, wait, do you believe the flat Earth is also stationary?
I'm sorry, who asked that question? My bad, I looked off. Who asked that question?
Me, I said, do you also believe that this flat Earth is stationary? Like it doesn't spin? Like,
dude, you were trying to prove right now how we live on a globe, and your first proof, you just conceded that it could work on a flat or a globular surface. Can you please bring us globe evidence? Just one.
No, I'm.
Yeah,
this
see, I have
is
spinning
a
desk
way.
chair,
This is
and
an
I can
evidence
know
of
if I'm
a
spinning
globe.
around
This
in
is
a
an
circle
evidence.
or not.
Huh?
I have a spinny desk chair, and I can spin it, and I'd be spinning in it, and I'm not. So I know that much.
Okay.
Just give us one, man. You're failing so far. The horizon doesn't prove a globe Earth. You just said that.
So we moved on from the horizon, and I'm saying that one evidence for a sphere. I'm just trying to make it easy to understand. If you want me to like start putting in like mathematical equations to
No,
describe
just give
this
it. Just
stuff.
go ahead and get. I told you I'll rock with you if I can, but you said that bottom-up obstruction on a boat proves it, and then I told you that we can have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface, which is a fact, and so you can't say that that proves a globe.
Okay, and I said okay, and I moved on from that, and I'm now describing another piece of evidence that is, if we lived on a sphere, what would we observe? We would observe the sun and the moon at different times in different places. If the Earth was flat, we would observe it at the same time.
So are you telling me that I couldn't give you? Are you telling me I couldn't give you a sphere that had a sun and moon relatively close to each other, or anything, dude? Just because we have a sun and a moon does not say, oh, that proves a globe. Because the sun and
you
moon are not
observe the sun and the moon in a different time at different places.
Okay.
Right now I'm in New York. And the moon is up. There's no sun in sight. Why can't I see the sun right now?
Yeah, I'm in Texas right now. I'm looking at the moon right now. There's no sun in sight.
Why isn't there a sun in sight?
Wherever the sun is, I guarantee you that's nowhere near where I'm at. And so there's a thing called attenuation of light. And so it could be that the sun is so far away that I can't make out the light. Such as if me and you were on a flat surface and I had a flashlight and I kept walking away from you, at some point you're going to stop being able to view that flashlight.
Okay, so do you observe the sun in the morning and then not the moon? So then that's why I asked you, is this flat Earth stationary? Because yes, all right, light, yeah, it's farther away, you can't see it, but the next day you're going to see it and you can observe it moving. You see it, you can see the sunset, sunrise, moon come up. You see these things. So like, what is moving? If nothing is moving, then and it's too far away. Okay, so
obviously the sky is moving. If I ask you which way do the stars rotate, you're gonna tell me from east to west. Obviously the sky is moving.
So you believe that in like a geocentric view?
Like it's cold out here right now. Wind is blowing against my skin. I know that the sky above me is moving.
I'm saying the sun and the moon aren't in the clouds. They're like in the universe outside of our atmosphere and outside of the Earth.
What are you trying to say right now, dude?
So I'm saying that you're saying that the sky moves. Is the universe moving around the Earth?
Oh my God! Can we get to a proof, man? For real, like I'm not gonna entertain this.
No, this is not bullshit. This is like this is very
no,
like.
You just keep you just keep asking me. Are you on a flat? We're trying to prove your globe, and you keep asking me. Well, is your a flat Earth spinning or not? Can you prove that your globe is spinning?
Can I gave you an evidence for it, and you haven't been able to say anything.
Okay, I'm sorry. What was your evidence? Maybe I missed it. What was your evidence?
All right. So, let's say right now I'm in New York. It is the moon is up. I don't see the sun. If I stay right here awake all day, I will see the sun rise and if I stay awake, I will see the sunset.
Right.
Right. So what is moving?
You just said if it's setting and rising, then it's moving.
What do you mean? Okay, so if we are on a flat,
the sun is set. Hold on. You said the sun is setting and rising. So I said, yes, you're right. I see the sun setting and rising as well. So that means if you're saying that, you're implying that the sun is moving, not you.
What?
I don't get what the fuck you don't understand.
I'm asking you in a flat Earth model, what is moving? If is the flat Earth a stationary object, and the universe is?
I'm not claiming.
Rotating.
I'm not claiming if I am moving. What I'm claiming is that if you're saying that the sun is setting and rising, then you are literally saying that the sun is moving. On both models, the sun.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
All right, listen to me. If me and you can agree that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, right? We can both agree there. How does that prove a globe model? We both agree.
Because if the Earth was flat, we wouldn't see that. We would see the Earth, we would see the sun and the moon at the same time.
We do see the sun and moon at the same time. Sometimes.
My goodness. Yeah, the fact that it sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't is my whole point.
No, that's not. What do you mean? How is seeing the sun and moon together sometime and sometimes not proof of a globe?
In the spherical view of the Earth, this Earth is a sphere spinning, right? And that is the explanation. And the Earth is not the only.
How do you prove that? I've asked you, how do you prove that it's spinning? By saying that the sun and the moon. Hold on, time out. By saying that I see the sun and the moon and that the sun is setting and rising, that proves that it's spinning is fucking retarded.
How is that retarded?
Brother, because that's not proving that you're spinning by saying I can sit in my room and I can have a light go across my ceiling. Does that mean that I'm fucking spinning, or does that mean that a light is going across my ceiling?
The Earth you are on is large, very huge.
That's the thing in question.
The Earth you are on is spinning
right now. All right, dude.
You're not gonna feel the Earth spinning. What are you talking about?
All right, cool. I'm done with this argument. Whoever else want to get in, got it. Keep telling yourself that seeing the sun and moon rise instead is proof of a fucking globe.
Okay, so describe what is moving. Is nothing moving in the universe? Is the Earth flat and stationary? And is the universe stationary? What is going on? Like, what is like this explanation for the sunrise, sunset? What is the explanation for this? What is your explanation?
We just agreed that the sun and moon rises in the east and sets in the west. So, here, I tell you what, I don't subscribe to a flat Earth model, right?
Wait, what?
I do not subscribe to a flat Earth model, meaning that I can tell you what the shape is. However, if the sun and moon are moving in a circular circuit over a flat plane, and the sun and moon and all the stars are moving east to west over a flat plane, that is demonstrable on a flat surface.
Oh, so that was my question. You believe that the universe is moving around the Earth, the flat Earth?
That's what it appears. That's literally what it appears to do, and you guys agree. That's why you say that the Earth is expanding in all directions, which makes it appear that we're in the middle.
Expanding?
That's what the globe Earth narrative is that the universe is expanding in all directions.
Big Bang Theory.
Which is the whole reason behind the fucking globe Earth, right? It goes hand in hand.
The Earth is not expanding. The universe is expanding.
I just said the universe is expanding in all directions, which gives you the implication, which makes it appear that we're in the center of the universe. This is literally your science as well.
Yeah, it appears that we're on the center because that's our view. But if you're not looking through a view of a human on the Earth, you will see that is not the truth. Do you have a proof
or not? Look into.
Do you know what satellites are?
Do you have a proof or not?
Do you know what satellites are?
You tell me what a satellite is.
What? What do you mean? What do you mean? Tell me. Do you know what a satellite?
There are different types of satellites. What satellite are you referring to?
The satellites that are in space, literally going around our Earth.
Hey, cool, man. Hey, whoever want to get it, I promise you I'm done. Hey, I really don't want to talk to you anymore. Have a good one.
Yeah, he said, yeah, it's going around. Like, that's not a mutually exclusive term.
I'm saying.
So everything you just said was more flat Earth proof.
No, I'm asking you if you
what are you
agree
actually
that
doing?
satellites
You're
are a
getting
thing.
a trajectory with an elevation angle. So you're there, you're at the beach, and you're seeing the trajectory of the airplane fly above your head and how it's flying level and how it appears to be converging as an orthogonal to orthogonal direction to the horizon. It's not an actual dropping in elevation. It's just apparent. It's an effect of it's the ramp of perspective.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask the question again. Do you believe that satellites are a real thing?
Yes, there. I mean, that you defined it. It's just something that comes above your head, and it goes above your head, and you're going to be taking an elevation angle to know its trajectory. Okay, it's flying flat. It's definitely going over my head.
That's not the only thing. That's not even why I'm like bringing up the satellite.
Well, that's what it is.
Bringing up a satellite because it's an instrument used for science to
now you're talking. Now you're just saying more stuff. But
what do you mean?
What you said, you have to agree with what I said. I said the thing that we agree on. Now we can get into details of like what satellite you're talking about and what do you think it's doing.
What do you think a satellite?
So we agreed on the first thing I said. We agreed on the first thing. Like you are just seeing the trajectory of this, and you're having the elevation angles to get this trajectory due to the ramp.
Well, I don't actually believe that, and I'm not. If you
so you
want,
don't agree with that.
If you want, I can.
Well, we should stay on this part that we don't agree on first.
If you want, I could really just give you.
I said a term, and now we've concluded that we don't agree on this. What this term means. That's why it's important that now we need to talk about that. What is this term that we don't agree on?
Right. Like, do you agree the pictures that I just posted are accurate pictures of satellites?
Let me see.
It's in the side chat. Do you agree that these are accurate pictures of satellites?
Yeah, I think these are satellites. Yeah, sure.
Awesome. Are these the satellites that you're talking about?
If they are, yes, sure. I don't know. I've never seen this like I've never seen this top to it before, like this balloon thing. I've never seen that before on a satellite.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, tell us what satellite you're talking about and how you proved it and all that, and how it proves your globe Earth.
No, I was asking if you guys believed in satellites because they're.
I just showed you some.
Yeah, so what do you think they do?
Give you data from the sky.
And what does that data say?
It depends on what fucking data you're looking for and what you're using it for. What's the practical purpose of it?
Okay, so I'm going to ask one question, and then I'm going to try and prove that the Earth is a sphere. And I'm just going to have to use science. But first, I'm going to ask you this. Do you object certain science? Like, how do you go about?
Okay, so there you go.
Is right, and
not science.
So if you look at, it's called.
Yeah, this topic is we're talking about actual Earth.
Boss, I'll answer. So if you even look at my name right here, it's pseudo killer. So there's two different ways that I decipher what science is. It's one that's been up through the scientific method, which means there's an actual experiment I can go look at. There's like a test that I can look at to verify what was, the claim. And then there's pseudoscience, which is science without going through the scientific method. So go ahead. Now go ahead. So you understand what I would reject as science. It would be pseudoscience is what I would reject.
You reject pseudoscience, you said?
That is correct.
Okay, so another question.
Hey, and I'm sorry, hold on, because I don't want to be an asshole. The guy that was talking, but I said, hey, let me wrap it up with him. Go ahead, dude.
I was gonna say, I don't remember. Go on.
All right, no problem. But is that, or if you want to give a separate definition of what science you deny or whatever, go ahead. But
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was natural science. That's what we were talking about here. It's of the phenomenon in Earth, right? So that's it.
Say that again.
And I was talking about natural science, like, so we're not talking about like the science of knitting, or the science. So social science, or we're not talking about what is it? Computer science.
what was your purpose of asking us what science we deny? Like, what can you bring forth something, please, at some point?
Well, I mostly say this because I think we could all agree that well, what I'm trying to get to is we can all agree that the majority of science is that agrees and is very, very affirmative that the Earth is a sphere. We can agree that is the majority. You can agree that it's the majority. You don't need to agree that it's right. You can agree that it's the majority. You guys are a minority in belief. I'm sorry. That is
minority and majority isn't scientific. What we asked you for was what went through the scientific method to describe what you're talking about.
No, wait. Well, you asked me a different question before. You asked me why did I ask this, and I'm trying to explain why I asked this. I'm not really trying to be like. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to dog you guys. I'm just trying to understand because you guys are literally this is not a belief that most science can agree on, or most people even agree on.
Well, no, you're talking about what you did was a category error where you were asking a question. I'm going to have
I'm not trying to prove
validity.
I'm just trying to explain to you
for
why
a shape. No, hold on, listen. No, so your question itself was a bit off tilted, or it was incoherent because you're in a category error. You're saying you're going to have some scientific validity for a shape. So you jump categories there because now you're talking about geometry. So you're conflating geometry with natural science.
I'm not.
In your very question.
Right now, I'm not trying to prove anything. Right now, I'm trying to understand.
No, I'm saying in your question,
your viewpoint. That's what I'm trying to do.
In your question was incoherent. So your question should be: I have the science for this claim that it would be a naturally occurring phenomenon. Then you could.
Okay, sure, that might feel better for you, but I'm saying that it is a fact that a majority of science. It doesn't matter what science. If majority
what does that mean when you keep saying the majority of science? When you say that, it just makes me believe you have no idea what you're talking about.
A majority of scientists can agree that the Earth is a sphere. This belief that the Earth is flat is
you wouldn't need a scientist to tell you shape. What you need is somebody
I'm not
who knows
trying to
geometry.
prove anything. I'm trying to understand what you guys think.
I am telling you that your question.
What do you think is the reason?
Listen, so you can formulate a better argument for yourself.
I'm not formulating an argument. I'm asking you a question.
Well, I want you to formulate a better question. I want you to ask a better question.
It's not about winning an argument. I'm trying to understand.
I want you to ask a better question. That's what I'm trying to teach you.
I don't know why you're getting to this.
Your question is formulated wrong. It's formed wrong.
What does that mean?
That you're jumping categories. You're saying I have a science. What is the science? That's natural science that deals in cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world. And then now you're trying to jump to geometry, which is,
what?
dimensions. Dimensionality. So you're jumping categories in your question. So you wouldn't need a scientist. You wouldn't need a scientist to tell you shape, to tell you geometry. You'd need you need somebody who's really good at geometry.
Like mathematics.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, this is all like to the field of science and understanding the nature of reality requires using math, and we use math and we use geometry in science. So that's why I'm saying that to prove that the
we
Earth
can
is
use
flat,
something in it. We can use something in it, but it itself is not the whole of the method.
What?
So okay, I sort of fleshed it out. I get what you mean.
Yeah, natural science.
What's the first step of the scientific method? Do you know?
Huh?
Samurai God, what's the first step of the scientific method?
What? What do you mean?
Do you know what? Can you tell me what science is? Can you define science?
Oh, define science? Measuring.
Measuring is not science.
What? Measuring is not science?
Yeah, you don't. Measuring a 2x4 is not science. You're not doing science. That's that's a shape. That's a dimension. So you want to talk to a subject matter expert of dimensionality.
Okay, science is the study of the natural world through observation, experimentation, and analysis.
Exactly. That's perfect. That's a good one. See, experimentation. Can you read it again?
Science is the systematic study of the natural world through observation, experimentation, and analysis.
There you go. It's perfect.
Yeah.
I would add that it's a logical method. Yeah. It has there's rules to it. Do you like to obey the rules? You seem like a rebellious kind of guy.
Huh? Are you talking about the laws of physics? What do you mean?
What?
But what do you mean by the rules?
Yeah. Yeah, natural laws is
scientific method.
Yeah, the natural laws of physics. Yeah, sure. Call that rules. Yeah. What about it?
That doesn't have anything to do with science either, though. Natural laws are outside of science.
What?
Yeah, like
natural
second law,
laws,
first law, third law of thermo. Right? Yeah.
Those are
has nothing to do with science, really.
Those are scientific theories. What does that mean?
Natural law isn't a natural law is not a theory. A natural law is something that occurs always. It's not a theory at all.
You said the law of conservation, right? Is that what you just mentioned?
Hot goes to cold never had to be theorized.
Hmm?
Right. Like the second law of thermodynamics, for instance, it's not science at all. It's just something that always takes place. Entropy always increases.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'd argue that like everything that is science is that it's like, I mean, these are things that happen in the world, in the universe. In reality, they're like objective proofs. And science.
It did say it needed an observation, and this is from the natural world. It needed an observation, and it needed the experimentation.
Yeah,
so that's why we're real sticklers for what is entailed in an experiment. This is a testing of a hypothesis, and you're going to either prove the hypothesis or you're going to prove the null hypothesis. Because you're going to have the direct ability to do such. And we're taking out all biases.
And it's not just simply an observation. It's a very specific type of an observation. It's an observation of a naturally observed phenomenon. If you don't have a naturally observed phenomenon, science can't take place. It's not like
So
it's just a method.
what do you mean by that? So like describe like something that doesn't fall into it.
Like describe what a naturally observed phenomenon is. Like
no, like
lightning.
Right. No, I'm saying like what is something that doesn't fall in. Like what are you talking about exactly?
Well, I mean, a lot of stuff just isn't science. Like cooking isn't science. Carpentry is not science. Plumbing isn't science. Automotive technicians aren't science. Well, automotive technicians aren't scientists, you know.
Yeah, you'd call that engineering.
Yeah, but engineering's not
category. It's not natural science.
Oh yeah, it's not.
See, but in cooking, you need to boil water. Formulating a hypothesis for boiling water would be doing science. So if you formulated a hypothesis, put a kettle on the stove, and then you nullify. If you prove the null or you prove the hypothesis, then you would be a scientist and you would have done science, and you would know that if you knew what science was.
Maybe not boiling a kettle, because I mean kettles don't boil in nature.
No, you can use whatever instrument you want for your experiment, but the observation would be the hydroponic cycle.
Sure, no, that's fair.
Hydroponic cycle.
Yes, Peter, more flat Earth proof.
Oh my goodness, that's new. The globe is in trouble.
Well, inanimate objects don't have feelings, so they can't fear.
Well, globe is a religion. It's not an object. It doesn't exist.
Okay, there you go. The globe religion is in fear. I bet.
Yeah. Which human feelings are at risk here? Because I don't think this religion can withstand the onslaught of proper science.
Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way, young Peter.
Oh, you're the guy I was talking to last night. What's up, Peter?
Hey, what's up? Have you sobered up?
Yeah, I had to turn that one off because Peter, you gave Peter so much. And Peter was just loving it so much. Like, dude,
it was a good night.
It was a good night.
That's like the first time I've drank in a month. I had such a headache this morning.
And Peter had too good of a night.
How is Potolomny doing?
Oh, the guy that was born in, what did you say, 1976 or something?
74.
I just find it weird how, like, you just utterly refuse to, like, acknowledge Potolomny and just, like, act like it was some guy that I made up in a story. That was a little strange.
Between me and Embo, we provided you ample information about Potolomny.
You did what now?
It was an onslaught of just like you and Embo like at it was just really not pleasant.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it felt good for me. So I'm sorry it wasn't.
I bet it did. Like you just gotta snip it. You just gotta cut it off.
Well, I wasn't helping matters. I was pretty buzzed.
Peter was so mad when I was like, inanimate objects don't have minds, and he was like, oh, you ruined my joke.
Oh my. What are we going to do with this one?
Oh, man.
Well, Samurai, he was asking some good questions. He was representing you pretty fairly.
Yeah.
Man, I never even made my point about Potolomny last night because you guys refused to acknowledge when he existed.
Because we are seasoned globe gangsters. We don't fall for simple tricks.
The simple trick of just mentioning Claudius Potolomny and you claiming that he was born in 1970, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. You say anything like that, they're just going to like cling to it. Like, oh, he said something else. Like, we don't have to get glob measurements.
Dude, you want to take on globe gangsters, you got to try harder.
Well, I mean, there wasn't really any trying on your part. You just said Potolomny was born in the 70s.
Well, Embo
Which
and
is
I
just-
are not baby glurfs that waltzed into accidentally into Nathan Oakley's server and are gonna get cooked by some Ptolemy. All right, you gotta work hard, man. You gotta bring your A game.
Well, how come? Why not just answer the question of what year he was born, which is 100 AD?
Dude, you come at the king, you best not miss.
Okay, so Ptolemy was supposedly alive in 100 AD, if you believe in that timeline. Which
It's your claim.
again, it's not my timeline. It's not
It's
my
your claim. Just made a claim that he
Well,
was born
I guess
in
it is.
180.
Yeah, I mean, just going off what
All right,
your
substantiate your
paradigm's
claim.
timeline
Let's
is.
go. Let's go. Substantiate your claim.
Substantiate the claim of Ptolemy's birth year.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
bringing this into the conversation. Well, that's what you got to do.
Yeah, Peter's a Ptolemy denier.
Those are the rules, man. Made a
Let's
claim.
see. Ptolemy was born around 100 AD in Egypt. Oh, I thought he was Greek. Well, he may have been Greek born in Egypt.
Is the P silent?
No. But I just can't
Greek?
pronounce it. But
So,
PTO.
Yeah. Egypt was a Greek kingdom. So there you go.
Sure, fair enough. Well, are you sure about that? Like, is that like? Can you substantiate that?
I
'Cause
give
you
up.
don't
I
believe
surrender. I surrender this claim. I surrender this claim.
Okay. What did he do though? Like, what he categorized stellar. Is it Stella or Stellar Polaris? I can never remember how it's pronounced. How he wrote it.
Well, I think it's your claim. So why don't you provide a citation?
Citation for the name that he gave Polaris when he jotted it down, and it
No.
being in the same
For
location then
the
as
claims
now?
you're making about Ptolemy.
Ptolemy. That's how we pronounce it.
I don't know. I'm not sure. English is not my native my mother tongue. So apologies.
It's whatever. I don't care.
Well, names are kind of language independent, but sure, yeah.
Names are not language independent.
Well, I think
sure
they
they
would.
are, because
I think
names are
they would have
pronounced
said
as
it
the
as
name is
Ptolemy.
pronounced.
No, they're not. Names are
Yes,
commonly.
they are. Names are pronounced as the name is pronounced because it's a name.
Oh yeah. So why is my name
Yes.
Peter and not Petros?
Okay, if you say
Or
Peter,
eater.
you're just either having an accent, so it's Peter, and you're not listening to
Okay.
it slowly enough, or they're just pronouncing it wrong. It's one or the other.
Right, but
It has
why
to
is
be
it?
one or
Why
the
is it? Why does it sound this way and not Petros? That's the original Petros.
Well, dude, if you write your name down Peter and it says on a legal document that you're Peter, then you're Peter. You're Peter. If
Yeah,
you were
but
born
the
with the name
reason why
Petros, then you're Petros.
the reason
That's it.
But the reason, no, you're missing the point because you're.
What's the point?
Yeah. So
Because I'm
the
European?
name, the English,
What? What's the point?
the English name Peter, is a mispronunciation of the Greek word Petros. If names
Okay.
were not subject to malforming, then there wouldn't be an
Malforming has nothing
English
to do with
name Peter.
pronunciation differences. You're proving my point, dude.
Then level means
I mean-
curved.
Exactly.
There could be a
It literally
man named
does,
Peter
though. That's the thing.
And a man named Petrov in the same elevator. You know.
Yeah, I say
So
he says Pedal, and
So do you think English people just made up a
level means
word
curved.
Peter?
No,
What
no,
does
no, no,
Peter
no, no.
mean?
Peter is a
Does it
name
mean
in
anything?
English.
Yeah, and where
Understand
did it
it,
come
right?
from? Yeah, where did it come from?
From the name Peter. Do you not understand?
So someone just made up. Some Englishman woke up one day and said, "I'm going to name my son this 2 syllables."
I'm gonna name my dick Peter, and then
His glob.
Peter
Yeah.
after his
So somebody woke up and
Different
chose
names
2
can be
random
pronounced
syllables.
differently in different languages. Tis glob.
Do you acknowledge that like Latin has a different word, peter, which means father? And you're being a little bit facetious here.
Sorry.
If I'm going to use a nice
I
word.
think that's pater. That's pater.
No. Sure, but originally it's peter because from Proto-Indo-European it was peter. Peter. It has an H and aspiration, so it's yeah. You don't understand the concept of linguistics if you think I'm wrong about that. The A came from a conjugation of an aspiration and an E. The aspiration and an E formed into an A because they stopped aspirating shit like that after a certain point.
Okay. So where does the name
Like for
Peter
example,
come from?
gohend means to go somewhere. So like for example, if you say you went, there's also the English word wend, And go actually comes from the word gewend, and gewend means to go to. And the ge part is like you have in German. It's a prefix that describes the state of the gay.
Ich gehe. Ich gehe nach Hause.
Sure, yeah. So you can, and it's actually correct in English to say, instead of saying I'm gonna go to the store, I'm gonna went to the store. In a way, you can say that because if you pronounce went in a certain way, you're actually meaning D. Kind of like if you say God damn it, you're actually saying damn it with a D at the end, and it sounds like you're saying damn it.
How much Adderall did you take today? How much Adderall?
0.
He probably took the whole bottle.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm muting that guy.
Cry.
Anyway,
so because you don't have an answer, you're just going to go to like, oh, what drugs are you on? That's fucking stupid. Sorry.
It's pretty fucking stupid. But then again, I respect people I respect people more who inquire things rather than people who outright say something about you that is obviously wrong.
Right.
This guy obviously is not saying anything wrong. He just has a slight misconception in his speech.
Very
He's now
emotional.
left the channel, which I don't
very
mind
emotional
whatsoever by any means. So anyway, moving on. Back to
I like your explanation.
Are you menopausal? Do you need to take menopausal medication?
I apologize for the interjection here.
No, those were really good. We're good etymology.
Thank you, man. Yeah, so now just so you guys know, if you ever hear a black person talking kind of weird, sometimes it's actually just because they speak differently, but it's just correct. Sometimes, not all the time.
You got his medication wrong. It was menopausal medication, not
I'm gonna win
ADHD medication.
You can say that, just so you guys know now. So don't always correct people because you think they're wrong. That's just but that's anyone could say that, right? But that's just a general rule of thumb.
Is it?
You were correct.
Is it Adderall or the devil's dandruff?
Don't talk about that, man. Listen, I have family, and so do we all. But if you're implying something, I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna notice. Okay. I'm just messing with you, Barrington. Just you know that, man. But you know me. It's okay. I'm an asshole, but you know I mess around.
Everybody likes an asshole.
I like my boyfriend's asshole.
God damn.
Damn.
Wait, does he bleach his asshole?
No. What kind of question is that, dude? No, he doesn't fucking bleach his rectum, dude.
Some people do that. I don't know. Figured I might as well ask.
This is just the idle mind of a globetard?
Methods only. Thank you very much, but I appreciate you.
This is the best the globe has to offer. Peter, you better do something about this garbage.
Why do I hear Peter talking not, but I see a green circle around his profile? As if
Peter, he's misrepresenting your ideology. You need to come rectify the situation.
Looks
no
like he's
puns
talking,
intended.
I don't hear him in any way. Weird. Anyway, moving forward.
Anyway.
Sorry, guys.
No puns intended, Peter.
Is this edition of Porky Gone to Wacky Land over with?
I love you, J.E. Barrington.
Yeah, this is just coat check. Kid stuck on level 1.
It's hard to get past level 1.
Who's stuck on level 1?
That torture fellow.
That perverse glob representative.
Oh, Pieter?
No, he's probably spurging at somebody on X.
Man. Ooh, it's starting to get chilly out tonight. It was warm last night. Ah. Did you guys see those drones everybody's talking about over New Jersey or something?
No, post a link.
Oh no, I haven't. I haven't looked into it, but I've heard like 3 different people today talking about it. I just haven't. I wasn't sure if any of you guys knew what they were talking about. I haven't even looked
What
it
is
up
it? Some drones?
yet. Yeah. Let me see. I'm gonna just look it up.
What are they?
real
Are they
quick.
saying it's UFOs? Because they're having these hearings, and they're trying to have
I
this
don't
light show
think
for
so.
everybody.
Because usually when they talk about UFOs, they won't call them drones.
All right, yeah, they're identified.
Sure.
No, I'm just because I heard something about some UFO. Maybe it's just some garbage I see flipping through YouTube, but yeah, there's an onslaught on these people. It's sad.
Oh yeah. It won't make massive amounts of the population worshiping CGI aliens just because they saw them on a screen. Sucks.
Yeah, there's skeptics, but you're hard pressed to find a globetard that doesn't believe in aliens. That's why I really like to get to the real question: is like, are you of the panspermia origin story, or from the what is it, the soup, the amino acid soup of that leached off of the rocks, got struck by lightning, was heated by the volcanoes, the crystal lattice of the DNA started to
primordial soup.
Yeah, to build itself.
Or a fish.
Yeah, it's an easier pill for them to swallow if they just go, yeah, like I believe in the aliens and the panspermia, or the life came from Mars, because the asteroid hit the Mars, blew the life to Earth. Then they have their creation story right there. They don't have to talk about amino acids, self, constructing no information.
It's a real shortcut, so you can cut out a lot of imagineering just by saying, oh, well, aliens seeded life here.
Yeah, like they believe that Ridley Scott movie, Prometheus, like that's the globe origin story. Like that's the best case scenario for a globetard is to just become a Scientologist. Then they can get clear and try to attain for OT9.
And that's probably why at the Kennedy Space Center they have Tom Cruise narrating the big IMAX picture on space.
Oh, they do?
Yeah. And of course, you can see some of the wires and stuff through it. It's pretty good.
Yeah, most of them they can't even figure out like what is the globe argument. So they're like stuck at level 1, still not knowing what the globe argument is. You know, McToon was on there, and his refutation for the Black Swan was refraction. And it's like, no, that's my argument. Refraction is my argument. Your argument is a geometric edge to your view that boats and buildings fall off of. That's your idea, not mine.
Yeah, but refraction doesn't have anything to do with the Black Swan argument because that's not what refraction by
Precisely.
definition
Yeah,
is.
they still don't know what that argument is, and they don't even know what the globe argument is. They don't know what it is. They're like the guy was like, Earth is globe. That's the argument, and it's like, well, what define Earth? And he couldn't tell me what Earth was. It's like, and then he got to it. It's like the globe is Earth. So then it's like affirming the consequence. It's just the circular. Globe is Earth. Earth is globe. Like, there's no logic in it. It's an identity violation at that, because you're just saying this is this, but it isn't that. So, identity violation. They're just perpetual identity violation and category error. That's like that. I was telling that samurai god. Oh, like he's like, I have science to prove the globe, or to prove Earth is round. And it's like, no, you're introducing natural science, a logical method of cause and effect, or establishing cause and effect, and geometry. So they don't have anything to do with each other.
That's correct.
But he wouldn't let me. He wouldn't let me get through it. He wouldn't accept it when I got through it. He's just like, no, I'm asking the question. Then he does it again. It's like, no, your question is incoherent. And he's like, I'm not making a claim. Well, no one said you are. I'm saying your question is incoherent and different, and you're jumping categories. I need to ask it again. It's like, hello. And at some point, it's like maybe like 10 blunts like isn't healthy for your body.
That sounds horrible. It's I'm weird.
The
The
one
older
or
I get, the
two.
less I can
What
handle
am I to
smoking
say?
pot.
But 10, bro, come on.
I mean, at that point, because you can only get so stoned. I mean, after the fourth one, you're not going anywhere you already, like, you're not going to get anywhere you're already not at, you know? Just seems like a waste. Oh, dude, if I smoked 10 blunts, I'd be hacking my lungs up the next day. That's a lot of cigar paper.
Yeah, well, it was metaphor. So
I know.
maybe he did only smoke 2. It was like, but he was past the limit. And not really in behavior, just like, I guess it was behavior. It's just like, no, you keep repeating the same thing, and you need to go back to the drawing board and formulate your argument. Ask a better question. You know, because the answer to your question is that all that about you're in a different category. Like, that's the answer.
Oh, just while it's on my mind, I don't know if anyone else has this problem. It seems like it's only with this server that we're in right here. But sometimes I feel it like completely disappears and it's not even an option to click on.
Yeah, I think sometimes if there's no mod in the room, then it'll go away until they join again.
Oh, okay.
Same thing with the other politics room.
Okay. Because last night, even though I was shit, like I thought it was just because I was like drunk and I couldn't remember if I was in politics or politics and religion, but I could not find it again. I just said screw it.
Oh, you could have got like a short ban.
Oh,
From the
probably.
room.
You gotta put
Maybe if it was that. I turned it off,
your
so
favorites, then it always shows up.
Yeah, no more Discord while consuming adult beverages for sure.
well, that's half the fun.
Yeah. I feel embarrassed now. Mostly just arguing with Embo drunk. That's not fun. I don't know why I wasted my time.
Yeah, I can't imagine how well it went after I left because it was just like, it was just them, like Embo and Peter. If they get going, then they're like, then they start talking, like whatever. What is he, Polish? Is he Czech?
No, he's Polish. I remember him saying he was Polish because I kept thinking he was German.
Yeah, whenever they get just talking, it's just nonsense. And then if you're trying to throw more nonsense at them, then it's just throwing shit at a fan.
Kimbo, Big Barrington. What's up, man? Quasi cold. Into the break. What's up, dude? Daz. Hope everybody's having a good night.
What's up, bro?
Let the village. Tony, man, I haven't seen you in here. What's up, bro? We're meticulous. I haven't seen you too much.